Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that was wrong was the song. Not wrong like creepy. Wrong like a cassette that's been left on a dashboard too long. The notes came out bent, the tempo dragging in little stutters, like someone's finger was pressing the speaker cone in and letting go. The melody was one I knew, the kind every kid learns to hear before they can even spell ice cream. But it had a tired, warped edge, as if the truck was limping its way through it. I stood by my kitchen sink with a wet plate in my hands, listening. Outside, early summer light sat flat on the street, the kind that makes everything look slightly overexposed. Truck rolled by slow enough that I could count the scratches in the white paint between the windows and the paneling. On the side, in cheerful bubble letters, it promised soft serve, popsicles, SUNDAS. There were cartoon sprinkles, a smiling cone, and a small printed notice taped inside the service window, white paper, black marker, all caps, cash only. No KIDS. I blinked, because your brain tries to protect itself by making a joke first. No kids. Like that was supposed to be funny. Like the driver was some grumpy retiree who didn't want sticky fingers touching his display. The truck didn't stop. It never did. It kept going, music scraping along behind it, turning the corner toward Maplewood Park. That was how it had been for almost 2 weeks. The ice cream man in our town didn't sell ice cream. My name is Evan Miller, 32, and I'd been back in Bellingham, Massachusetts for 8 months, long enough to stop feeling like a guest, not long enough to stop feeling like a disappointment. I rented the downstairs unit of a sagging 2-family near the commuter rail, worked remote customer support for a software company in Boston, and tried not to think too hard about why I'd moved back after a breakup that felt, on paper, like no big deal. And in my chest, like someone had scooped something out and left it hollow. The sink water ran hotter than I needed it to. I turned it down and watched the truck disappear between the oaks, the song thinning out until it was just a faint metallic whine. My phone buzzed on the counter. Maya, you hear it again. I wiped my hands on my jeans and typed back. Me, yep, same song, same sign. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then, Maya, I'm walking scout. Meet you at the curb. I didn't answer right away. I stared at the wet plate, at the small crack near the rim, and felt that familiar tightness behind my ribs, like I was about to do something small that could still go wrong. I'd always been like that. You'd think being the oldest kid in a family that treated "don't make a scene" like a religion would make you calm. It made me careful. Careful turns into cautious. Cautious turns into watching from the window while other people step off the curb. I set the plate in the rack. I grabbed my keys anyway. Outside, the neighborhood sounded like it was trying its best. A lawnmower somewhere. A dog barking twice and stopping. A car door thunking shut. The air had that warm pine and old mulch smell from yards that had been turned over recently. The sun was bright, but not sharp yet. Maya was at the edge of the sidewalk, with Scout's leash looped around her wrist. Scout, a scruffy black and white mutt with the energy of a caffeine addict, was already nosing at the curb like he was investigating a crime scene. Maya looked up when I approached and lifted her chin in a quick greeting, the way she did when she didn't want to be perceived as overly emotional about anything. Her hair was twisted up in a messy knot. She had a travel mug in one hand, dog bags tucked under her arm, and the kind of tiredness in her eyes that came from working too many shifts and still answering emails you weren't paid to answer. Maya Patel, 29, female, my upstairs neighbor, had moved in around the same time I'd come back. We'd become friends in the way adults do when they share walls. You recognize each other's footsteps, and you end up knowing more than you planned. You heard it, she said, as if the truck was an opinion and not a fact. Yeah, I nodded toward the corner. It went toward the park. Scout tugged, wanting to move. Maya let him, and we started walking. We didn't say ice cream truck right away. That's how you know something is odd in a grown-up neighborhood, how careful you become with naming it, like saying it out loud gives it weight. We did the usual first. Scout had eaten something questionable out of the mulch bed again. The landlord still hadn't fixed the hallway light. Maya's manager had called her on her day off. And then, without much transition, she said, I saw it yesterday by St. Bridget S. That's a long loop, I said. It didn't stop. Not once. She took a sip from her mug and made a face like the coffee was too bitter, but she drank anyway. And the window was open. The service window. Yeah, like they wanted you to look. Scout stopped to sniff the base of a mailbox, tail wagging lazily, and Maya waited with an exaggerated patience that made me think she'd had more practice waiting than she liked. I told my sister, she went on. She said it's probably some guy using the truck for deliveries or something, like ice cream truck aesthetic for a moving company. Deliveries to where? I asked, then immediately felt stupid, like I'd stepped into a conversation that had already been happening. Maya glanced at me. Exactly. We turned onto Maplewood Street. The sidewalks here were cracked and patched. Someone had a kiddie pool set up in their front yard, empty at the moment, folded limp like a blue skin. A bicycle lay on its side near a driveway, sun reflecting off the spokes. You think no kids is legal? I asked. Maya's laugh was short and humorless. I don't think it's like regulated by the ice cream truck authority, Evan. I'm serious. I know you are, she softened a little. That's why I asked you to come. I didn't like how that landed, like she'd picked me because I was cautious and she wanted a witness. Or because she wanted someone else to be the one who decided whether a thing was worth involving someone official. That's not, I'm not, I started. Maya raised a hand. No, I'm not making you the hero of this. I just don't want to feel insane by myself. We reached the park entrance. Maplewood Park wasn't big, just a rectangle of grass, a playground that had seen better paint jobs, a basketball court with a sagging net, and a walking path that looped around a patch of trees. In the middle sat a gazebo that always looked like it belonged in a town brochure nobody read. The ice cream song was gone now, but the air still held the faintest residue of it, more imagined than heard, like tinnitus after a concert. We walked along the path. Scout's nails clicked against the asphalt, and every few seconds he pulled toward the trees. Maya's phone chimed. She glanced down, frowned, and shoved it back in her pocket. You okay? I asked. Work, she said, then quieter. My mom keeps sending me those neighborhood app posts. You know, suspicious van stuff. Half of it is just racism with spell check. I nodded, because that was true, and also because it was easier than saying the other true thing. that apps had trained us to believe danger came with a caption and a blurry screenshot, and that if something didn't fit the template, it couldn't be real. We rounded the bend near the trees. The truck was there. It was parked just off the path, half on the grass, nose angled toward the woods like it had been in a hurry, and then changed its mind. The music wasn't playing now. Without it, the truck looked more worn, more like a vehicle someone had driven hard and stopped maintaining. The paint was dingy. The cartoon sprinkles had faded into something like bruises. The service window was open. No one stood at it. Scout let out a low, uncertain woof and stopped pulling. Maya tightened her grip on the leash. We slowed, both of us doing that thing where you pretend you're not approaching something. You're just continuing your walk. Maybe he's in the bathroom, I said. Maybe, Maya replied, but her eyes had narrowed, focused on details on the taped sign. On the way, the curtain inside the window was pulled aside just enough to show darkness. A new smell reached us as we got closer. Not rotten, not chemical. Something warm and plastic, like the inside of a car that's been sitting in the sun with fast food trash in it. Under that, something faintly sweet, which made my stomach turn more than a bad smell would have. Sweet shouldn't be there. Maya stopped a few steps back from the truck. Scout sat down, which was not his style. His ears were pricked forward. "You want to knock?" Maya asked. The question wasn't casual. It was a hand extended across a line. I looked at the open window, at the interior shadow, at the taped notice, cash only. No KIDS. Up close, I could see the marker strokes, the way someone had pressed hard, angry, or hurried. My phone felt heavy in my pocket, like it knew it was about to be asked to do something. I thought of calling the non-emergency line, of trying to explain ice cream truck acting weird to an operator who'd heard worse. And then I thought of my private fear, the one I didn't tell people because it sounded dramatic. That when something mattered, when a moment asked me to move, I'd freeze and let someone else pay the price for my caution. Maya's gaze flicked to me, then back to the truck. She took a half step forward. "Evan," she said, voice low, "we can just leave. We can walk away and pretend we didn't see it." Scout's leash creaked slightly in her hand. The choice sat between us, plain and ordinary. Turn around, keep living our lives with a strange truck as a story, or do the small, impolite thing and announce ourselves to whatever was in there. I swallowed. "Or," I said, "we can knock, and if something feels off, we call." Maya nodded once, like she'd already decided, but needed permission to admit it. I lifted my hand, and then I paused, fingers hovering near the metal, listening for any sound inside that would make the decision for me. I knocked. Not hard, not soft either. 2 knuckles, metal panel, a sound that carried more than I expected in the quiet park. Nothing happened. I knocked again, louder this time, and felt stupid immediately, like I was interrupting someone who had every right to be annoyed. The truck smelled stronger up close. Warm plastic, old syrup, something faintly sour. The kind of smell that stuck to the back of your tongue. "Hello," I called, aiming for neutral. Friendly, but not inviting. Maya stayed a step behind me, Scout pressed against her leg. She hadn't let go of the leash. Her eyes tracked the open service window, the dark interior, the way the curtain inside shifted slightly with the breeze. "There's no music," she said quietly. Yesterday it kept playing even when it parked. I leaned closer to the window. The inside was dim, but not pitch black. I could make out a counter, a freezer chest with peeling decals, a stack of paper cups. No person, no movement. That's weird, I said, and immediately hated how weak it sounded. A sound came from inside the truck. Not a voice, not exactly. More like a shuffle, followed by a dull thud, like something had slid and hit the wall. Maya's hand tightened on Scout's leash. Did you hear that? Before I could answer, the passenger side door of the truck opened. A man stepped down onto the grass. He was older than I expected. Mid-50s, maybe. White, thinning gray hair plastered to his scalp with sweat. He wore a short-sleeved button-down that had once been light blue and now looked permanently damp. His forearms were mottled with sunspots and old scars. No smile, no scowl either, just a flat, assessing look, like he was inventorying us. "Can I help you?" he asked. His voice was normal. That was the worst part. A little raspy, like he'd yelled at a football game recently. "Sorry," Maya said quickly. We didn't mean to bother you. We just noticed your truck." The man glanced at Scout, then at the path behind us, then back to me. "I don't sell here," he said. I nodded, because that made sense in a way that made nothing better. "We figured, sorry, the sign." "Cash only," he said. "No kids." "Right," I said. Silence stretched. Somewhere, a basketball hit pavement and bounced again, steady and far away. Maya cleared her throat. "We just wanted to make sure everything was okay. You're parked kind of close to the woods." His eyes flicked toward the trees. "Engine's overheating." I pulled over. "Do you need help?" I asked, because that was the script, because you were supposed to offer. He shook his head. "No." Another thud from inside the truck, louder this time. Maya's gaze snapped to the service window. "Is someone with you?" The man didn't answer right away. His jaw worked, like he was chewing on something that wasn't there. "My nephew," he said finally. "He's fine." The words were fine. The way he said them was too quick, too practiced. Scout growled, low. I felt it more than heard it. "Hey," the man said sharply, eyes on the dog. "Control your animal." Maya pulled Scout back. "He's leashed." Still, I should have backed off then. Should have apologized again, retreated to the path. Let the whole thing calcify into a story you tell later. Instead, my phone vibrated in my pocket, and the interruption broke something loose in me. I pulled it out. A missed call, unknown number. Then another vibration, a text preview from the neighborhood group chat. "Did anyone else see the ice cream truck near Maplewood? My son says it scared him." I looked up. The man was watching me watch my phone. "Everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Actually, sorry, one more thing. People have been talking. The truck's been around a lot. Someone might call it in." His expression hardened just a notch. "They can." Another sound from inside. This time it wasn't a thud. It was a cough. A child's cough. Maya heard it too. Her face changed before she could stop it. "How old is your nephew?" she asked. The man's eyes flicked to her, sharp now. "Old enough." "That didn't sound like," she started. "Listen," he said, stepping closer. Not aggressively, deliberately. "I said he's fine. We're leaving." As if on cue, the engine coughed when he turned the key. The truck shuddered, then died. He tried again. Same result. A wet, choking sound and silence. He swore under his breath. Damn it, time tightened. I felt it in my chest, the way moments compress when you realize something has a clock on it. "Overheating," I said. "That can get bad fast." He shot me a look. "I know." Another cough from inside. Louder, followed by a small, panicked inhale. Maya took a step forward without looking at me. "If there's a kid in there, he shouldn't be in a hot truck." "He's not a kid," the man snapped. "That was a kid," she said, voice steady but thin. "I work pediatrics. I know what kids sound like." I hadn't known that about her. The information landed heavy, like a missing puzzle piece clicking in late. The man's hand twitched toward his pocket. He stopped himself. "You don't know anything." "Then let us see him," she said, "just to make sure he's okay." "No," Scout barked, sharp and sudden. The man flinched. From inside the truck came a small voice. Not words. Just a thin, breathless sound that hit something animal in me, something that didn't care about politeness or plausibility. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a call, same unknown number. I answered without thinking. "Hello, this is Officer Daniels with Bellingham PD," a man said. "We got a call about an ice cream truck parked in Maplewood Park. You there now?" I looked at the man. At Maya. At the truck. "Yes," I said. My mouth was dry. "Yes, we are." "Okay," Officer Daniels said. "Stay on the line. Units are en route, but it'll take a few minutes." "Is anyone in danger?" The man's eyes widened. "What did you do?" Maya's jaw set. "We're making sure a child doesn't get heat stroke." "He's not." Another cough cut him off. Wet, desperate. "Sir," I said into the phone, louder now, "there's someone inside the truck. Possibly a minor. The engine won't start." The man lunged toward the cab. Maya moved too, blocking him without touching him, Scout snarling at her side. "Get out of the way," he said, voice shaking now. "Open the door," she said. Now. The man hesitated. His eyes darted to the path, to the trees, to the open service window. Inside the truck, something banged against metal. A fist, a foot. Panic had weight. The man made a decision. He bolted, not toward the woods, toward the driver's side door, yanking it open, reaching inside for something, keys, maybe, or worse. Maya grabbed my arm. "Evan," I moved. I didn't think about freezing. I didn't think about consequences. I grabbed the edge of the service window and pulled hard. The metal groaned. The latch gave way with a shriek that echoed across the park. Hot air blasted out, thick and foul. Inside, a boy lay on the floor between the freezers, skin flushed, eyes wide and unfocused. His wrists were red, not bound now, but marked. He looked at me like I was the wrong answer. The man screamed my name. How did he know it? And something heavy slammed into my shoulder, sending me stumbling back. The phone flew from my hand. Maya shouted. Scout lunged. And somewhere behind us, sirens wailed, closer than before, but not close enough. The man's shoulder hit me like a sack of cement. I went down hard, catching myself on my hands, skin scraping against the gravel edge of the path. The world tilted, sound warping for a second, the basketball thumping too loud, Scout barking too close, Maya shouting my name like she was calling from underwater. The driver didn't chase me. That was the first mistake I noticed. He pivoted instead, lunging back toward the cab, one hand outstretched, fingers grasping for the ignition or the glove box. Something clattered inside the truck, metal on metal like keys knocked loose. "Evan, get up," Maya yelled. I pushed myself upright, knees shaking. My palms burned, little stones embedded in the skin. The service window yawned open beside me, heat pouring out in waves. Way inside let out a thin, broken sound that might have been my name, or might have been nothing at all. "Hey," I said, leaning in despite the smell, despite my pulse hammering so hard it felt like it might bruise my ribs. "You're okay. We're here. What's your name?" His lips moved. No sound came out. The driver swore and slammed the cab door. He rounded the front of the truck, breathing hard now, sweat cutting pale tracks through the grime on his face. "Get away from him," he shouted. "You don't know what you're doing." Maya had her phone up, thumb hovering. eyes flicking between the boy and the man. Scout lunged again, barking so violently his whole body shook. "Open the back," Maya said. "If you won't, we will." "There is no back," the man snapped. "It's sealed." That was new. I glanced along the truck's length. He was right, no rear doors, just solid paneling, dented and sun-bleached. First attempt. Failed before it started. "Evan," Maya said, quieter now, urgent. "We need to get him air. Water, something." I looked around. The park suddenly felt too small, like the trees had crept closer. To our left, the basketball court. To our right, the tree line. Behind us, the path back to the playground and the street beyond. A jogger appeared on the far path, earbuds in, oblivious. Relief spiked and died just as fast. He was too far, and this wasn't something you yelled about casually. "I can climb in," I said, already moving. "You're not fitting through that," Maya shot back. "I can try." Ivor lunged again, this time grabbing my shirt. Fabric tore. I twisted, adrenaline doing the work my brain couldn't keep up with, and shoved him back. He stumbled, caught himself on the fender. "Sir," I yelled, "the cops are coming. You need to stop." "They don't understand," he said, voice cracking now. "None of you do." The boy coughed again, deeper this time. His head lolled to the side. I grabbed the edge of the service window and hauled myself up, ignoring the jagged metal biting into my forearms. Hot, so hot. The air inside felt used up, like breathing through cloth. I wriggled halfway in, ribs scraping, feet dangling outside. Second attempt, partial. I reached for the boy, fingers brushing his shoulder. His skin was burning. "Hey," I said again, closer now, softer. "Can you hear me?" His eyes flicked to mine. Focused, just barely. His mouth opened. He said, "Be quiet," he whispered. A noise behind me, a sharp crack, made my stomach drop. For a split second, my mind went somewhere dark and irreversible. Gunshot. Maya screamed. Scout went berserk, barking and lunging toward the sound. Then the basketball hit the pavement again. Hard, too hard, rolled away, bouncing against the fence with a hollow clang. A kid stood there, frozen, hands still raised from the throw, eyes wide. "Sorry," he yelled, voice cracking. "I didn't go," Maya screamed back. "Run." The kid didn't need telling twice. His direction left my hands shaking worse than before. "Evan," Maya shouted. "I can't hold him." The driver had recovered. He grabbed Maya's wrist, twisting. She cried out and dropped her phone. It skidded across the path and disappeared into the grass. I kicked backward blindly, my heel connecting with something soft and solid. The man grunted and released her, staggering back. I pulled myself the rest of the way into the truck. The inside was worse than I'd imagined. Not filthy, exactly, just wrong. Empty freezer bins. Melted ice cream residue hardened into sticky streaks. A cooler shoved against the wall, lid cracked open. Inside, water bottles, half empty, warm to the touch. I grabbed one and twisted the cap, pouring a little over the boy's lips. He sucked at it weakly. "That's it," I said, slow. From outside, Maya shouted, "Sir, sit down. Put your hands where I can see them." The driver laughed, a short, broken sound. "You think you're in charge?" A sharp metallic clink answered him. Stomach dropped again. "Maya," I yelled. "What is he doing?" "He's got something," she said, breathless. "I think spray, pepper spray." "Back up," the man yelled, "both of you." I heard the hiss before I saw the cloud, felt my eyes sting even from inside the truck. Maya screamed again, this time in pain. I dragged the boy toward the window, muscles screaming. He was heavier than he looked, dead weight and heat. "Maya," I yelled, "I need you." "I can't," she coughed, retching. "I can't see." Scout snarled, then yelped. and shouted something I couldn't make out. Footsteps retreated toward the trees. I heaved the boy up, wedging him awkwardly through the window. Maya grabbed his arm blindly, pulling, coughing, eyes streaming. We got him out, barely. The boy collapsed onto the grass, chest heaving. I tumbled after him, landing hard on my side. Sirens wailed again, closer now, much closer. I pushed myself up, wiping my burning eyes. The driver, he ran, Maya said hoarsely, pointing toward the tree line. Into the woods. Scout strained toward the trees, leash dragging behind him. In the chaos, Maya had dropped it. No, I said, heart slamming. Scout, the dog bolted. Maya turned, panic cutting through the pain. Scout, Scout, come back. The trees swallowed him almost instantly. From the woods came a crashing sound, branches snapping, leaves shaking. Then another sound, lower, human, pained. And then silence. The boy on the ground let out a small whimper. I knelt beside him, hands shaking, unsure where to touch, afraid of doing more harm. Sirens screamed now, right at the edge of the park. But Scout was gone. The driver was gone. And whatever waited in those woods had just taken something we couldn't afford to lose. The woods behind Maplewood Park weren't deep, but they were dense in a way that mattered. Old growth mixed with scrub, thorns grabbing at your clothes, uneven ground hidden under leaves. Sound didn't travel cleanly in there. It broke apart, bounced, came back wrong. Scout, Maya shouted again, voice raw. Her eyes were red and swollen from the spray, tears still cutting tracks down her cheeks. She swayed when she turned too fast. Sirens stopped at the park entrance. Doors slammed. Voices. Orders. The professional kind of chaos we'd been waiting for. I looked down at the boy. He lay on his side now, breathing fast but steadier, chest rising and falling. His lips were wet from the water. A paramedic knelt beside him, fingers at his neck, murmuring reassurances. I should have stayed. I didn't. I'm going after him, I said. Maya grabbed my wrist. Her grip was weak, shaking. Evan, the police. There with the kid, I said. Scout S out there. Her mouth opened, then closed. This was the part where she'd normally argue, list reasons, bring me back from the edge. Instead, she nodded once. Don't be stupid, she said. I nodded back, like that meant anything. I slipped past the tape as an officer shouted after me. I didn't stop. The woods swallowed me in 3 steps. Inside, it was cooler. Damp. The smell changed earth, rot, crushed leaves. My breath sounded too loud in my ears. Scout, I called, softer now. A branch cracked ahead of me. I froze, heart punching hard enough to make my vision blur. I listened, counted my breaths. Then I heard it, a low growl, Scouts. I moved toward it, slow, careful. The ground sloped down into a shallow ravine where rainwater collected and never fully drained. Mud sucked at my shoes. The driver was there. He was half fallen, half crouched, one hand braced against a tree, the other clutching his side. Scout stood between us, teeth bared, hackles raised, body trembling with effort. There was blood on the man's shirt, dark and spreading. Call him off, the man gasped. Let go of whatever you're holding, I said. He laughed, then hissed in pain. You think I planned this? I didn't answer. My eyes tracked his hands. No weapon, just a set of keys clenched tight, knuckles white. Scout, I said quietly. Good boy, stay. The dog didn't move. The man slid down the tree, leaving a smear behind him. He pressed his hand harder into his side. He wasn't supposed to get sick, he said. I was just driving. You locked him in a truck, I said. He was supposed to sleep. His voice cracked. I told him to be quiet so he wouldn't panic. "Why no kids?" I asked, though I already knew. He looked up at me then, eyes glassy. "Because people look when kids are around." Scout lunged an inch closer, snapping. "Scout," I said, louder now. "Down." He didn't listen. The man tried to stand. His foot slid in the mud. He went down hard with a wet sound that turned my stomach. He screamed, sharp and animal. Scout was on him in a second, teeth sinking into the sleeve of his shirt, not flesh, tugging. The man flailed, free hand swinging wildly. He caught Scout across the muzzle. Scout yelped but didn't let go. I moved without thinking, grabbed the man's arm. It was slick with blood. He smelled like sweat and fear. "Let go," he screamed. "Let go of the dog," I screamed back. He kicked out, heel connecting with my knee. Pain flared hot and immediate. I went down, breath knocked out of me. The world narrowed to noise and mud and pain. Scout growled, deeper now, and bit down harder. The man howled. "Scout," I shouted. "Release." The dog hesitated. Just a fraction. That was enough. The man shoved him away and scrambled backward, leaving a trail in the mud. He tried to stand again. His leg buckled. He fell, face first, with a sound like dropping meat. I crawled towards Scout, grabbed his collar, hauled him back. He fought me, then collapsed against my chest, shaking. The man lay still. For a moment, I thought he was dead. Then he groaned. Footsteps crashed through the brush. Flashlights cut through the green gloom. An officer slid down the ravine, boots skidding, gun raised but not pointed. "Hands," he shouted. "Hands where I can see them." I let go of Scout and raised mine. My knee screamed when I shifted weight. The driver lifted one hand weakly. Blood smeared the leaves. More officers arrived. One cuffed him carefully, murmuring into a radio. Another knelt by me, checking my knee, my hands. "You're hurt," she said. "I'm fine," I lied. They led the man away on a stretcher. He stared at me as they passed, something like confusion on his face, like he hadn't expected the end to look like this. Scout leaned against my leg, whining softly. When we emerged from the woods, the park looked wrong. Too open, too normal. Police lights painted everything red and blue. Neighbors clustered behind tape, phones out, faces hungry. Maya pushed through them and ran to me. She hugged me hard, then pulled back and slapped my shoulder. "You idiot," she said, voice breaking. "You absolute, I know," I said. She looked down at Scout, crouched and hugged him too, burying her face in his fur. He licked her cheek. An ambulance door slammed. The boy was wheeled past us, oxygen mask on his face, eyes closed. A paramedic caught my gaze and nodded once. Alive, for now. My knee buckled when the adrenaline finally let go. I went down hard again, this time with help. As they loaded me onto a gurney, I heard someone say the driver's name. Heard another officer say there were storage units. More evidence. The ice cream truck sat abandoned at the edge of the park, service window torn open, song silent. I closed my eyes. The warped melody played anyway. The hospital smelled like disinfectant and burnt coffee, which felt unfair, like two bad ideas agreeing with each other. They kept me overnight for my knee. A torn ligament, not a full rupture. Crutches for a while. Physical therapy. A long list of things that sounded manageable until you imagined doing them alone in a small apartment with narrow hallways. Maya sat in the plastic chair by my bed until visiting hours ended, then argued with the nurse until she got another 15 minutes. Her eyes were still rimmed red, not from the spray anymore, but from the aftermath, everything your body holds back until it's allowed to stop. Scout lay at her feet, coneless but subdued, a shallow bite on his shoulder cleaned and wrapped. He'd flinch whenever someone walked too fast past the door. "They said he'll be fine," Maya said for the third time, meaning the boy. She kept her voice low, like volume could jinx it. Heat exhaustion, dehydration. No internal injuries. He woke up. "That's good," I said. She nodded, then stared at the wall. "They're not telling us his name yet." I didn't ask why. I knew there were protocols. There were parents somewhere who hadn't slept. An officer came by later to take my statement. He was polite, careful. He asked me to walk through it again, from the knock to the woods, stopping me when my voice sped up. When I got to the part about the driver knowing my name, he paused. "We're looking into that," he said. "From the truck?" I asked. "Like mail records?" "Possibly," he said, which was a non-answer that sat heavy in my chest. They charged the man with kidnapping, unlawful restraint, reckless endangerment. More would come. They said there were storage units in 3 towns, rented under different names. They said they were still sorting through what they'd found. I didn't ask for details. I didn't want images that would stick. When they discharged me the next afternoon, the park was already reopened. Tape gone. Grass trampled flat where people had stood too close, too long. Maya walked me home on one side, Scout on the other, leash short. We moved slowly. My knee throbbed with each step, a dull reminder that choices had weight. The ice cream truck was gone. In its place was a dark oil stain on the grass, shaped vaguely like a footprint if you looked at it the wrong way. A few days later, the neighborhood app exploded. People posted grainy photos from their doorbells, speculating how long the truck had been coming through. Someone claimed they'd waved at it once. Someone else said they'd complained about the music being too loud. A woman down the street apologized publicly for making a joke about no kids when she first saw the sign. There were candles at the park for one night, stuffed animals, a handmade sign that said "Thank you first responders" in marker that bled when it rained. Then it all receded like things do. The boy's parents came by a week later. They didn't stay long. The mother hugged Maya so hard she almost tipped over. The father shook my hand and thanked me in a voice that sounded borrowed. "He keeps asking about the dog," the mother said, smiling weakly. "The brave one." Scout wagged his tail once, then hid behind Maya's legs. When they left, Maya sat on the front steps and cried in a way I hadn't seen before, quiet, contained, like she didn't want to take up too much space with it. "I keep thinking," she said finally, "about how close it was. About how if we'd walked a different route, if you'd stayed inside. But we didn't," I said. She nodded. "I know, that's the problem. I went back to work too soon. My boss was understanding in the abstract way people are when something bad happens far from their desk. I answered tickets, apologized for bugs, stared at my screen until the words blurred. At night, I dreamed of the song, not the melody itself, but the distortion, the way it dragged, slowed, bent. In the dreams, it came from everywhere and nowhere. I'd wake up with my heart racing, convinced I'd hear it outside if I listened long enough. I never did. Summer moved on. Kids rode bikes again. The kiddie pool down the street got filled, emptied, filled. A new ice cream truck appeared one afternoon, bright, loud, doing everything it was supposed to. I watched it from my window, crutches propped against the wall. It stopped. Kids ran toward it, laughing. A man leaned out the window and smiled, handed over cones dripping pink and white. I waited for something to go wrong. Nothing did. Maya came to stand beside me. She didn't say anything. We listened to the song until it faded. Later that night, when the street was quiet, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. My stomach dropped before I even touched it. It was a text, no message, just a photo. A blurry shot of Maplewood Park at dusk, the gazebo, the trees, and at the edge of the frame, half cut off, the corner of a white truck. I stared at it until my eyes hurt. Then another message came through. Wrong number, sorry. I didn't reply. I turned my phone face down on the table and sat there, listening to the ordinary sounds of the house settling. The hum of the fridge, the distant rush of cars on the highway. Outside, somewhere far away, a song played, not ice cream, just music. Someone's radio, drifting and harmless. I told myself that was all it was. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is the subway station was empty, but I heard footsteps behind me. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was the clock. Not the time, just that it was wrong in a very specific way. Above the platform, mounted to a steel beam, the digital display said 00, 00 in harsh red numbers like a microwave that had lost power. Under it, the little service screen that usually scrolled delays and station notices was blank, a dull gray glow with no text. It wasn't dramatic. It was just lazy wrong. The kind of wrong you could explain away with a maintenance reboot or a busted feed. Still, it made my steps slow, because I knew this station. I'd stared at those screens through enough late nights to know what normal looked like, even at the edges. Normal was a low hum of fluorescent lights, the salt and pennies smell of old concrete, and at least one person in the distance, someone you could pretend not to see while you kept half an eye on them anyway. This was not that. The mezzanine was empty, the turnstiles blinking green for no one. A single MetroCard vending machine hummed like it had a sore throat. Somewhere above, a fan motor clicked in a tired rhythm, then caught, then clicked again. I heard my own breathing too clearly, the way you do when you realize you're alone and you didn't plan to be. A sound echoed from deeper in the station, a soft scuff like rubber on grit, footsteps, not close, not rushing, just present, making time. I stopped near the column with the black and white tile sign, my fingers tightening around the strap of my tote. The steps stopped too. That's what got me. Not the steps people walk. It was the timing. Like whoever it was had stopped because I had, and the air between us had stretched to measure that decision. I turned my head without turning my body. That old habit. Don't advertise you're spooked. Don't square up. Don't look like prey. At the top of the stairs, where the street-level door should have been, there was nothing but dimness and the faint glint of the metal handrail. No silhouette, no face, no late commuter juggling a bag and a phone. Just the empty rectangle of stairwell and the drifting smell of damp wool and something fried, old oil from the takeout place upstairs that always clung to the station, even after midnight. Hello. My voice came out thinner than I wanted. No answer. The clicky fan overhead continued its uneven cycle. I made myself move again. One step, then another, down toward the platform. My boots made a sound that was too loud on the stairs, the kind of sound that says, "I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." Halfway down, I glanced up at the street-level door, expecting it to swing open and deliver a perfectly normal person with a perfectly normal reason for being behind me. It didn't. The platform was lit, but not warmly. The fluorescent tubes flickered at the far end, a stutter of light that turned the tiled wall into a sequence of quick photos. The tracks below were black, as if the tunnel had swallowed all reflection. I pulled my phone out, thumbed the screen awake. 1:17 a.m. LTE had 2 bars. My group chat with my brother was still open from earlier, a string of his memes and my eye roll replies. I clicked over to the transit app, a spinning wheel, loading service status over and over. "Of course," I muttered, like it had personally betrayed me. "My name is Evan Mercer, and I'm the kind of person who likes explanations in advance. I'm 32, a civil engineer by training, which mostly means I'm professionally irritated by surprises. I'd stayed late at the office in Lower Manhattan because my boss had asked for a revised drainage plan first thing, and I told myself I'd handle it because I always handle things, right up until I don't. The private truth, the one I don't say out loud, is that I hate not knowing what's behind me. It's not a dramatic fear, no childhood ghost story. It's a flaw, really, the way my attention hooks on anything that could become a problem and doesn't let go. It's exhausting. It's also the reason I still have a job." A gust of air came up the tunnel, cool and metallic, carrying the faintest oily tang. For a second, I thought I heard something again, footsteps on the stairs, maybe, then realized it was just the flutter of a paper cup rolling along the platform. I exhaled slowly. At the far end near the bench, someone sat with a hood up, shoulders rounded, motionless. Relief and annoyance hit me at the same time. There you are. Normal someone. I walked a little faster, not toward them exactly, but toward the middle of the platform, where the camera domes were more obvious, and the emergency call box was mounted to a column. A yellow strip warned "Stand" behind the yellow line in letters that had been scuffed by millions of shoes. The seated person shifted, and I caught the edge of a face in the light, pale, tired, probably younger than me. They looked down again, thumbs moving, a phone glow. Okay. Then the sound came back. Footsteps behind me again, at the top of the stairs I just descended. Slow, measured, not heavy, not light enough to be a kid. Something in the middle, like someone trying not to draw attention, but not trying hard. I didn't stop this time. I kept walking, forcing my shoulders to stay loose, forcing my gaze forward. But every part of me wanted to turn. "Hey," I said, louder than necessary, aimed toward the hooded person. "You know if the trains are running?" Hooded person looked up, blinked once like they'd been pulled out of a different room. Then they stood, as if that question was permission. Maya Lindstrom, 27, female. She had a Scandinavian lilt to her vowels, subtle enough you might miss it if you weren't listening. Her hair was tucked into the hood, but a pale strand had escaped and clung to her cheek. She wore a thin puffer jacket and jeans with a dark smudge on one knee, like she'd brushed against something wet. "Running," she repeated, glancing up at the dead screens. I thought maybe delayed. The app won't load. "Same," I said, holding up my phone like evidence. "You came in from upstairs just now," she frowned slightly. "No, I've been here maybe 15 minutes. I walked down when the booth was closed. It's always closed, right? Usually, I said. The booth being closed was normal. The screens being blank, less so. The footsteps stopped again. Not at the turnstiles. Not on the stairs. Somewhere in between, as if the person behind us had paused in the corridor to listen. Maya's eyes flicked past my shoulder, quick and involuntary. You hear that too, I said, because there was no point pretending. Her lips parted as if she wanted to deny it. Then she shrugged one shoulder. Maybe cleaning staff, or someone jogging. She didn't sound like she believed either option. Her fingers tightened around her phone. I noticed she didn't have headphones in. Neither did I. That felt like a small, accidental alliance. I tried to force my mind into practical tracks. Empty station at 1:17 a.m. could happen. Service disruptions, police activity, maintenance. Somebody behind us could be anyone. Another commuter, a homeless guy moving around, a worker. I could list possibilities all night. That's my problem. Where are you headed? I asked, like a normal person starting a normal conversation, because we were both stuck in the same small inconvenience. Queens, Maya said. I'm visiting a friend. I work late at the restaurant. She glanced at my tote. You, Brooklyn, I said. Office ran long, she nodded. Then her gaze sharpened as she looked at something past me again. This time she didn't hide it. There, she whispered. I followed her eyes toward the stairwell. A figure stood at the top landing, just inside the station lights. Not close enough for details, but close enough for shape. Average height, dark jacket, hands not visible. The figure didn't come down, didn't go back up. Just stood there, as if deciding whether to commit to being seen. The normal explanation stayed available. Someone checking if the platform was safe. Someone waiting for a friend. Someone who had paused to read a sign. But the shape wasn't looking at signs. It was facing us. My phone buzzed, an email notification from my boss, so ordinary it almost made me laugh. I silenced it immediately, the sound suddenly too bright for the room. Maya's voice was quiet when she spoke again. There's another exit, right? The one at the other end. Yeah, I said. It connects to the next street, but it's a longer walk. I heard myself adding details like that mattered, like we were debating whether. Maya swallowed. Or we could wait near the call box, see if a train comes. The figure didn't move. The dead clock still read 0000. And behind all of it, deeper in the tunnel, there was a faint, distant vibration that might have been a train, or might have been nothing at all. Maya and I stood side by side without really choosing to. Two strangers in a public place that suddenly felt private. And we looked from the call box to the far exit to the unmoving figure above the stairs. The choice wasn't dramatic. It was worse than that. It was ordinary enough to be wrong if we picked poorly. The figure at the top of the stairs shifted its weight. Not much, just enough to tell us it was a person and not a trick of light. The shoes, dark, maybe sneakers, scraped once against the concrete. A sound you could hear anywhere in the city, any hour, and not think twice about. Here it landed differently. Maya leaned closer to me without touching. If that's cleaning staff, she said, don't they usually have carts? Usually, I said. I kept my eyes on the figure, then glanced at the tunnel again, as if a train might appear out of embarrassment. And reflective vests. The figure didn't wear one. The jacket absorbed light. Hands still out of view. My phone buzzed again. This time it was my brother calling. I silenced it without answering. The vibration felt like a shout. "Okay," I said quietly. "Time problem first. If trains aren't coming, we shouldn't stand around guessing." Maya nodded. "The call box." "Yeah." Moved together, slow and deliberate, toward the yellow call box bolted to the column. I noticed the dome camera above it, a little cloudy with dust, its black eye aimed down the platform. The fluorescent lights flickered harder here, stuttering twice before settling. The hum in my ears grew louder, or maybe I was just listening harder. I pressed the call button. Nothing. No chime. No crackle of a voice asking for my emergency. Just the same dead air as the screens above. "Try again," Maya said. I did. I held it down longer. Still nothing. A thin line of sweat crept down my spine, cold against the cotton of my shirt. This wasn't panic. Not yet. This was the part of my brain that liked diagrams and redundancies, noticing a missing layer. "Power issue," Maya said. "But the lights, emergency systems, are usually on separate circuits," I said automatically. I hated that my voice sounded like I was explaining something to class. But they still rely on upstream connectivity. If the backhall's down, the footsteps came again. On the stairs this time. One step down, then another, not rushing, not hiding. We both turned. The figure descended into better light. A man, maybe late 30s or 40s. Average build. Black jacket zipped up, hood down. His hair was cropped close, the kind of cut you could do yourself with clippers. His face was unremarkable in the way that made it hard to remember later. No beard, no glasses, nothing to grab onto. His hands were empty. "Hey," he called, voice carrying easily across the platform. "You guys waiting for a train?" Maya answered before I could stop her. "Yeah, are they running?" He shrugged, a casual roll of the shoulders. "Haven't seen one in a while. I thought maybe they shut it down." "For what?" I asked. "No idea," he said. He reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped there, leaving a wide, careful distance between us. "You hear anything?" "No," Maya said. Her fingers were white around her phone. "Do you work here?" I held a little. It didn't reach his eyes. No, there it was, not a threat, not yet, just a mismatch. A person-shaped gap where an explanation should be. Behind us, something metallic clanged softly from the tunnel like a tool dropped and caught by a string. The vibration followed, faint but steady, closer now. Train. It had to be. Maya's shoulders sagged with relief. "That's a train," she said. I wasn't so sure. The sound was too even, too patient. The man glanced toward the tunnel, then back to us. "If one's coming," he said, "you'll want to stand back." We were already behind the line. "Thanks," I said. He nodded, then took a step closer, just one. I felt my attention hook hard, the way it always did. I cataloged the distance, the exits, the call box that didn't work. I hated that I couldn't see a clear solution, that I couldn't preempt this. "Actually," I said, "we're thinking of using the other exit, the one down there." I gestured vaguely toward the far end of the platform. The man's gaze flicked that way. "A beat too long." "Long walk," he said. "Streets quiet over there." "So is here," Maya said. He smiled again, tighter this time. "Suit yourselves." The vibration in the tunnel grew louder. The air shifted, a breeze pushing out toward us. My ears popped slightly. That was more like it. Then the lights dimmed, not out. Just a noticeable drop, like someone had slid a dimmer switch halfway down. The flicker intensified, casting the platform in a strobe that made it hard to judge movement. "Power drop," I said, my heart finally speeding up. Could be load shedding. The man took another step forward. The strobe turned his movement into a series of jumps. "Hey," he said, "You okay?" Maya backed into me. I felt the small, unintentional press of her shoulder blades against my chest. She smelled like citrus and fryer oil. Normal human details that made the situation feel more real, not less. "Stay where you are," I said to him. It came out sharper than I meant. He stopped, lifted his hands slightly, palms out. "Relax, just checking." The vibration cut out. The light snapped off. For a second, there was nothing, no flicker, no hum, just a blackness so complete it felt physical. Then emergency lighting kicked in, dim amber strips along the platform edge and stair rails. Enough to see shapes. Not enough for comfort. My phone lit up as it lost signal entirely. No service replaced the bars. Maya gasped. "Evan, I know," I said. I swallowed. "Okay, new problem." The emergency lights revealed something else. The far end of the platform was partially blocked. A maintenance gate had slid halfway closed, its chain dangling loose, swaying slightly from the sudden change in air pressure. The man was closer now. Not by much, but closer. "Looks like we're all stuck," he said. The call box remained dead. The camera dome didn't move. I made a decision I'd been avoiding. "We're going to the other exit," I said to Maya, louder so he could hear. "Now," she nodded immediately. We started walking, faster now, toward the far end. The amber lights cast long shadows that stretched and snapped as we moved. Behind us, footsteps followed, matching our pace. "Hey," the man called. "No need to panic." I didn't answer. I focused on the gate, on the chain, on the fact that the exit beyond it was technically public space, but currently obstructed. As we reached the gate, I saw the problem. The chain had been looped through itself and clipped, not locked, but tangled tight. Someone would have to stand still and work it free. "I can do it," I said, already reaching. Maya shook her head. "No, he's right there." Footsteps behind us accelerated, not running. Closing. "Evan," she whispered. "Choose." Behind us, the man cleared his throat, close enough now that I could hear the wet click of his tongue. "Don't make this weird," he said. The amber lights flickered again, and from somewhere above, far beyond the closed street door, a siren wailed briefly and cut off. I had to decide who would stand still. I dropped to a knee at the gate and grabbed the chain. The links were greasy, colder than I expected, leaving a dark smear on my palm. Whoever had looped it hadn't used a lock, just fed the loose end back through and clipped it to itself, creating a tight knot of metal that resisted anything but patience. I tugged once, harder than I should have. The chain didn't move. Behind us, the man took another step. "Don't," Maya said. Her voice was low but urgent. She stood half-turned, eyes locked on him, body angled to block if she had to. It wasn't brave in a cinematic way. It was practical, the way you stand when you know running isn't an option yet. "I need 10 seconds, I said. I didn't know if that was true. The amber lights buzzed overhead, casting the maintenance gate's shadow across the platform like prison bars. Beyond the gate, I could see the corridor to the alternate exit, narrower than I remembered, sloping upward, tiled walls stained with rust halos around old bolts. A long walk, like the man had said. Quiet. "Hey," the man said again, closer now. "You're going to hurt yourself doing that." I ignored him and focused on the chain. If I could rotate the clip, feed slack back through, it would loosen. My hands shook enough that I had to clamp my teeth together to stop them chattering. Footsteps accelerated behind us. Maya took a step back, misjudged the edge, and her heel slipped on something slick. She windmilled, caught herself on the gate with a sharp metallic rattle. The sound echoed down the platform, multiplied by the bare walls. For half a second, it sounded like someone else running. The man froze. So did I. From the darkness near the stairs came a burst of movement, fast, low, scraping. My stomach dropped. This was it. Another person. Someone circling. Then a shape shot through the amber light and disappeared into the tunnel with a furious clatter. A rat. Big, but still just a rat. Maya let out a breath that was half a laugh, half a sob. Jesus. Yeah, I said. My heart kept racing anyway, refusing to accept the correction. The man exhaled too. I noticed then that he'd taken advantage of the moment, closing the distance by another step. Close enough now that I could smell him. Stale coffee, sweat, something chemical like cleaning fluid or solvent. I don't want trouble, he said. We can all go together. No, Maya said immediately. Why not? His tone was reasonable, almost wounded. I don't bite. My hands slipped on the chain. I swore under my breath. The clip rotated a fraction. Progress. We're fine, I said without looking at him. Please back up. He didn't. Instead, he crouched slightly, as if to get a better look at what I was doing. His eyes flicked from my hands to Maya's face, assessing. You're making it worse, he said. You pull like that, you'll jam it. That hit me harder than it should have, because he was right. Because I knew he was right. Evan, Maya said, sharper now. Leave it. I almost have it, I said. Was the flaw talking? The need to finish, to fix, to not abandon a problem half solved. The chain bit into my skin as I tried a different angle. The clip finally loosened enough to slide. The gate shuddered, opening maybe 6 inches more. Okay, I said. Okay, go. Maya slipped through sideways, backpack scraping tile. I followed, forcing the gate wider with my shoulder. The metal groaned in protest. For a terrifying second, it caught on my tote strap, pinning me half in, half out. The man lunged. Not fast enough to grab me, but fast enough to make the choice for me. I ripped the strap free, felt fabric tear, and tumbled into the corridor. The gate snapped back, the chain swinging violently, then settling into a narrower opening than before. The man slammed a hand against the bars, not in rage, in frustration. He looked through the gap at us, chest heaving. You didn't have to do that, he said. You made it worse. Maya backed away, pulling me with her. The corridor amplified every sound, our breath, our shoes on tile, the distant hum of emergency systems struggling somewhere deeper in the station. Behind us, the man tested the gate. Once, twice. The metal rang each time. He's going to get through, Maya said. I know, I said. We moved uphill, the corridor curving gently to the left. Emergency lights here were fewer, spaced farther apart, leaving pockets of shadow between them. The walls were close enough that my shoulders almost brushed both sides. I felt suddenly very tall, very clumsy. Halfway up, the corridor intersected with a service alcove on the right, an inset with a metal door, and a faded sign that read authorized personnel only. The door was ajar. A shape moved inside. Maya gasped and grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. I jerked to a stop, heart in my throat. The shape resolved into a reflection, our own movement caught in a sheet of scratched stainless steel leaning against the wall. Someone had propped it there for maintenance, turning the alcove into a funhouse mirror. Our faces warped, eyes stretched, mouths too wide. Oh my God, Maya whispered, embarrassed and shaky. I know, I said. My voice wasn't steady enough to reassure either of us. From behind us came a new sound, metal screeching, sharper, and more sustained. The gate. He'd found leverage. We ran. My lungs burned almost immediately. The incline was steeper than it looked, and panic makes terrible fuel. My foot caught on a loose tile. I stumbled, skinned my palm, catching myself. Pain flared bright and hot, grounding me even as it slowed me down. "Don't stop," Maya said, breathless, tugging me upright. "We're almost there." The exit door loomed ahead, a heavy steel slab with a push bar, its emergency light glowing red above it like a watchful eye. I slammed into it shoulder first. It didn't budge. "Locked," I said, disbelief cutting through the adrenaline. "It's locked." I shoved two, then rattled the handle uselessly. "It's an emergency exit. Only from the outside during service hours," I said automatically. My mind supplied policy where I needed a miracle. Behind us, the screeching stopped. Then came the sound of the gate giving way, one final metallic shriek followed by a dull clang. Footsteps on tile. Running now. "There," Maya said, pointing frantically back down the corridor. A red box mounted on the wall near the exit, smaller than the one on the platform. Emergency release. Alarm WILL sound. I hesitated for half a second, long enough to imagine consequences, fines, paperwork, the wrong kind of attention. Maya didn't. She smashed the plastic cover with her elbow. The alarm screamed to life, shrill and piercing, filling the corridor with sound that hurt my ears and made thinking impossible. She yanked the lever. The door unlocked with a heavy, satisfying clunk. We burst through into night air and stumbled onto the sidewalk, empty, damp, lit by a single flickering street lamp. The door slammed shut behind us automatically. For a moment, I thought we were safe. Then I saw the fresh scrape marks on the inside of the door's push bar. Someone had tested it recently, from our side. And as the alarm continued to wail, I realized the door didn't have a handle on the outside. We were committed now. Whatever came next would come from the street. The alarm kept screaming. It wasn't a heroic sound. It was thin and hysterical, bouncing off brick and glass and coming back wrong, as if the street itself was mocking us for thinking noise equaled safety. Maya staggered away from the door, hands clamped over her ears. I turned in a slow circle, trying to orient myself. The street was a short block, maybe 60 meters, dead-ending at a chain-link fence on one side and opening onto a wider avenue on the other. No cars, no pedestrians, just shuttered storefronts and a bus stop with a cracked plexiglass panel rattling faintly in the breeze. The emergency door behind us shuddered once. Then again, heavy impact, someone throwing their weight into it from inside. "He's coming through," Maya said, not panicked, just stating whether. "Door steel," I said, though my voice didn't sound convinced. I remembered the scrape marks, remembered that someone had tested this from our side before. "It'll hold for a bit." Another slam. Harder. The alarm warbled, strained. We had seconds, maybe a minute. "Down the block," I said, "toward the avenue." We ran, or tried to. My legs felt rubbery, coordination shot. My skinned palm burned every time my fingers flexed. The tote banged uselessly against my hip. I let it slide off my shoulder and drop. Papers spilled, white against wet asphalt. Behind us, metal shrieked. Not the door breaking, something else. The sound of a latch failing. Maya swore under her breath. He got it open. I risked a glance back. The emergency door was ajar now, held by one bent hinge. The alarm still blared, but unevenly, as if the speaker had taken a hit. A dark shape squeezed through, shoulder first, then the rest of him. The man straightened on the sidewalk, eyes already locked on us. He moved faster outside, longer strides, no hesitation. "Hey," he shouted. "Stop." We didn't. The avenue was closer than it looked, but not close enough. My lungs were on fire, breaths tearing in and out. I could hear Maya's breathing too, ragged and sharp. I focused on her backpack, the rhythmic bounce of it, like a metronome keeping us upright. A car engine turned over somewhere to our left. Hope flared, then died, as headlights swept briefly across a perpendicular street and disappeared. The man was gaining. "Split," Maya gasped. "No," I said immediately. The word came from someplace deeper than logic. "Stay together." Ahead, the bus stop loomed. The cracked plexiglass panel reflected the streetlight in broken lines. An idea sparked bad, but all I had. "Bus stop," I said. "When I say," she didn't ask. We veered at the last second. I grabbed the loose panel and yanked. It flexed, then popped free with a sharp crack, sending a spiderweb of fractures racing across it. I dragged it out of its frame and staggered backward, holding it between me and the oncoming man like a shield. He slowed, surprised. The panel was lighter than it looked, edges jagged where it had broken free. My injured hand screamed as I adjusted my grip, slick with sweat and blood. "Put it down," he said, breathless now too. Up close, I could see the strain around his eyes, the twitch at the corner of his mouth. This wasn't a monster. This was a man running on something sharp and ugly inside him. "You're making this worse." "You broke the gate," Maya said. Her voice shook, but she held her ground beside me, hands clenched into fists. "You followed us." "I didn't touch you," he snapped. "I just wanted," he lunged. The plexiglass took the impact with a dull, hollow thud. It bowed inward, cracking further, but held long enough for me to shove back with everything I had. Pain lanced up my arm. The panel slipped when edge scraped my forearm, slicing skin. Maya screamed and did something I didn't expect. She stepped in and kicked. Not high, not flashy. A brutal, practical kick to his knee, angled just right. There was a wet pop I felt more than heard. The man went down hard, howling, hands scrabbling at the pavement. The sound tore at my nerves, raw, human, awful. We didn't stop to celebrate. "Run," I said, and this time we did. We hit the avenue in a burst of light and sound. Traffic here, sparse but real. A taxi idled at the corner, driver slouched over his phone. I waved both arms like an idiot, shouting words that tangled in my throat. The driver looked up, startled. His eyes flicked past us, down the side street. Behind us, the man dragged himself upright, one leg refusing to straighten. He took 2 limping steps and then stopped, face twisted with pain and fury and something like regret. The taxi's door flew open. "What the hell?" the driver shouted. "Call the police," Maya yelled. He attacked us. Sirens bloomed in the distance, almost immediately, closer than I expected. The alarm from the subway exit was carrying farther than I thought. The man backed away, hands up now, retreating toward the shadowed side street. He disappeared between 2 parked delivery vans, just as red and blue lights washed over the avenue. I slumped against the bus stop pole, legs finally giving out. My hand throbbed in time with my heartbeat. Blood dripped onto the concrete, bright and undeniable. Maya slid down beside me, shaking. She laughed once, a short, broken sound, then covered her mouth with both hands. Police arrived fast after that. Questions. Radios crackling. An EMT wrapping my hand, clucking softly at the mess I'd made of it. Someone found my tote and returned it, papers smeared and useless. They caught the man 3 blocks away. The officer told us later, voice careful, that he'd been carrying a screwdriver tucked into his jacket pocket. No warrants, no clear story, just a lot of anger and a bad knee that would need surgery. When it was over, when statements were taken, and we were finally allowed to sit in the back of the taxi, doors closed, engine humming, I realized my hands wouldn't stop shaking. Maya noticed too. She reached over and squeezed my uninjured hand. Her grip was solid, grounding. "You did good," she said quietly. I stared out the window as the city slid back into place, ordinary and indifferent. I didn't want to stop, I admitted. Back there, with the chain. I almost did, she nodded. I know. The taxi pulled away. Behind us, somewhere underground, an alarm still wailed, echoing through tunnels that would remember us longer than we wanted. The hospital smelled like disinfectant and burned coffee. It was almost 3 in the morning, that hour where everything feels provisional, like the day hasn't decided whether to arrive yet. A nurse taped a clean bandage around my palm and told me to keep it dry for 48 hours. Like this was a normal thing you could schedule around. I nodded and signed where she pointed, my signature a shaky mess. Maya sat across from me in the plastic chair, knees pulled up, jacket still on. She hadn't taken it off since the street. Her hands were wrapped around a paper cup she hadn't touched. The coffee inside had gone untouched long enough to grow a skin. "You should drink it," I said. She looked at the cup like it belonged to someone else. In a minute, a police officer came by with a clipboard and an apologetic face. We gave our statements again, this time slower, details lining up the way they do when your brain has had time to replay them too many times. He asked if we wanted to press charges. Maya looked at me before answering, and I hated that she felt the need to check in. "Yes," she said finally, "if it matters." "It does," the officer said, and I couldn't tell if he meant legally or morally. They let us go just before dawn. The city outside the ER had that washed-out look, streets damp and quiet, delivery trucks idling, the world resetting. The taxi ride back was mostly silent. Maya leaned her head against the window, eyes open, tracking reflections, as if they might rearrange themselves into something that made sense. At my stop, she hesitated. "You okay getting the rest of the way?" "Yeah," I said. The word felt flimsy but serviceable. "You," she smiled, small and tired. "I think so." We exchanged numbers, the act oddly formal, like we were coworkers finishing a late shift. Then she was gone, swallowed by the city she'd come to visit, and I was alone again. Sleep didn't come easily. When it did, it came in fragments. The gate shadowed like bars, the alarm's pitch drilling into my skull, the man's face as his knee buckled, not monstrous, just human and furious. I woke more than once convinced I'd heard footsteps in the hall, only to find the building settling, pipes knocking like they always had. In the morning, my boss texted to ask if I could still make the meeting. I stared at the screen longer than necessary before typing back that I'd need the day. He replied with a thumbs up emoji and nothing else. The normality of it was jarring. 2 days later, I went back to the station. I told myself it was practical, that I needed to pick up my abandoned tote if it had been turned in, check the service status, reassert ownership over a route I'd used 100 times without incident. Really, I wanted to see if it looked the same in daylight. It did, mostly. The screens were working again, clock ticking along like it had never stalled. A crew in orange vests stood near the stairs, one of them laughing as he wrestled with a coil of cable. The maintenance gate at the far end was fully open now, chain gone. A new sign had been zip-tied to it. Exit temporarily closed. Use other stairs. Someone had scrawled a date in Sharpie beneath it, already smudging. I stood near the column with the call box, the one that hadn't answered. A different one now, bright and new, the button clean of fingerprints. I didn't press it. A train roared in, wind pushing my jacket against my legs. People poured out, sleepy, distracted, alive in the way crowds are. No one looked at me twice. On the platform wall, the stainless steel panel from the service alcove was gone. In its place was bare tile, scrubbed clean, as if the station had decided not to remember itself. I rode home without incident. Still, I stood behind the yellow line even when others crept forward. Still, I watched reflections in the window more than I used to, checking that the shapes behind me matched the movements I expected. Maya texted once, a week later. Restaurants back to killing me. You heal okay? Yeah, I wrote, scars ugly. Aren't they all, she replied, and sent a photo of her knee, a crescent bruise fading from purple to yellow. Proof of continuity. The court date came and went. The man took a plea, assault, possession of a tool with intent. The details were relayed to me by a victim advocate with a gentle voice. He said he was having a bad night. He said he just wanted to talk. The screwdriver had been for work. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. The system didn't ask me to decide. Life resumed as it does. I worked late again. I took the subway again. I stood near other people and pretended not to see them while keeping half an eye anyway. The unresolved thing wasn't the man. It wasn't even the station. It was the timing. Every now and then, late at night, I'd check my phone and notice the clock had stalled just for a second before correcting itself. Or an app would hang on loading longer than it should. Small failures, explainable ones. I learned to move anyway. Still, when a space goes quiet behind me, I listen. And I don't stop. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is The Thing That Crawled Out of the Mirror Was Wearing My Clothes. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first time I noticed it, I blamed the steam. I'd stepped out of the shower in my Brooklyn apartment, towel knotted at my waist, and the bathroom mirror was doing that usual cheap building thing where the edges fog, but the center stays stubbornly clear. Except the clear part wasn't centered on me. It was shifted a few inches to the left, like the mirror had decided my face wasn't the important part of the morning. I leaned in, squinting at my own blurred outline. The light above the sink buzzed, an insect trapped in glass. The radiator ticked like it was counting down to something. When I wiped a circle in the fog with my palm, I saw a faint line on the mirror's surface, thin as a hair, running diagonally from near my ear down toward the corner. A scratch. No, not a scratch. It looked pressed, like someone had drawn it from the other side. I tapped the glass with one knuckle. solid, normal. The same flat, slightly too cold mirror I'd stared into every morning since moving in 3 months ago. I told myself it was from the previous tenant, or from the guy who installed it, or from me somehow, though I couldn't think of a moment when I'd gotten close enough to carve a single perfect line into glass. Then, behind the mirror, there was a soft sound. Not a bang, not a dramatic movie thud, more like a knuckle brushing drywall. A SHFF. I froze with my hand still on the glass, feeling the film of steam and the drag of my palm. "Hello," I said, because I'm the kind of person who says hello to an empty room, even when he knows how stupid it sounds. No answer. Just the buzz of the light and the distant traffic on Atlantic Avenue, and somewhere above, a neighbor's bass line leaking through the ceiling like someone's heartbeat amplified. I leaned closer until my breath clouded the spot I'd wiped clean. The line stayed sharp. It was still explainable. Pipes, expansion, old building settling, a mouse in the wall. Still, I found myself angling my body so the mirror couldn't catch me straight on, like I could prevent a bad angle of myself from becoming evidence. My name is Evan Holt, and I'm not proud of how quickly my brain tries to fill in blanks with worst-case scenarios. It's a habit I pretend is preparedness. Really, it's fear wearing a sensible jacket. I dried off and dressed in the only clean jeans I had left and a gray t-shirt I'd slept in by accident. The t-shirt smelled faintly like detergent and the corner deli's frying oil, because everything in this apartment eventually smelled like the corner deli's frying oil. I left the bathroom door open on purpose, the way people do when they don't want to admit they're listening for something. In the kitchen, my phone buzzed on the counter, rattling against an old ceramic mug I used for pens. A text from Mara. "Mara, you up? Mara, don't forget. 9:30. I will drag you there by your ear." I smiled despite myself. Mara Klein, 29, female, had become my closest person in New York by sheer force of personality and proximity. She lived in the unit across the hall, which meant she'd seen me at my worst in the specific way neighbors do. Half-dressed, carrying trash, looking like I'd just lost a fight with a pillow. She worked as an ICU nurse at NYU Langone and had the kind of calm that came from dealing with actual emergencies for a living, not the invented ones my brain liked to rehearse. Me, I'm up, I'm showered, me, I'm basically thriving. Mara, liar Mara, coffee in 10. Door. I set my phone down and tried to focus on normal things. The sour smell of the trash bag under the sink, the coffee grounds scattered on the counter like dirt, the way the fridge wheezed when it kicked on. I poured water into the kettle and watched the gas flame click, then bloom blue. And then I heard it again. Not loud, not urgent, just a small, definite SHFF from the direction of the bathroom. I stood perfectly still, one hand on the kettle handle, and waited for my brain to stop sprinting. When it didn't, I walked down the short hallway and pushed the bathroom door wider. The mirror was still fogged at the edges. The diagonal line was still there. It looked darker now, as if the steam had settled into it. I reached out and ran a fingertip along the line. It didn't catch. The glass was smooth. On the other side of the mirror, something shifted. A tiny scrape, like fabric sliding over a surface. "Okay," I said out loud, because if I didn't put a word into the air, the sounds felt like they owned the space. "Okay, pipes. It's pipes." I pressed my ear to the wall beside the mirror. The paint was cool against my skin. I could smell toothpaste and damp towel, and under that, the faint mildew that every New York bathroom has no matter how often you bleach. Nothing. I backed away and looked at the mirror from different angles. The line didn't change. The frame, thin, cheap aluminum, sat flush against the wall. No obvious gaps. No loose corners. I tapped along the edges and listened to the sound. Sharp, consistent. Glass over drywall. My private flaw, if you want the honest version, is that I don't trust my own senses when I'm stressed. I start checking and rechecking. I take photos of the stove knobs before I leave. I lock the door, walk away, then come back to try the handle again just to feel it not move. I can hear myself doing it, hear the ridiculousness, and I do it anyway because the alternative is letting my mind sit with uncertainty like it's a live wire. That morning, uncertainty had the shape of a bathroom mirror. A knock sounded in the apartment, hard, familiar. "Evan," Mara called. "Open up before I assume you died in there." I hurried to the front door, grateful for a human voice. When I opened it, Mara stood in the hallway, wearing navy scrubs under a puffer jacket, her dark hair pulled into a bun that would survive a tornado. She held 2 coffees in cardboard cups and a paper bag that made the warm, buttery smell of a croissant leak into the corridor. Her eyes flicked over me, taking inventory the way nurses do. "You look like you slept in a dryer." "I'm fine," I said. "Come in." She stepped inside and immediately towed the door shut behind her, more out of habit than fear. She handed me a coffee. "You have your paperwork, resume, portfolio, the little speech you practice in the shower." "I practice in the kitchen," I said. "It feels more honest in here. Less performance." Mara snorted and took a sip of her coffee. "You're going to do fine. It's a mid-level IT job, not a hostage negotiation." "Right," I said, and my brain immediately supplied. "But what if they can tell you're a fraud?" I swallowed that thought like it was aspirin. She noticed me glancing down the hallway. "What?" she asked. "What's that face?" "It's nothing," I said, which is the lie people tell right before they confess something. Mara followed my gaze anyway. "Bathroom," I hesitated. The apartment felt smaller with her in it, like the walls could hear better. "I heard a noise," I said, from behind the mirror. Mara stared at me for a beat, then walked toward the hallway like she already owned the problem. From behind the mirror, she repeated, not mocking, just testing it for sense. "I know how it sounds," I said, following her. "It's probably pipes, or, I don't know, the building. But there's also this line like a mark." She pushed the bathroom door open and leaned in. The mirror caught her face first, then mine behind her shoulder. She wiped at the fog with her sleeve and frowned. "That's weird," she said, and my stomach tightened at the validation. She traced the diagonal line with her nail. "Feels smooth," she said. "Could be inside the glass." "There was a sound," I said quickly, like someone moving, but obviously no one is in there. Mara turned and looked at the wall as if she could see through it. "Could be a rat," she said, "or your upstairs neighbor's plumbing, or the mirror's loose and the frame is shifting." "It doesn't look loose." Crouched down to check the bottom edge. "These older buildings are full of surprises," she said, then softer. "Has anything else been off?" The way she asked it, careful, professional, made my face warm, like she was making room for the possibility that this was in my head. I hated that I needed that room, and I hated that part of me wanted to crawl into it. "There's just," I began, then stopped, because saying more would make it real, and I wasn't ready for that. "It's probably nothing." Mara stood up. "You're not crazy," she said simply, which was not a thing I'd said out loud, but somehow she answered it anyway. Let's do the normal person checklist. Is the mirror secure? Is there any sign someone messed with it? And then, because you have an interview and I don't want you spiraling, we decide what to do next. What next? I asked. Mara glanced at the time on her phone. Next is either we leave it alone for now and you go get hired, or we call Lewis and have him look at it, she said. Or we do the stupid thing and take it off the wall ourselves. Louis Ortega, 41 male, was the building super, a guy who wore work boots even when he wasn't working, and always smelled faintly of cigarette smoke and spackle dust. He fixed things slowly but thoroughly, like he resented objects for breaking in the first place. Mara looked at me. So, she said, which one? Normal choice or stupid choice? I stared at the mirror, at that diagonal line that didn't snag my finger because it wasn't on my side, at the faint, stale smell of dampness trapped where it shouldn't be, at my own reflection, slightly warped by steam, watching me watch it. The kettle whistled in the kitchen, sharp and demanding, like time itself wasn't interested in my nerves. I could hear my own breathing. I could hear Mara waiting, and I had to pick. By the time the kettle stopped screaming, my phone buzzed with a calendar alert that felt like a threat. Interview, 9:30. I turned the burner off too hard, and the flame coughed out with a pop. Steam curled up and made the kitchen smell metallic. Mara watched me over the rim of her coffee. You're spiraling, she said, not unkindly, just factual. I'm prioritizing, I said. I'm choosing which problem to deal with first. She tilted her head. You're choosing the mirror over the job. I'm choosing not to leave my apartment with something wrong, I said, and immediately hated how vague it sounded. Mara set her coffee down on the counter and pulled her jacket off, draping it over the back of a chair. Okay, she said, then we're doing this efficiently. 5 minutes, we check if it's loose. If it is, we secure it and you go. If it's not, we call Lewis and then you go. And if we hear the sound again, I asked. Then we still go, she said, because sounds don't get worse just because you're not here. That wasn't actually true, but I didn't argue. She grabbed a screwdriver from the junk drawer, the one with mismatched bits, and a handle chewed by time, and knelt in front of the mirror. The bathroom felt tighter with both of us in it. The light buzzed louder, like it resented the attention. Hold it, she said, nodding at the mirror. I pressed my palms flat against the glass. It was cool now. The steam burned off. I could see my own hands, slightly distorted, like they belonged to someone else. Mara loosened the bottom screws first. The metal made a small, protesting squeal. I felt a vibration through the glass that traveled up my arms and settled behind my eyes. Tell me if you hear anything, she said. I'll hear everything, I said. She worked methodically, humming under her breath, something tuneless and comforting. When the last screw came free, the mirror didn't fall. It didn't shift at all. That's weird, Mara said. She pressed gently at one corner. The mirror moved, not forward, sideways. It slid maybe half an inch to the left, smooth as if it had been designed to do that. The diagonal line shifted with it, staying in the same place relative to the wall. My stomach did a slow, careful flip. There's no mounting bracket, Mara said. It's just sitting there. On what? I asked. She slid her fingers behind the edge. On a lip, she said, like a something scraped. This time it wasn't ambiguous. It was the sound of fabric against wood, close enough that I could tell you what it reminded me of, jeans brushing past a doorframe. Mara froze. I felt it through the glass before I saw it in her face. "Did you hear that?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I did." We stood like that for a second, the mirror half slid, my hands still pressed flat. The radiator ticked. Somewhere outside, a truck backfired, normal life doing its best impression of indifference. Mara straightened slowly. "Okay," she said. "That's not pipes." "No," I said. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and dialed without looking. "Lewis, it's Mara in 4B. I need you now. There's something wrong with Evan's mirror." She listened, jaw tight. "No, not leaking, not electrical. She glanced at me. "It's a structural thing. I think there's a void behind the wall." She hung up and looked at me. "He's 10 minutes out. We don't touch it until he gets here." "My interview," I said, because my brain was grabbing onto the nearest cliff. "Your interview can wait," she said. "This can't." As if on cue, my phone buzzed again. A number I didn't recognize. I answered with my free hand. "Hello, Evan Holt," a man asked. His voice had that flat, professional cadence that made my shoulders tense. "Yes, this is Officer Daniels with NYPD. We're doing a welfare check at your address." "Are you home?" Mara's eyes snapped to mine. "A welfare check," I said. "Why, we received a call about unusual activity reported by a neighbor," Daniel said. "Possible sounds of distress from inside your unit." Mara mouthed, "What?" "I'm home," I said. "I'm fine." "Are you alone, sir?" I looked at Mara. "No," I said. "My neighbor is here." There was a pause. "We're already en route," Daniel said. "Please remain where you are." The call ended. Mara swore softly. "I didn't call them," she said. "Did you?" I shook my head. My mind ran through the list of people who could have. The woman upstairs with the bass-heavy speaker, the guy across the hall who never made eye contact, someone outside who heard something through an open window, or someone inside the walls. "We need to get that mirror off," I said. The words came out faster than I could vet them. "Before they get here." Mara hesitated. I could see her weighing protocols against reality. "Evan, if there's someone back there," I said, "I don't want the first interaction to be through a reflective surface." That was the truth, stripped down to the bone. She nodded once. "Okay," she said, "but we do it safely." We slid the mirror the rest of the way aside together. It came free without resistance, revealing a rough opening cut into the drywall. Not a clean maintenance hatch. Something jagged, like it had been enlarged by hand. The space beyond smelled stale and human. Sweat and dust, and something faintly sour. I leaned in despite myself. The cavity was narrow, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they turned sideways. There were scuff marks along the studs. Bits of insulation clung to them like dirty snow. "Jesus," Mara whispered. From inside the space came a small sound, a breath held too long. "Hello," I said. My voice sounded thin, stretched. There was a shift, closer now. I heard the unmistakable scrape of skin against wood. A knuckle knocked, tentative, against the inside of the drywall. Mara grabbed my wrist. "Hard, back up," she said. The knock came again. Then a voice, hoarse, close. "Please," it said, "don't call the cops." My phone vibrated in my pocket, insistent. Mara looked at me, eyes wide and sharp. "Evan," she said, "we have about 2 minutes before this gets very official." The mirror lay propped against the tub, reflecting the bathroom in fragments. Our feet, the open wall, the space where someone was breathing on the other side. I had a choice, and this one felt heavier than the first. Because whatever I did next would put someone, maybe me, directly in the path of something that had already decided to come this far. Mara kept her grip on my wrist, like she was anchoring me to the real world. "Listen," she said toward the opening, voice low but steady, the tone she probably used on drunk relatives in waiting rooms. "No one's trying to hurt you. We need to know who you are, and we need you to come out where we can see your hands." A breath came from the cavity, close enough that I could smell it now, stale coffee and something medicinal, like mouthwash or a cheap menthol lozenge. "I can't," the voice said. Male, adult, not old. The rasp sounded like dehydration, not age. "Why not?" Mara asked. "Because you'll think," a cough, wet, like he'd been holding dust in his chest. "You'll think I'm him." My stomach tightened at the pronoun. "Him who?" I said, and immediately regretted speaking because my voice jumped, giving away too much. The man didn't answer. I heard a shifting, a careful repositioning. The cavity was narrow. The sound of his shoulder rubbing against studs made my skin itch. Mara looked at me. Her expression said stay quiet, but her eyes also said I'm not leaving you alone with this. From the kitchen, my phone buzzed again. Then again. Rapid, like someone was calling back to back. Mara didn't take her gaze off the opening. "Go check," she whispered. I backed out of the bathroom, keeping the open wall in my peripheral vision like it could spit something at me. The hallway was a short run from the bathroom to the front door, 5 steps if you didn't count the pile of shoes I kept meaning to organize. In the kitchen, my phone screen lit up with another unknown number. This time, there was a voicemail notification too. I swiped it open without thinking. A man's voice, clipped, official. "Mr. Holt, this is Officer Daniels again. Downstairs. Buzz us in, or we'll contact building management." My throat went dry. I stared at the intercom panel by the door, the buttons worn smooth by decades of buzzing people into their own apartments. Through the thin front door, I heard the building's hallway in its morning mode. A distant elevator cable whining, someone's keys, a baby crying 2 floors up. Nothing dramatic, which somehow made the idea of police arriving feel worse, like a stain spreading quietly. I went back to the bathroom. Mara was crouched near the opening now, keeping her body angled so she could move fast. She pointed at the mirror leaning against the tub. "We need to put that back," she said under her breath. "At least halfway. If they see a hole in your wall, this turns into a hole," she gestured vaguely. "Seen." The voice in the cavity made a small noise, almost a laugh, but it turned into a cough. "They're here?" he asked. "Yes," Mara said. "They're here, so you're coming out now." "No," he said, and the single syllable had weight. "You don't get it." Mara's jaw tightened. "I do get it," she said. "You're hiding in someone's wall. There are cops outside. The best possible version of this ends with you in cuffs and everyone alive." I stepped closer. The opening was at shoulder height, hidden by where the mirror had been. I could see darkness, insulation, 2 vertical studs, nothing else. "Why are you in there?" I asked, forcing my voice to steady. "Are you hurt?" A pause, then, "He's hurt." My head felt full of cotton. "Who is he?" I asked again. The man's breathing quickened, like he'd said something he didn't mean to. "I didn't do it," he said quickly. "I didn't touch him." Mara's eyes flicked to mine. Great. That was the look. Attempt 1 happened because we had to do something before the police became a physical presence on the other side of the door. Mara did what she always did, tried to turn chaos into triage. "Okay," she said. "We're doing this in steps. I'm going to slide the mirror back so you have privacy. Evan is going to buzz the officers in and tell them there's an intruder in the wall. You are going to keep talking so we can keep track of where you are. Understood?" "No," the man said, immediate. "Don't bring them up." "Then what do you want?" Mara asked, and the edge in her voice finally showed. I want clothes, he said. For a second, it didn't land. Then it did, and my stomach dropped in a slow, sick way. You mean my clothes, I said. A soft scrape closer. You have a hoodie, he said, gray, and the boots, the brown boots by the door. Mara's head snapped toward the hallway, toward my shoe pile. She didn't move, but I saw every muscle in her back tight. How do you know what boots he has? She asked. Silence. Then, too casual, the man said, you can see a lot through cracks. My skin prickled. I thought of the times I'd changed shirts in my bedroom with the bathroom door open, of me walking barefoot to get water at night, of my stupid habit of leaving the bathroom light on, making my silhouette visible through the frosted glass. Attempt one failed right there, because the moment he demonstrated familiarity, the idea of him just being trapped or desperate became something else. Someone who'd been watching, and not by accident. Mara stood up slowly. Evan, she said quietly, not taking her eyes off the opening. Go to the door, lock it, chain it, now. What about the cops? I whispered. Now, she repeated. I moved fast, my bare feet sliding slightly on the hallway's cheap laminate. I locked the deadbolt and hooked the chain, hands shaking. Through the door, I heard a muffled knock, firm, authoritative. NYPD, a male voice called. Open the door, I swallowed. We can't, I called back, and hated how ridiculous it sounded. Just wait a second. Sir, open the door, the voice said again, sharper. I turned toward the bathroom and raised my voice. Mara, they're here. Keep them there, she called back. In the bathroom, Mara was doing something that made my stomach twist. She was sliding the mirror back toward the opening, not fully covering it, but narrowing the visible gap like a lid. The man inside made a sound, panic, sudden. No, don't, he pushed. Not out, but against the wall from inside. The mirror jumped in Mara's hands. The sharp edge of the aluminum frame bit her palm. Damn it, she hissed, instinctively letting go for half a second. That was all it took. A hand shot through the gap. Not a pale horror movie hand. Just a human hand, dirty, nails bitten down, knuckles scraped raw. It grabbed the mirror frame and yanked. The mirror slid aside. Mara stumbled back and hit the toilet tank with her hip, hard enough to make the porcelain thunk. The man didn't emerge yet. He couldn't, he was wedged. But his arm came out, reaching, groping along the air like he was searching for a latch. My brain supplied an image of someone wriggling through studs like an animal, and it made me nauseous. Mara grabbed the screwdriver and jabbed not into him, but into the wall beside his arm, trying to wedge the mirror frame against the stud. Evan, she snapped. Help me, I rushed back and grabbed the mirror edge. The glass shivered under my hands, threatening to slip. For a terrible second, my reflection fragmented across it, my face cut in half by the diagonal line, my own eyes looking wrong because the angle was wrong. And in that broken angle, it looked like there was someone else behind me in the bathroom, taller, wearing a gray shirt. My body reacted before my brain could. I spun, heart hammering. There was no one, just the shower curtain, the towel on the hook, the cramped space. Misdirection. My own reflection, doubled in the tilted mirror, catching the hallway behind me. A normal optical trick. My pulse didn't care that it was explainable. It kept punching anyway. The man's arms strained. The tendons stood out. He was strong in that frantic, starving way. Stop, Mara yelled. You're going to break your... His hand slipped and slammed into the mirror edge. Glass cracked sharp, sudden like a gunshot in the small room. Mara flinched. I felt the mirror jerk in my grip. A shard broke loose and sliced my palm. Pain flared hot, immediate. Blood beaded and then ran, bright against the gray glass. The man hissed too. He'd cut himself as well, his forearm smeared red as he dragged it back. Somewhere outside my apartment, the knocking on the front door changed tone, more urgent. I heard footsteps in the hallway, more than one set. The building waking up to trouble. Attempt 2 was stupid because it wasn't a plan. It was just brute problem solving. Keep him in, keep him out, keep him from doing whatever he was trying to do. Mara grabbed my wrist, this time not to calm me, but to look at my hand. "You're bleeding," she said. "I'm fine," I said automatically, which was a lie. The cut was longer than I wanted to admit. Mara tore a strip of paper towel from the roll and wrapped it around my palm, pressing hard. "Pressure, keep pressure." The man inside the wall whispered something I couldn't catch, like he was talking to someone else. "Who are you talking to?" I demanded, voice cracking. He didn't answer. Instead, he shifted, and this time his shoulder appeared, then part of his head, squeezing through the jagged drywall. Dust fell in a soft curtain. He was younger than I expected, maybe mid-20s, gaunt, eyes too bright, and he was wearing my gray hoodie, the one I couldn't find this morning. Mara's eyes widened, flicking from the hoodie to my face. Her breath caught like she'd been punched. The man's gaze pinned me. He smiled, not big, not theatrical, just a tight stretch of mouth that said he'd been waiting for this part. From the front door, "Sir," Officer Daniels called, louder now, right outside. "Open the door. Now." Behind the mirror opening, the man shifted his weight, preparing to commit to coming through. And in that exact moment, the building's fire alarm blared, one long, violent wail that shook the mirror and made the air itself feel like it was vibrating. Mara flinched. I did too. The man's eyes lit with something like relief, because now the hallway would fill with people. And in that chaos, whoever walked out of this bathroom wearing my clothes wouldn't stand out for even a second. The fire alarm didn't sound like a bell. It sounded like the building itself was screaming. Mara's eyes flicked to the ceiling, then back to the jagged opening. "Don't move," she told the man, as if the alarm gave her authority. "Stay where you are," he smiled again. Not because it was funny, because it changed the math. Outside the apartment door, Officer Daniels' voice cut through the wail, muffled but close. "Sir, open the door." In the bathroom, the mirror shivered against the tub, cracked down one side, turning our reflections into fractured strips. The diagonal line ran through my face like an editorial decision. The man shifted his weight. Dust fell from his hoodie shoulders, my hoodie. The gray fabric hung on him wrong, too loose in the chest, stretched at the cuffs. He glanced past us, toward the hallway, toward the front door. "You can't keep me in here now," he said, almost conversational. "Everybody's going out." Mara's hand found the screwdriver again. Her grip was awkward, her palm was slick, with a thin shine of blood from where the frame had bit her. "If you come out," she said, "you're going to get hurt." He looked at her like she was sweet for thinking that mattered. Then he leaned forward, committing. It happened fast and ugly. No movie grace. He shoved his shoulder through the jagged drywall, and the edge scraped his skin with a sound like sandpaper. He winced, but he didn't stop. His head followed, then his ribcage twisting sideways. He was thin enough to make it, which I hated noticing. Mara stepped into his path and planted herself between him and the hallway. "Hands," she snapped. "Hands where I can see them." He put his hands up, palms out, mock surrender, and then dropped low, sudden, slipping under her center of gravity like someone who'd wrestled before. His shoulder hit her thigh. Mara stumbled, caught herself against the sink, but her injured hand slid on porcelain. I lunged without thinking. My wrapped palm throbbed as soon as I grabbed fabric. He twisted, and the paper towel bandage tore. Pain flared, wet and hot, as my cut reopened. He elbowed backward. The point of his elbow caught my sternum. Not hard enough to break something, but hard enough to steal breath. The bathroom shrank to a tight tunnel of sound, alarm, my own wheezing, Mara swearing under her breath. He got past us, one foot in the hallway, then both. He was moving toward the front door like he knew exactly where the chain would snag, how long it would take to undo. Mara recovered first. She ran after him, limping slightly from where she'd banged her hip earlier. She grabbed his hoodie hood and yanked back. The fabric held, my fabric. The man snapped his head around and his eyes met mine for half a second. "Evan," he said, and said it like it meant something. My blood didn't run cold. Loud. It filled my ears. "How do you know I started." He didn't answer. He slammed his shoulder into the hallway wall to shrug Mara off, and the picture frame by my bedroom door, some cheap print of the Manhattan skyline I'd never liked, fell and shattered. Glass skittered across the floor like ice. "Evan," Mara shouted. "Door," I turned. The front door. The chain. The deadbolt. Police outside. Fire alarm screaming. People about to pour into the hallway. He was already reaching for the locks. Tempting to stop him with force felt stupid. He'd already hurt us without really trying. And I had one hand working and the other bleeding through paper towel. So I did the thing my anxious brain was good at. I looked for the smallest controllable action. My phone. It was on the kitchen counter. It had my voice, my name, my face in the ID, my lock screen photo from last summer. If he got my phone too, then in a hallway full of smoke alarm chaos, he wouldn't just look like me. He'd have the props. "Mara," I yelled, "don't let him get my phone." Mara's eyes flicked toward the kitchen, automatically good. She moved fast, cutting him off from that direction. The man saw it too. His gaze snapped to the counter, then back to the door. He made a decision, jaw tightening. He went for the door anyway. He flipped the deadbolt. The heavy metal thunk was the loudest sound in the world. Then he reached up for the chain. "Stop," I yelled through the alarm, and my voice came out ragged. Officer Daniels banged again. "Sir, open the door." The man pulled the chain free. Mara lunged, but her foot hit the broken glass from the fallen picture frame. She slipped just a little, and that little bit was enough. Her shins scraped hard against the wood baseboard. She hissed, pain flashing across her face. The man yanked the door open. The hallway outside was washed in flashing red from the alarm strobe. Smoke didn't pour in, but there was that faint scent of burnt toast or overheated wiring that made your body decide there was fire anyway. Officer Daniel stood right there with another officer behind him. Both men were in uniform, faces alert, hands half raised in that ready, but not yet posture. And the man in my hoodie stepped forward like he belonged there. "I'm Evan," he said, loud enough to cut through the alarm. He broke into my place. He pointed back into my apartment, finger steady. "He's in there." For a split second, the officer's eyes tracked with his gesture toward me. My mouth opened. No sound came out. Shock does that, steals your words and leaves you with air. Mara found her voice first. "No," she barked. "That's not officer. Listen." Officer Daniels held up a hand. eyes on the man in the hoodie. "Sir," he said, calm, "step back inside for me." The man's expression flickered. He hadn't expected the officer to tell him to go back in. He'd expected to be shepherded out, swept into the hallway flow of evacuating tenants. "Why?" he snapped, and the crack in his tone was tiny, but it was there. Because Daniels was trained for people lying badly. Because the hallway was full of chaos, and the last thing he wanted was a suspect spilling into it. Because maybe the man didn't have the right weight in his voice. Daniel's gaze darted past the man's shoulder into my apartment, where he could see the blood on my hand, and the cracked mirror leaned against the tub like a witness. "Sir," Daniels repeated, firmer now, "step back." The man's eyes flicked to the staircase behind the officers. I saw the calculation. 2 steps and he'd be in the stairwell. In the crowd, gone. He moved. Daniels moved faster. Daniels grabbed the man's forearm. The man twisted, trying to slip free. His elbow drove backward again, aiming for the ribs. It connected with Daniels this time. A grunt. Daniels tightened his grip and shoved the man sideways into the hallway wall. The impact was real, bone on drywall. The man's shoulder hit hard, and he made a sharp, involuntary sound, pain undeniable. Officer 2 stepped in, grabbing the other arm. "Stop resisting," he shouted, words automatic even under the alarm. The man thrashed, desperate now. His hoodie rode up, exposing a strip of skin at his waist and something taped there. A flat rectangle wrapped in duct tape, pressed tight to his body under the fabric. Mara saw it at the same time I did. "Evan," she said, voice cutting through everything, "your keys, my ring." The bronze bottle opener shaped like a fish that my dad gave me as a joke. The little RFID fob for the building front door. I felt nauseous, because it meant he'd had them. He'd been in my apartment, not just watching from a crack. The man jerked again, and the duct tape package shifted. Officer Daniels noticed it. His eyes sharpened. "What's that?" he demanded. The man's face changed. Not guilt, not fear of being caught lying. Fear of that package being discovered. He threw his head back and slammed the back of his skull into Daniel's face. Daniel staggered, swearing. His grip loosened for a fraction of a second. The man ripped free. He bolted down the hallway toward the stairwell, alarm strobe flashing over his back, turning him into a stop-motion silhouette. Tenants' doors were cracking open, faces appearing in the gaps, sleepy, confused, frightened. "Stop," the second officer yelled and chased. Daniels recovered and followed, one hand to his nose, blood bright in the red strobe. Mara started after them, then stopped, catching herself like she'd stepped to the edge of a drop. "Evan," she said, grabbing my shoulders, forcing my eyes back to hers. "Look at me." I did, my chest heaved. My cut hand dripped through the paper towel onto the floor. "You cannot chase him," she said, each word heavy. "You're bleeding, you're not trained, you will get hurt." "He has my keys," I said stupidly, like keys were the thing that mattered. "He has your life," she corrected. "He's trying to wear it." A crash sounded from the stairwell, metal on metal, someone hitting a handrail hard. A startled scream from a tenant. Then the pounding of feet going down. Mara pulled me back into the apartment and slammed the door shut, locking it with shaking hands. The alarm still wailed, but now it was muffled, like we were underwater. For a brief second, the apartment felt too quiet behind it, like everything inside was holding its breath. Mara dragged a chair from the kitchen and wedged it under the door handle, makeshift, desperate. Then she turned and grabbed her phone. "Call 911, she said, then shook her head. "No, Daniel's already just," she swallowed hard, trying to reassert order. "Text Lewis. Tell him do not let anyone into your unit. Tell him to meet us outside." I stared at the hallway leading to the bathroom. The cracked mirror leaned where we'd left it, reflecting the open wall cavity in jagged fragments. The diagonal line still cut across the glass. Inside that cavity, there was darkness. And there was still the thing the man had said before he came out, hoarse and quick. "He's hurt." Mara saw me looking. Her face tightened. "No," she said, like she could shut down my thoughts by naming them. "We are not going back in there." But then, from behind the wall, faint under the alarm, faint but real, came a sound I hadn't heard before. Not a scrape. A wet, shallow breath, close, struggling, followed by a thin, urgent whisper. "Help." Mara's eyes went to mine, and for the first time since she'd arrived, her calm slipped. Just a fraction. Because now the central threat wasn't only the man who'd sprinted away wearing my clothes. It was what he'd left behind. The alarm stopped the way alarms always do, abruptly, mid-scream, like someone had yanked the plug on the building's panic. For a moment, the quiet felt wrong. Too clean, like the world had skipped a beat and hoped no one noticed. Mara and I stood in my kitchen, with the chair still wedged under the door handle, both of us breathing like we'd run a race we didn't train for. My hand throbbed in time with my pulse. The paper towel was soaked through now, red bleeding into brown. "Sit," Mara said, already moving. She pushed me down onto a chair and took my hand, unwrapping the makeshift bandage with practiced efficiency. Her fingers were steady again, the way they get when there's something concrete to do. "You're going to need stitches," she said, not looking up. "Not a lot, but enough." "What about?" I nodded toward the hallway, toward the bathroom. "I know," she said, "one thing at a time." The knock at the door came softer this time, not a demand, a check-in. "Mr. Holt," Officer Daniel's voice sounded different now, tired, nasal. "We need to come back in." Mara pulled the chair away and unlocked the door. Daniel stood there with dried blood under one nostril and a paper towel pressed to it. The other officer was with him, radio murmuring at his shoulder. "We lost him," Daniel said without preamble. Stairwell was packed. He ditched the hoodie somewhere between floors. He glanced down at my hand. "You hurt?" "Yes," Mara said for me. "And there's someone else in the wall." Daniel's eyebrows lifted just slightly. "Someone else." "He's injured," I said. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. "He's still back there." The bathroom became a different place once it was full of people doing their jobs. The jagged opening was photographed. The mirror was carefully moved and wrapped. Flashlights cut into the cavity, illuminating dust, insulation, and finally, a human shape folded too tightly to be comfortable. The second man was alive, barely conscious. Early 30s, maybe, male. His leg was twisted at an angle that made Mara inhale sharply through her teeth. Dehydration. Bruises in different stages of yellow and purple. A split lip. He didn't look like a mastermind. He looked like someone who made a series of bad decisions and then run out of room. EMS arrived. They moved him carefully, voices low, professional. He whimpered once when they shifted his leg and then went quiet again. "Name?" a paramedic asked him. He mumbled something that didn't carry. "Do you know him?" Daniels asked me, standing to the side, notebook out. I shook my head. It was the first time I was sure of something all morning. "The building super, Lewis," arrived while they were loading the stretcher. He took in the broken wall, the mirror, the police, and let out a long breath through his nose. "I told management this place had dead space," he said. "Old renovations. They closed things up wrong." Later, hours later, after my hand was stitched and bandaged in an urgent care that smelled like antiseptic and old magazines, Daniels called me. "They were cousins," he said. "The two men. The one in your wall and the one who ran." "Why?" I asked. It felt like the right question, even if it didn't have a good answer. "Money," Daniel said. "Housing, IDs. They'd been crashing in vacant units, storage spaces. When that dried up, they found the wall. Your wall just happened to connect." "Is he?" I stopped. "The one who ran, did you catch him?" There was a pause. "Not yet," Daniel said. "We will." I believed him in the way you believe weather reports, intellectually, with room for error. The injured cousin survived surgery. Compound fracture. Infection risk. He told a social worker enough to fill in the rest. They'd cut into the wall weeks ago, meant to move on after a night or two. The fall, the slip, had trapped him. The other had stayed longer than planned, watching, waiting for a chance to get out clean. Using my clothes because they were there. Using my name because he'd heard it through the wall. Mara didn't sleep at my place that night. Neither did I. I stayed on her couch, my hand elevated, the TV on low with something forgettable playing. Ordinary noise as a shield. In the morning, I went back to my apartment with 2 officers and Lewis. The wall was sealed with plywood for now. The mirror was gone entirely. In its place, bare drywall waited to be repaired. The bathroom felt smaller without it. I showered anyway. I kept my eyes on the tile. When I stepped out, there was no reflection to argue with me, just a blank space. I missed the interview. They emailed later to reschedule. I wrote back something polite and noncommittal. I didn't know yet if I wanted to stay in that apartment, in that city, in that version of myself that hadn't noticed sooner. Weeks passed. The building fixed the wall properly. Management sent an apologetic email. Life did what it does and smoothed itself back into a shape that almost felt like before. Almost. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear sounds. Pipes. Neighbors. The radiator counting down to nothing. I lock the door once now. Just once. But when I walk past the bathroom, I still glance at the spot where the mirror used to be. At the idea of space where there shouldn't be any. And every so often when I'm tired or distracted or half thinking about something else, I'll find one of my things not where I left it. Nothing important, just moved enough to notice. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is True Pizza Delivery Horror Story from the Night Shift. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that felt wrong was the way the ticket printed. Not the sound, same dry mechanical chatter from the little Epson under the heat lamps, but the timing. It spat paper like it had been waiting, like it was impatient. I was reaching for a stack of wax paper to line a box when the receipt snapped out, curled at the edge, and slithered onto the stainless counter like a tongue. No one had touched the POS screen. The air in the shop was warm in that specific late-night way, oil-sweet, yeast-bready, a tired garlic fog that clung to your hoodie. The neon open sign in the front window hummed faintly, and every few seconds, it made a tiny electronic click as if it couldn't decide whether to stay alive. Outside, rain ticked at the glass in thin, lazy needles. The printed ticket read, "One large pepperoni extra crispy cash delivered to. Address notes. Don't knock. Text only." It wasn't the order that made my fingers hesitate. People asked for no knock all the time: babies, roommates, dogs, paranoid night shift nurses trying not to wake the house. It was the address line. It looked wrong, like it had been typed by someone who didn't know how addresses were supposed to sit on a line. The number and street were there, sure, but the city field was blank. The zip was half missing, the last 2 digits replaced by tiny squares like the printer had hiccuped. And in the corner, where it usually said online or phone, it just said, "No source." No phone number, no name, a normal glitch, explainable. Our system was old. The internet in this strip mall was a moody animal that bit at random. Still, I stared at the ticket long enough for the cheese smell to turn sharp in my nose. Then my phone buzzed in my pocket. A new text from an unknown number. "You got it." I didn't answer right away. I read it twice, then a third time like the words might rearrange themselves into something less stupid. In my periphery, the pizza oven's conveyor belt whirred steadily. The same soft, rubbery hiss it always made, pushing someone's thin crust toward the mouth of the heat. A radio near the soda fridge muttered through late-night sports talk, the host laughing too hard at his own jokes. "Ben," someone called from the back, voice muffled through the swinging door. "You see that? Ticket just printed." I swallowed. My mouth was dry, and it felt silly to be dry over a pizza ticket. That's when the front door chimed, and a gust of wet air came in with a man I hadn't seen before, tall and thin, hood up, rainwater shining on his sleeves like fish scales. He didn't come all the way in, just hovered in the doorway, letting the bell keep its cheap little ringtone, and looked around like he was checking for a specific face. I said, because that's what you say when you're behind a counter at 1 a.m. and you don't want to escalate anything. "We're open." He didn't answer. His eyes flicked to the counter, to the printer ticket, and then to me. The bell finally settled into silence. He nodded once, small, almost polite, and stepped back out into the rain. The door shut behind him, and the neon "open" sign clicked again. I exhaled through my nose. A rational person would have called it coincidence. A guy walks in. A ticket prints. Tech glitches. Life goes on. But my phone buzzed again. Extra crispy. Don't knock. Text only. Same unknown number. That was the undeniable break. Not supernatural. Not impossible. Just too clean. I picked up the ticket and walked it toward the kitchen window. My name's Ben Harper. I was 24, male, and I'd been doing pizza delivery in South London for so long it had started to feel like a second skin. Not the glamorous part of London. Either this was the strip of neighborhoods where everything was a little damp and a little tired, where kebab shops and nail salons sat side by side under flickering signs, and where the roads were a patchwork of old repairs that made your car rattle like it was full of loose change. I worked at Mondo Pizza, a corner shop wedged between a closed-down bedding place and a laundrette that never seemed to shut, even when the lights were off. The night shift paid a bit more, and I needed the bit more. Rent didn't care about my optimism. And this is the part I didn't say out loud to anyone. I liked the hours because fewer people watched you in them. Fewer eyes, less judgment, less chance of running into someone you knew, which mattered because my private flaw was that I was a coward about awkwardness. Not danger, necessarily. Awkwardness. The kind that makes your face go hot and your tongue stiff. The kind that turns you into a fumbling version of yourself. I'd rather deliver pizzas to strangers at 2 a.m. than run into an ex at 6 p.m. and have to pretend I was thriving. Ben, the voice came again. Stop daydreaming, man. Eddie pushed through the swinging door with a plastic tub of sliced peppers. He was short, broad-shouldered, male, and had the permanently flushed cheeks of someone who lived too close to a friar. He was older than me by a decade and acted like it, equal parts tired dad and chaotic older brother depending on the hour. Eddie Rosso, 35, male, appeared at the counter, wiping his hands on his apron. He leaned over the ticket, squinting. What's this? Where's the name? Where's the source? Did you type this? I didn't touch anything, I said, and my voice came out too defensive. I softened it. It just printed. Eddie made a sound like he didn't want to admit he cared. System's been acting up all week. I showed him my phone screen, the unknown number, the message. Eddie's eyebrows lifted, and for a second his face did something small and honest, concern slipping through the usual sarcasm. Maybe it's one of those app orders, he said. Sometimes it roots weird. It doesn't say app, I said. It says I tapped the ticket, right at the blank source line. Nothing. The kitchen window behind him fogged with steam as Marco pulled a pizza from the oven, the heat lamp turning the cheese into a glossy, bubbling topography. Marco Klein, 19. Male, was our youngest, skinny and quick. His forearms dusted with flour like he'd been handling chalk. He leaned in, chewing gum, eyes bouncing between Eddie and me like he wanted to be part of the story. What's going on? Marco asked. Did someone prank you? Do I look like I'm fun enough to prank? I said, and he grinned because that was the closest I got to joking most nights. Eddie picked up the ticket and held it near the light. Address is in our zone, he said slowly, reading. But the city's missing. That's weird. Also, I added, and hated that my voice dipped. Guy just walked in and looked at the ticket. Marco's grin faded, like he knew. I don't know, I said. He didn't say anything. Eddie stared at the door for a beat like he expected the guy to come back in. Rain rattled harder on the glass now, and a car whooshed past outside, tires slicing water, leaving a thin wake of sound. Could be nothing, Eddie said, but he wasn't convincing himself. Could be some idiot trying to pay cash without giving info. My phone buzzed again, a third text. It's paid in cash. Bring it now. Marco leaned closer to see. That's creepy, he said quietly, like he didn't want the words to become real. Eddie lifted his chin at me. We don't have to take it. If the system's bugging, we cancel. End of story. That would have been the easy choice. Throw the ticket away. Laugh it off. Get back to folding boxes and thinking about rent and pretending I didn't care about being seen. But the address, wrong looking as it was, sat in a part of my brain that knew the streets. A real place. A real route. It wasn't a nonsense string of characters. And the unknown number, whoever it was, had my attention in a way I didn't like. I glanced at the CCTV monitor above the soda fridge. The camera outside the door showed nothing but wet pavement and the trembling reflection of our neon sign. No hooded figure, just rain and streetlight. Text only, Eddie muttered, reading the note again. Don't knock, cash. He looked at me, and in his eyes was the thing managers don't say out loud. We need the order. We need the money. We need the shift to go smooth. The margins on pizza were thin, and the margins on people's patience were thinner. Marco reached for the pizza box with the large pepperoni in it, already cut, already smelling good in that salty, comforting way that made you forget you were tired for half a second. He held it like it weighed more than it did. "So what?" Marco asked. "We taking it or not?" Eddie didn't answer immediately. He just stood there, ticket in one hand, and listened to the rain, to the neon hum, to the tiny click that kept happening like the sign had a nervous tick. I felt my phone in my palm, warm from my grip. And we all understood the choice sitting between us. Ignore the weirdness and move on, or treat the weirdness like it meant something, like it could be a problem, and change our night because of it. Eddie finally spoke, voice lower. "If we do it," he said, "we do it smart." He looked at me like I was already halfway out the door. "Ben," he said, "you want to take this run or not?" Eddie's version of smart started with a marker and the back of a grease-stained flyer. "Text the number first," he said. "Make them confirm the address in a normal way. Ask for a name. If it's legit, they'll answer like a person." Marco hovered with the boxed pepperoni like he was holding something alive. I opened the unknown thread and typed, "Hey, this is Mondo Pizza. Can you confirm your name plus full address?" My thumb lingered over send, and I hated that my pulse had crept up over something this small. I hit send anyway. The message delivered. No iMessage bubble, no read, just that blunt little checkmark like a door shutting. Eddie leaned in toward my screen. "Call it." "It's 1 a.m., I said. "So," he said, "if they're awake enough to text, they're awake enough to answer. Call it on speaker." I called. It rang once, twice. Then it went to voicemail without the usual recorded greeting, just a dead air hiss for a beat, then a click. Like the line had been picked up and hung up fast. Marco made a soft noise, like a laugh he swallowed. Eddie's jaw worked. "Okay, fine, cancel it. We don't take ghost orders." My phone buzzed while he said it. No calls. I said text only. "Bring it. 10 minutes. 10 minutes." Like I was already on the road. Like they'd been watching our little debate through the glass. I forced myself to look at the CCTV again, like proof would be waiting. Still just rain, slick pavement, and the jittery neon reflection. No hooded man. No one lingering by the door. "See," Marco said quickly. "That's not normal. That's not a customer." Eddie pressed 2 fingers to the bridge of his nose. "We've had weird customers," he muttered, but his voice wasn't committed. "We've had people who don't want to talk." "Not like that," Marco said. I felt the stupidest thought crawl into my mind. What if they're inside the shop? And I checked behind the soda fridge, the hallway toward the bathroom, even though there was nowhere to hide that didn't also smell like mop water. Nothing. My phone buzzed again. "Leave it at the door. Don't knock. Cash under mat." Eddie snatched the ticket and studied the address again, lips moving as if sounding it out would make it behave. "That's near Grove Park," he said. "A couple miles. You can be there in 10 if the lights are kind." I didn't like how specific it suddenly was. Not somewhere in town, but a route I could picture. Left out of the lot, down the main road with the always broken pedestrian signal, past the petrol station that smelled like wet pennies, then the darker residential stretch where the streetlights had gaps. "Why does the city field blank out like that?" I asked, mostly to hear my own voice doing something logical. Eddie shrugged. "POS does that when the address is pulled from saved data wrong. Like if someone autofills, but deletes half. Could be a busted app. Marco shook his head hard. Nah, the number knows you're standing here. It knew extra crispy. It knew. It's on the ticket, Eddie snapped, then immediately regretted the snap. He lowered his volume. Look, we can refuse it, that's fine. But if it's legit, it's money, and it's easy. My private fear being seen, being put in an awkward spot I couldn't smooth over came alive in a new shape. Because if this was a scam and I showed up like an idiot, I'd have to stand on someone's porch at 1 a.m. with a pizza box, texting a stranger who refused calls. If it was a prank, I'd be the punchline. And if it wasn't a prank, then I was about to walk into whatever it actually was. Eddie seemed to read my hesitation like a weather report. Listen, he said, softer. If you don't want it, I'll do it. I'm not making you. Marco cut in. Not going alone, he said, surprising both of us. He lifted his chin like he'd decided to be brave on purpose. We can both go. 2 people is safer. Eddie barked a humorless laugh. 2 people in 1 scooter, Marco gestured toward my car keys on the counter. He's got the Fiesta. I did. A dented Ford Fiesta that smelled faintly of stale fries, no matter how many air fresheners I sacrificed. Eddie looked between us, weighing. His practical side and his tired side argued silently. The tired side lost. Fine, Eddie said. Ben drives, Marco rides along. You keep the doors locked. You don't go into any building. You drop it, you take cash, you leave. If anything feels wrong, you're out. No hero stuff. Marco nodded too fast. Yeah, I didn't nod. I stared at my phone and typed back on the way. Confirm you'll leave cash under mat. What name is the order under? A response came almost immediately. Hannah. Just that. No last name. No emoji. No, thanks. It felt like someone throwing a pebble at a window, then stepping back into the dark. Eddie pointed a finger at my screen. Okay, Hannah, that's a name, human enough. Not really, Marco murmured. I slid the pizza into a delivery bag. The Velcro rasped loud in the warm kitchen. Eddie handed Marco a small torch from the junk drawer and a battered metal clipboard like we were going to do a survey. For the cash, Eddie said, if there's money, you put it in the bag and come straight back. Don't count it on the porch like a tourist. He hesitated, then grabbed my phone and tapped a few things. Share location with me and keep it on. Battery. 70, I said. Good. He handed it back and stared at us both with the expression of a man who'd rather be annoyed than worried. Text me when you're there. Text me when you leave. Marco and I stepped outside. The cold hit first, then the wet. The rain had turned from needles to a steady sheet that made the car park shine like black glass. The strip mall lights blurred in the puddles. Somewhere down the road, a siren wailed far away, not urgent in our direction. The sound stretched thin by weather and distance. As I unlocked the Fiesta, the key fob clicked weakly, like it was tired too. We got in. The inside smelled like damp fabric and old takeaway bags. The windows fogged almost instantly from our breath. Marco buckled fast. This is dumb, he said, half joking. We should have just canceled. Yep, I said, and started the engine. The radio came on to static because I'd left it that way. I turned it off. Silence in a car isn't silence. It's the soft rumble of the engine, the hiss of rain on the roof, the wipers complaining in a steady rhythm. We pulled out, tires slushing through shallow water. Do you think that guy in the hood? Marco started. I don't know, I said. Maybe he was just a guy. Marco stared out the side window. He looked at the ticket, though. Lots of people look at counters, I said, and it sounded weak to my own ears. We drove past the laundrette, past the dark bedding shop, past the petrol station where a lone man stood under the awning, head down, lit blue by his phone screen. I caught myself scanning faces like I expected the hooded guy to appear in every reflection. At a red light, my phone buzzed again on the center console. "You took too long." My hands tightened on the wheel. Then, as the light turned green, another message landed. "Wrong car." I glanced at Marco. He'd seen it too. His mouth opened, then shut. The color drained from his cheeks in a way that made him look suddenly younger. "How?" he started. I didn't answer, because the answer was either obvious and bad or complicated and worse. The engine gave a small cough. The dashboard lights flickered once, like a blink. And then, as we turned onto the darker residential road, the one with missing streetlights, the Fiesta lurched, and the steering went heavy in my hands, like someone had grabbed the front wheels and decided to test my strength. "Ben," Marco said, sharp now. "What's happening?" I eased off the accelerator. The car shuddered. A warning icon flashed battery, then engine, then the whole dash went dim. The engine died. For a second, we rolled on momentum, rain pattering louder without the motor under it. Wipers slowed, smeared water across the windshield, then stopped mid-swipe like an arm frozen in the air. We coasted to the curb under a broken streetlight. The only illumination came from a distant amber lamp further down, making everything between us and it look like a tunnel. Marco's voice came out thin. "Your car just died." "I know," I said, already twisting the key again. Nothing, not even a click. My phone buzzed one more time, screen lighting up the dark interior. "Don't turn around." Marco's breathing went audible, quick little pulls. "Ben," he whispered, "why would it say that?" I stared at the windshield, at the rain sliding down like it had nowhere else to go, and felt a new kind of time pressure clamp onto the moment. Not the customer's 10 minutes, but the fact that we were now stopped, unlit, on a road with gaps in visibility, with a pizza order in our lap, and a stranger who seemed to know details they shouldn't. Behind us, somewhere in the rain, tires hissed on wet asphalt. A car slowing, close, and the choice that had felt optional in the shop suddenly didn't. The car behind us turned out to be a delivery van. It rolled past slow, headlights diffused into pale smears by the rain, tires whispering instead of roaring. The driver didn't look at us, just another late-night worker heading home, insulated in his own bubble. When the red tail lights shrank into the dark, Marco let out a breath he'd been holding long enough to make his shoulders shake. "Okay," he said. "Okay, not that." My hands were still locked around the wheel. I forced them to loosen one finger at a time. The interior smelled sharper now, like damp carpet and ozone from dying electronics. First attempt, the obvious one. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. No click, no cough, just the hollow sense of turning a dead thing. The dash stayed dark, the radio a blank rectangle. Outside, rain filled the silence. "Pop the hood," Marco said. "Maybe it's just the battery." I knew enough about cars to know that just the battery, at 1 a.m. on a half-lit road, wasn't comforting. But it was something to do. I grabbed the torch Eddie had given Marco and stepped out into the rain. It soaked my hair instantly, ran down the back of my neck. The road sloped gently downward toward the amber streetlight we'd seen earlier, then dipped into darkness again. Houses sat back from the curb on both sides, most of them blacked out, curtains drawn, the occasional blue glow of a TV flickering behind glass. I popped the hood. Steam didn't billow. Nothing dramatic happened at all. Just an engine bay slick with rain and grime, cables and metal gleaming dully under the weak beam of the torch. Marco leaned out the passenger door, hugging himself against the cold. "See anything?" "Not really," I said. "Battery looks there." I jiggled a cable. It didn't magically fix anything. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it because the idea of looking at another message right then made my stomach clench. That felt like control, at least choosing not to look. We stood there longer than we should have, pretending mechanical insight would materialize if we stared hard enough. My fingers went numb. Rain dripped off the hood in a steady, irritating rhythm. "Ben," Marco said quietly, "we should call Eddie." "I tried," I said, because I had. The call had gone straight to voicemail, probably him stepping into the walk-in freezer, or the building's spotty reception doing its thing. Still explainable. Still normal. Second attempt. Movement. We closed the hood and got back in, slamming the doors against the rain. I wiped my hands on my jeans, leaving dark streaks. "Maybe we can push it," Marco said. "Get it closer to the light, or at least out of the road." I nodded. Adrenaline makes bad ideas feel reasonable. We got out again, boots splashing. The Fiesta was angled slightly toward the curb already. We put our shoulders to the back and pushed. The car resisted like it had opinions. My shoes slipped on wet asphalt. Marco grunted, breath fogging. After a few shuddering feet, it rolled slow, heavy, but it rolled. We guided it until the front bumper kissed the curb under the broken streetlight. The amber glow now a little closer, a little kinder. We collapsed back into the seats, soaked and panting. "That's something," Marco said, trying to sound upbeat. His teeth chattered. My phone buzzed again. This time I looked. "You're stopped." I typed back before I could talk myself, revealing anything. "Car trouble. We're delayed." The response came fast enough to feel like an interruption. "Walk it." Marco stared at the screen. "No," he said, immediate and firm. "Absolutely not." "How far is it?" I asked, hating myself for asking. I pulled up the map. The blue dot pulsed where we sat, an island of light in a dark grid. The address, Hannah's address, was less than half a mile away, deeper into the residential pocket. A cluster of short streets, cul-de-sacs branching like fingers, narrow, quiet, 10 minutes on foot. Less if you hurried. "I'm not walking into that," Marco said, "with a pizza, with some stranger watching our dot move." I shared his instinct. Every part of me wanted to lock the doors and wait for daylight, or at least for Eddie to answer. But another part, the part that hated unfinished, awkward situations, kept tallying the facts. The car was dead, rain wasn't stopping, and sitting here made us visible in a different way. A stalled car under a broken streetlight was a beacon to anyone bored or curious enough to notice. My phone buzzed again. "Leave it at the door." "Money under mat." I said text only. "Why does it care so much about how we deliver it?" Marco asked. "Why not just cancel? Because then it wouldn't be about the pizza anymore," I thought. It would be about us. Third attempt, delegation. I texted Eddie again. "Car died near Grove Park. Engine won't start. We're safe but stuck. Can you call a tow or come get us?" The message sent. No reply. Marco rubbed his arms. "If we walk, we don't take the pizza," he said. "Right, we leave it here. We go to the nearest house, knock like normal humans, ask for help." I pictured knocking on a stranger's door at 1 a.m., rain-soaked, explaining why I was there. The thought made my chest tighten. Awkwardness again, ridiculous, that it still mattered, even now. Before I could answer, a shape moved at the end of the street. My heart spiked. Marco sucked in a breath. A figure stepped into the edge of the amber light. Hood up, tall, thin. For one awful second, my brain stitched it together. The hooded man from the shop, the texts, the wrong car. It felt like confirmation. Then the figure raised an arm, and the light caught reflective strips on a jacket. A dog barked a sharp, excited sound, and a leash went taut. A jogger, or a dog walker. Middle-aged, male, head down against the rain. He glanced at us, frowned briefly in that way people do when they clock something unusual, but decide it's not their problem, and continued on, dog's paws slapping wet pavement. Marco laughed, breathless and shaky. Jesus, misdirection. Explained. My pulse took longer to come down, but the damage was done. My nerves felt sanded raw. We can't just sit here, I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice sounded. Battery's dead. Eddie's not answering. If we wait, we're just waiting. For what? Marco asked. I didn't answer, because I didn't like any of the options. I checked the map again. Half a mile. The route threaded past 3 intersections, then turned onto a cul-de-sac. Trees clustered thick there, their branches knitting overhead. The satellite view showed a narrow footpath connecting the cul-de-sac to the next street over an alley that cut between back gardens. A shortcut. My phone buzzed, as if responding to the thought. Use the path. Faster. Marco saw it. No, he said, louder this time. How does it know about the path? I stared at the screen. The rain tapped insistently on the roof, 1,000 tiny fingers. Somewhere, a fox screamed, the sound startling and human enough to raise goosebumps. We're not using any shortcut, I said, and felt a thin thread of resolve harden. If we walk the main road. Or we don't walk at all, Marco said, another vibration. Different this time. Eddie calling. I answered instantly. Eddie, where are you? He demanded, the background noise of the shop loud in his ear, oven hiss, radio chatter. Near Grove Park. Car died. Shit, he said. Okay, I can't leave right now, Marco, you there? I'm here, Marco said, leaning close. Listen, Eddie said. I called the number. My stomach dropped. You what? It didn't ring, he said. It connected, silent. Then someone breathed, not heavy, just there. I hung up. Marco swore under his breath. I'm sending a tow, Eddie went on, talking fast now. But it'll take time. If you feel unsafe, we already do, Marco said. Eddie exhaled. Then lock yourselves in and wait. Do not walk. As if on cue, my phone buzzed again. You can't wait. A new message followed before I could react. I see the car. I twisted in my seat, scanning mirrors, the dark road behind us, the hedges lining the houses. Rain distorted everything. Shadows pooled where the streetlight failed. I don't see anyone, Marco said, but his voice had gone small. Typed with stiff fingers, where are you? The reply took longer this time, long enough for hope to flicker, then almost there. A sound came from outside, soft, close, footsteps in water, slow, measured. They stopped near the rear of the car. Marco's hand found my sleeve. Ben, he whispered, someone's behind us. I checked the mirrors. Rain-smeared glass showed nothing but our own pale faces. Another step, closer. The choice vanished. Waiting wasn't passive anymore, it was an invitation. I unlocked my door. What are you doing? Marco hissed. We're not sitting here, I said. My voice shook despite me. We go to the nearest house. Lights on or off, I don't care. We make noise. We get help. I grabbed the pizza bag, not because I thought we'd deliver it, but because it felt wrong to leave it. like leaving a piece of ourselves behind. As I opened the door, the footsteps paused. The rain seemed to hold its breath. And once we stepped out, once the door shut behind us, there was no retreat, no car to shelter in, no pretending this was still just a broken down delivery. We were committed to being seen. We moved like we'd agreed on a plan, even though we hadn't. Me went first, because I'd opened the door, and that apparently meant I was the one deciding things now. Marco stayed half a step behind, torch in his hand, the beam jittering across wet pavement and hedges. The pizza bag bumped my leg with each step, absurd and heavy. The nearest house was maybe 30 yards up the street on the right, a narrow semi with a low brick wall and a hedge that had grown shaggy, spilling into the sidewalk. No lights, no porch lamp, just a black rectangle of windows. Maybe pick one with lights on, Marco hissed. There aren't any, I whispered back. Footsteps behind us, not rushing, not calling out, just the soft splash of someone taking their time. I kept walking, faster but not running. Running would announce panic, and panic was its own kind of invitation. We reached the gate. It squealed when I pushed it open, high and metallic, loud in the rain. I almost wanted it loud. I wanted neighbors to hear, dogs to bark, curtains to twitch. I rapped on the door with my knuckles, hard, no sound inside, no movement. Try another, Marco said, voice cracking. Another step behind us. I turned, torchlight spilling over the street. Rain turned everything into a smear of gray. At first I saw nothing. Then, in the strip of amber light from the distant lamp, I caught the outline of a hooded figure standing near the back of my car. Still, patient. Oi, I called, voice louder than I meant. Can we help you? The figure didn't answer. Marco's hand clamped my arm. Ben, please. My phone buzzed in my pocket, vibrating against my thigh like a trapped insect. I didn't look, but I knew it would be the same thread, the same flat commands. I tried the doorbell. It was one of those cheap plastic ones, probably dead. I knocked again, and this time I heard something inside, movement, slow, like someone shifting in bed, deciding whether the world was worth waking up for. A light flicked on behind the frosted glass, warm yellow. Relief hit me so hard my knees loosened. The door opened a crack. A chain held it. A man's face appeared, puffy with sleep and suspicion, gray stubble on his jaw. He blinked rain out of his eyelashes and stared at us like we'd crawled out of a ditch. Gareth Mills, 52, male, stood behind the chain door, wearing a faded t-shirt and plaid pajama bottoms. His eyes went from my soaked hoodie to Marco's torch to the pizza bag, and his expression tightened instead of softening. What the hell, he said, voice low. It's 1 a.m. My car broke down, I said quickly. Sorry, really. We're from the pizza place down on the main road. We need help. I swallowed, hating the word. Someone's out there. Gareth's gaze flicked past us down the street. He didn't open the chain. Smart. I don't see anyone, he said. He's by our car, Marco blurted. We got texts. He knows where we are. Gareth's mouth tightened further, the way adults do when teenagers say something that sounds dramatic. Texts from who? I dug my phone out and held it up, screen bright in the rain. The unknown number, the messages, wrong car. Use the path. I see the car. Gareth leaned closer without opening the door further. His eyes narrowed at the screen, not at the words at the number. That's local, he murmured. What? I said. He didn't answer. He looked down the street again, longer this time. Then he unhooked the chain. Get in, he said. We didn't hesitate. Marco practically tripped over the threshold. I followed, dragging the pizza bag like a stupid talisman. Gareth slammed the door and turned the deadbolt with a solid, satisfying clunk. Inside smelled like radiator heat and old coffee. A hallway cluttered with shoes, an umbrella stand, a framed photo on the wall of a man holding a golden retriever. The TV in the living room was on mute, flickering blue. Gareth grabbed a set of keys from a hook and shoved them into his pocket. "Stay here," he said, already moving toward the front window. He peeked through a gap in the curtains. Marco's voice shook. "Don't go out there. Not leaving you in my house with some unknown situation outside and doing nothing," Gareth said. He said it like a man who'd been responsible for things for too long. He glanced at the pizza bag in my hand and made a face. "Put that down." I set it on the floor, the smell of pepperoni briefly blooming in the warm air, ridiculous and normal. My phone buzzed again. This time I looked. Nice house. The words punched all the air out of my chest. "He knows we're inside," I whispered. Marco's eyes widened. "Out there's," Gareth held up a hand for silence, his gaze still fixed on the street. "Shut up," he mouthed, not unkindly, just urgent. He angled his body so we could see the same strip of road through the curtain gap. At first, nothing. Then the hooded figure stepped into view, closer than before, moving with that same unhurried confidence. He stopped beside my Fiesta's driver's side door and leaned down, like he was inspecting the lock. Marco made a sound in his throat. Gareth muttered, "Christ." The figure straightened and calmly lifted something. My pizza delivery bag. The one I'd left in the car when I ran to Gareth's door. No, I'd brought it. It was inside. So what was he lifting? A second bag, Eddie's spare thermal bag that I kept in the back seat, empty, crumpled. He held it up, looked at it like it meant something, then tossed it onto the road. Then he walked to the passenger side, to where Marco had been sitting. He tried the handle. Once. Twice. It didn't open, but the attempt was casual, like testing a door in your own house. Gareth's jaw clenched. He pulled his phone out. "Police," he whispered, and started dialing. My phone buzzed again. "No police, text only." Gareth froze with his thumb over the call button, staring at my screen in my hand as if it had become a live wire. He didn't hit call. He didn't hang up. He just stood there, caught between choices. "Call them," I said, voice thin. "Please." Gareth swallowed and pressed call. Outside, the hooded figure turned his head sharp, sudden toward Gareth's house, toward our window. I felt the irrational certainty of being seen through brick and rain. The figure lifted his own phone to his ear, and then Gareth's phone went dead in his hand. Not the call failing dead, screen black. What the Gareth shook it, pressed the side button. Nothing. He looked at us, disbelief flashing into anger. It was charged. Marco grabbed his own phone from his pocket. "Mine's," he pressed the screen. Black. He looked at me, terrified. My battery was full. I checked mine, still on, still vibrating with another incoming message. "Your phones are off now." Gareth's breathing got heavier. How is he doing that? I didn't have a clever answer. I had a throat that wanted to close. Outside, the hooded figure walked away from the car and toward the houses, head down, moving along the sidewalk with purpose now. Not slow anymore. Not patient. Decided. Toward Gareth's gate. Gareth backed away from the window. "Kitchen," he said, voice suddenly very controlled. "Back of the house." Now we moved. Gareth grabbed something from a drawer as we passed, an old heavy torch, the kind with metal ridges, more club than flashlight. He shoved it into my hands. "Do you have a back door?" I asked. "Yeah, he snapped. But it opens to the garden, fences, wet, hard to climb. Marco looked like he might cry. We can't stay here. We reached the kitchen. A small room, linoleum floor, sink full of dishes. A back door with a frosted window. Rain streaked down it too. The garden beyond was a dark blur. Gareth yanked open a cabinet and pulled out a small red tin. First aid kit. He shoved it onto the counter like it might be needed in minutes rather than hours. Then the front doorbell rang. Not our broken one. Gareth S. Loud, clean, insistent. Marco flinched so hard he hit his hip on the counter. The bell rang again. Longer. Gareth, a voice called from outside. Male. Close. Calm. It wasn't muffled much by the door. It carried like someone standing right there, hand on the frame. Gareth went pale. How does he know my name? My stomach twisted. The photo in the hallway, Gareth with the dog, the frame on the wall. Easy to read if someone had looked through the window earlier. Or the name on a letterbox. Or the voice came again, almost friendly. Gareth, open up. I just want my pizza. A laugh bubbled out of Marco, one sharp, panicked sound. What the Gareth lifted a finger to his lips, eyes wide, telling us to shut up again. He grabbed a chair and dragged it to the back door with a scraping screech that sounded too loud in the small room. He climbed onto it and shoved at the tiny top window latch. Can you get out? I whispered. Maybe, Gareth whispered back, straining. The latch resisted. He swore under his breath. The front bell rang a third time. Then the voice changed, still controlled, but colder. Gareth, don't make me knock. I'm sorry, Gareth whispered, not to us, to himself. He got the latch open. Cold air knifed in. Rain spattered the sill. He pushed the small window outward. It's not big enough, Marco hissed. It's big enough for you, Gareth snapped, and Marco stared at him like he'd been slapped. The voice from the front door, last chance. Something thudded against the front of the house. Not a kick. A heavy, deliberate hit, like a shoulder checking the door to see what it would take. Gareth looked at me. You, he said. Help him. I climbed onto the chair, grabbed Marco under the arms, and hauled him up. He wriggled, breath ragged, trying to fold himself through the small opening. His jacket snagged. He cursed, quiet and desperate. Go, Gareth hissed. Another thud from the front. The doorframe groaned. Marco got his shoulders through, then his torso, then his hips with a wet scramble. He dropped out of sight into the garden with a muffled grunt. My turn. I shoved my upper body through. The sill bit into my ribs. Rain soaked my shirt instantly. I twisted, felt something tear, fabric, maybe skin, and then I was half out, legs still inside, kicking for purchase. A crash from the front of the house, wood splintering, a sound so final it made Marco scream outside. Gareth grabbed my ankles. Move, he barked and shoved. Hard. My legs slid, my knee slammed into the frame, pain white and immediate. I bit down on a shout. Then I was out, dropping into the garden on muddy ground, hands catching my fall, palms stinging. Rolled and looked up. Gareth was still inside, still on the chair. He reached for the latch, trying to pull the window closed behind us. And then, from inside the house, a new sound, footsteps in the hallway, fast, wet, coming toward the kitchen. Gareth's eyes met mine through the rain-streaked frosted glass. He looked older in that second, tired, furious at himself, furious at the world. He shoved at the window one last time, but it didn't catch. The latch slipped. The kitchen door banged open. Gareth turned. The figure stepped in, hood still up, rain dripping from the edge like a slow leak. I couldn't see his face clearly through the frosted pane, but I saw the shape of his arm lift. Gareth lunged. There was a sharp crack, metal on something hard. Gareth's heavy torch, I realized a fraction too late. He swung first. The figure stumbled back. Then Gareth made a sound, short, involuntary, and folded at the waist. A knife, small, quick, not cinematic, just a glint and a sudden collapse of breath. Gareth hit the floor out of view. Marco grabbed my sleeve in the garden, yanking me backward. "Ben, move." We ran along the slick grass, shoes sinking, fence boards looming ahead. Gareth had been right. The fences were tall, wet, hard to climb. Ivy and moss made them slippery. My knee screamed with every step, the impact from the window still blooming into real pain. Behind us, inside the house, something smashed, glass maybe. A back door handle rattled. We reached the fence. I jumped, grabbed the top, and my hand slipped. Mud, rain, panic. Marco tried beside me and slid down with a helpless sob. The back door of Gareth's house burst open. We froze, caught in the garden like rats in a sink. The hooded figure stepped out into the rain, scanning. He wasn't huge, not a movie monster, just a man in a dark jacket, holding something close to his body. His movements were efficient now, not theatrical. He looked at the fence, then at us, and his head tilted slightly, as if considering the work involved. I did the only thing I could think of, improvised, desperate. I grabbed the pizza bag from where I dropped it earlier by the kitchen window. Somehow it had landed outside when we shoved through, splattered with mud. I yanked it open, pulled out the hot box. The smell hit the rain like a flare. "Hey," I shouted, voice cracking. "You want it? Take it." The figure's attention snapped to me. I hurled the pizza box, not at his face, but to the side, over the fence line where the garden met the alley. It slapped against wood and landed with a soggy cardboard thump, sliding out of sight. For 1 second, the man's gaze followed it on instinct. That second was everything. "Now," I yelled, and threw myself at the fence again. This time, I dug my fingers into a rough knot in the wood, found a purchase, hauled. Pain ripped through my knee, but adrenaline bulleted aside. I got one leg over, then the other, and dropped into the alley on the far side, landing hard and nearly collapsing. Marco scrambled after me, panting, slipping, but he made it by inches, falling into the alley beside me with a wet smack. We ran. The alley was narrow, lined with wheelie bins, slick bricks underfoot. The rain sounded different between fences, more enclosed, louder, like someone pouring water into a metal trough. We burst out onto the next street, stumbling onto a wider road with actual streetlights and a bus stop shelter. A car passed, headlights, real people inside. I waved both arms like an idiot, like I wanted to be seen more than I'd ever wanted anything. The car slowed. A woman rolled down her window a crack. "Are you okay?" she called. I heard myself say, "Call the police," in a voice that didn't sound like mine. Behind us, at the mouth of the alley, the hooded figure appeared just for a moment, standing under the weak light, rain slicking his shoulders. He didn't chase. He didn't need to. He just looked at us like he was memorizing. Then he stepped back into the dark. The woman's eyes widened. She fumbled for her phone. "I'm calling," she said, voice trembling. Marco sank onto the curb, shaking so hard his whole body rattled. I tried to stand still, but my knee buckled and I had to grab the bus stop pole, metal cold and steady under my fingers. Somewhere behind us, in Gareth's house, a TV still flickered on mute. And Gareth, who'd opened his door, who tried to do the right thing, was alone on a kitchen floor because we had brought the wrong kind of attention to the wrong street. The conflict was over in the only way it could be over. Not clean, not fair, just finished enough to leave us breathing. But I knew, with the same sick certainty as the earlier texts, that whatever had happened tonight would not stay neatly inside tonight. Not in my head, not in Marco's, not in the quiet, wet grid of those streets. The police arrived in pieces, not all at once. First, a patrol car, lights washing the wet street blue and white. Then an ambulance that pulled up crooked, back doors swinging open while rain pattered uselessly on its roof. Then another car, and another, radios hissing with half-finished sentences. Night filled with purposeful noise, and in doing so, took something away from the fear. Not erased it, just pushed it back enough to breathe. Marco sat on the curb under the bus stop shelter, wrapped in a foil blanket someone had pressed around his shoulders. He hadn't stopped shaking, not the dramatic kind, just a constant, fine tremor, like a phone buzzing on silent. A paramedic knelt in front of him, asking the same questions twice, gently, because Marco kept drifting. Name, Marco. Age, 19. Do you know where you are? Marco nodded, then shook his head, then nodded again. I was on the edge of the scene, leaning against a signpost, my knee wrapped tight and throbbing in a way that felt deep and structural. Every time I shifted my weight, white sparks bloomed behind my eyes. A paramedic had told me it probably wasn't broken, probably, and that word echoed louder than it should have. Someone had given me a cup of tea. I hadn't asked for it. I kept forgetting to drink it, then remembering and burning my tongue. Ben, a voice said. I looked up. Eddie stood there, hair plastered to his forehead, jacket half-zipped like he'd thrown it on while running. His eyes were wide, unfocused, scanning me for damage like he was doing inventory. Jesus, he breathed. Jesus Christ. He didn't hug me. Instead, he put his hands on my shoulders, firm, grounding, like he was making sure I was still solid. You okay? Nodded because that was easier than answering honestly. They took him out, Eddie said quietly. The guy from the house. Gareth, I swallowed. Is he alive? Eddie said quick. He's alive, lost a lot of blood. Knife nicked something important, but they got pressure on it fast. He's in surgery now. The relief was physical, a sag through my chest that almost took my legs with it. Alive wasn't safe. Alive wasn't fine. But alive was something. A police officer approached then, notebook already damp from rain. She introduced herself, name slipping past me, and started asking questions that felt both too simple and impossibly large. When did you first receive the messages? Did you recognize the number? Can you describe the suspect? I did my best. Hood, dark jacket. Average height, male. My descriptions felt flimsy even as I said them, like I was trying to describe a dream that didn't want to stay still. Marco was questioned separately. I could hear his voice rising, then cracking, then flattening into something almost mechanical. He told the story the way you might read instructions. First this happened, then this, then this. No adjectives, no emotion. Like if he kept it factual, it wouldn't be able to hurt him again. An officer asked to see my phone. I hesitated, just a second too long. Please, she said, not unkindly. I handed it over. She scrolled through the thread, rainwater beating on the screen, her expression tightening line by line. Did you respond to all of these? She asked. Yes, I said. I mean most of them. Did the suspect ever identify himself? No. Did he threaten you directly? I thought of don't turn around. Of your phones are off now. of Gareth's name spoken from behind a door. "Yes," I said finally, but not directly. She nodded, like she understood exactly what I meant. The Fiesta was towed an hour later, dragged onto the flatbed like a wounded animal. The driver clicked his tongue sympathetically and said something about alternators and bad luck. He didn't know he was talking about more than the car. By the time the street started to empty, the rain had eased into a thin mist that made everything glow. Police tape fluttered uselessly around Gareth's gate. His front door hung crooked on its hinges, splintered wood raw and pale where it had given way. I couldn't stop looking at it. "Ben," Eddie said, following my gaze. "Don't." My voice caught stupidly. He opened the door. Eddie didn't say anything for a moment. Then, yeah, Marco was taken home by his sister. She arrived in a fury at the world, at me, at Eddie, at the rain, and bundled him into her car like he might disappear if she let go. He didn't look back when they drove off. I went to the hospital for my knee because the pain had stopped being negotiable. The waiting room smelled like disinfectant and old coffee, a familiar purgatory. I sat there in wet clothes, shivering, filling out forms with a pen that barely worked. A nurse asked me what happened. "My car broke down," I said, and then, because it felt wrong to lie even a little, I added, "and then some other stuff." She smiled faintly. "That's usually how it goes." They wrapped my knee properly, told me to rest, to ice it, to come back if it swelled or changed color. They used words like strain and soft tissue damage. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that matched how it felt to put weight on it. Before I left, I asked quietly how the man from the house was doing. The nurse checked a screen. "Still in surgery," she said, "but stable." I thanked her for answering, even though she hadn't needed thanks. It was nearly dawn when Eddie drove me home. The city looked different in that gray hour, scrubbed and ordinary. Delivery vans replaced police cars. People in gym clothes jogged past without looking at us. Somewhere, someone was opening a cafe. "You can take time off," Eddie said as we pulled up outside my building. "Paid, don't argue." I didn't have the energy to argue. At my door, he hesitated. "You did what you could," he said. "You know that, right?" I nodded, but the thought lodged somewhere uncomfortable. What you could didn't feel like enough. It never does. Inside my flat, everything was exactly where I'd left it. Shoes by the door. Sink half full of dishes. The quiet hum of the fridge. It felt like walking into a photograph of my own life. I showered. The water stung my scraped hands. Purple bruises were already blooming along my ribs and knee, abstract maps I didn't remember drawing. When I turned the water off, the silence pressed in again. I sat on my bed and finally, deliberately, opened the message thread one more time. No new messages. No typing bubbles. Just the same short commands, frozen in time. I blocked the number. Then I deleted it. Then I checked the trash and deleted it again. Sleep came in pieces. I dreamed of doorbells and phones vibrating against my leg. I woke to daylight and the sound of someone downstairs dragging bins to the curb. Later that day, afternoon, according to my phone, Eddie texted, "Marco's okay. Shaken, but home. Hospital says Gareth made it through surgery." I exhaled and typed back, "Thank you." The police called the next day. They decanvassed the area. Found a neighbor's camera that caught a hooded figure walking through the street hours earlier. No clear face. No plates. They said the phone interference was unusual, but not impossible. Signal jammers existed, small ones, cheap ones. The number was prepaid, purchased locally. No name attached. "We're treating it as an aggravated assault and stalking," the officer said. "We'll be in touch." They were twice more, each time the same careful phrases. No suspect identified. No arrest. Week later, I drove past Gareth Street on purpose. The door was fixed, new wood unpainted, standing out like a fresh scar. A small bouquet of flowers sat on the step, wilted but still trying. I didn't stop. I didn't know what I would say if I did. I quit night shifts. That part was easy. Eddie understood without comment. Marco didn't come back at all. I heard he'd enrolled in a course, something far from kitchens and late hours. I couldn't blame him. Life filled in around the edges again. Rent, groceries, the dull comfort of routine. The city smoothed itself over as cities do. But sometimes, when my phone buzzes unexpectedly, my body reacts before my mind does. A jolt, a tightening, a brief, irrational certainty that someone is paying attention again. And once, only once, I could swear my phone vibrated late at night, long after I'd blocked and deleted everything. When I checked it, there was nothing there. Just my reflection in the dark screen, looking older than I remembered. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, the ice cream man in our town didn't sell ice cream, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that went wrong was the dryer. Not wrong, nothing dramatic, no sparks, no smoke. Just the tiniest hitch in the rhythm. The steady thump, thump, thump of wet towels tumbling, and then a brief pause like it had swallowed a sock and needed to think about it. Then it started again. I stood in the laundry room with one hand on the metal door frame, listening like the machine had something to confess. The air was warm and lint sweet, that baked cotton smell that usually meant everything in my life was doing what it was supposed to. Above the washer, a single bare bulb buzzed faintly. I'd always meant to swap it for an LED and never did. "Don't stare at it like it's going to answer," Jonah said from the doorway. His voice was casual, but I caught the tiny strain in it, like he'd been rehearsing normal. He had his phone in his hand, screen bright against the dim hallway, thumb hovering over nothing. Behind him, the kitchen radio was playing some local station too low to make out. A voice, and then music, and then a different voice. "I'm not staring," I said. "I'm listening." Jonah stepped closer, leaned in as if he could hear something I couldn't. He smelled like cold air and cedar soap. He'd been outside earlier, hauling boxes from his trunk in that determined way he had whenever he was trying not to seem stressed. "Sounds fine," he said, but his eyes flicked to the floor drain in the corner. A round metal grate with rust around the edge. The kind you don't notice until you do. It did a pause, I told him. The dryer paused, he repeated, like he was translating my sentence into something harmless. "Okay, it's a dryer." I wanted to let it go. I really did. But I'd been on edge all day, and I didn't like the way my brain kept counting little irregularities and stacking them up like evidence. My mother used to call it catastrophizing. She'd say it the way you say bad habit to a kid picking scabs. Jonah called it your crime documentary thing, like it was cute. It wasn't cute when I couldn't stop. I'll switch the load, I said. I opened the dryer. Heat rushed out and fogged my glasses for a second. Towels, jeans, the beige bath mat we'd bought because it was neutral. I lifted the bath mat, and there it was. A thin strip of paper, folded once, stuck to the damp rubber backing like it had been pressed there on purpose. It wasn't a receipt, not the usual junk you find in pockets. It looked like someone had torn it from a notebook. The edges were ragged. Lines were faint blue. The fold had been creased hard. Jonah saw it in my hand and made a noise that might have been a laugh if it didn't die in his throat. "Okay, that's weird," he said. I held it up under the buzzing bulb. The paper was smeared like it had gotten wet and dried. The writing, blocky, heavy, was still legible. "Can you hear me down here?" The question mark was a deep puncture through the page. For a half second, I just stared at it, waiting for my brain to file it under a normal explanation. Kid's prank. Old notes stuck in something secondhand. Jonah messing with me. But Jonah didn't do this kind of thing. He could barely keep a surprise birthday dinner secret without his face giving it away. He took the note from me, turned it over like there might be an answer on the back. There was. Only the faint impression of whatever had been written on the next page in the notebook. "That's," he swallowed. "That's not from us. Check your pockets," I said immediately, too sharp. My voice came out the way it does when I'm trying to control a situation by being in charge of it. Jonah patted his jeans. "I'm not the one who writes notes and hides them in appliances." "I don't write notes like that," I said. Then, softer, "Do you?" He looked offended, and then the offense shifted into something else, concern maybe, or the beginning of it. He handed the note back like it had weight. "I didn't," he said. "But this isn't funny." I nodded, because my chest had started doing that tight thing it does when I want to sprint and can't see where to run. The house was older than either of us liked to admit. A split level outside of Pittsburgh, built in the 70s, with paneling in the lower den and a basement that smelled permanently of concrete and old paint. We'd bought it 3 weeks ago because the school district was good and the price was reasonable, and the inspection report didn't scream catastrophe, just normal things. Moisture readings on the low side, a few hairline cracks, the recommendation to regrade the yard by spring. Jonah had been excited in a way that scared me. He walked through rooms talking about what we could do, like the house was already behaving, like it had no history, like walls didn't hold things. I was the one who had insisted we replace the locks the first day. I was also the one who still checked the closets before bed. My name is Mara Collins. I'm 29. I'm the kind of person who double checks that the stove is off and then takes a photo of it, just to be sure. I tell people it's because I'm visual. The truth is, I don't trust the feeling of certainty. It slips too easily. Jonah shifted his weight, eyes on the stairwell that led down to the den, and then another half flight to the basement door. From where we stood, you couldn't see the door itself, only the angle of the wall and the start of the steps, the paint slightly different where someone had touched it up. "Could it be from the old owners?" he asked. "They moved out," I said. "We cleaned everything. We've done laundry here twice already." He exhaled through his nose. "Maybe it was in a pocket, and then it gets stuck to the bath mat," I finished, "and asks if we can hear it down here." The radio in the kitchen changed to a commercial. The dryer resumed its steady rhythm like it wanted to help. Jonah lifted his phone as if the light on the screen might make the note less real. "We should call Ashley," he said. "She'll tell us what to do." Ashley was his sister, which meant she had two settings: calm practical and calm sarcastic. Either would have been better than the way my brain was starting to narrate. Before Jonah could move, the back door opened, and a burst of cold air spilled into the hallway. "Hello," a voice called, loud and bright. Jonah's shoulders loosened like a string cut. "Over here," he called back. A second later, Ashley appeared at the end of the hall with her scarf half unwound, cheeks flushed from the cold. She had a paper bag in one hand and a six-pack in the other. She kicked snow off her boots with no shame. Ashley Greer, 32, female, was the kind of person who always showed up as if she'd been invited twice. "Housewarming rescue squad," she announced, lifting the six-pack. "I brought beer and those spicy pretzels you pretend you don't like." "You're a saint," Jonah said, genuinely relieved. Ashley's eyes took in the laundry room in one sweep: me, the open dryer, the note in my hand, Jonah's phone like a talisman. "Okay," she said slowly. "This feels like I walked into a marital fight about fabric softener." "It's not that," Jonah said. I held up the note. Ashley leaned in, her smell of peppermint gum and winter air cutting through the warm laundry scent. She read the words, and her eyebrows climbed. "Okay," she said again, but this time it wasn't playful. She reached for the paper, then stopped, like touching it might be a bad decision. "Where did you find that?" "In the dryer," I said. "On the bath mat." Ashley's gaze flicked to the stairwell without meaning to. She pulled a face, as if she'd tasted something metallic. "That's a prank," she said, but it landed like a question. Jonah tried to laugh. "From who?" Ashley set the beer down on the washer with a thunk, and finally took the note between two fingers, holding it away from her body. She turned it over like Jonah had. "Nothing." "Do you have a basement, kid?" she asked, too lightly. "Stop," Jonah said automatically. Ashley held the note up under the bulb. Buzzing seemed louder now, or maybe we were all listening harder. "Mara," Ashley said, glancing at me, "this is going to sound like I'm mocking you, but I'm not. Did you write this?" "Like stress thing?" My face heated. Not anger exactly. Something more embarrassing. "No," I said, "I didn't." Ashley nodded slowly. She believed me. Or at least, she believed the situation was weird enough that it didn't matter whether she did. Jonah cleared his throat. We're trying to figure out how it got there." Ashley's mouth tightened at the corners. "Okay, so, options. 1, it fell out of someone's pocket. 2, the old owners left it somewhere dumb and it migrated. 3, she paused, eyes drifting again to the stairwell. 3, someone's messing with you." The radio cut back to music. A bass line, then vocals. Life continuing. "Someone like who?" Jonah asked, and I heard the crack in his comm. Ashley shrugged with forced nonchalance. "I don't know. Neighborhood kids. Someone who had keys before you changed the locks. A contractor, the ghost of Home Depot." I couldn't help it. I barked a laugh, short and ugly. Then I stopped because the laugh felt wrong in my mouth. I folded the note once, exactly on the crease, and held it in my palm. It was still slightly damp, like it had sweated. Jonah rubbed his face. "We should go downstairs," he said finally. The sentence dropped into the room and just sat there. I looked at the stairwell. The way the light from the hallway fell down 2 steps and then stopped. The house's lower level always felt like a different place. Cooler, the air heavier. The smell faintly sour like old carpet and paint cans. My flaw, if you want to call it that, is that I don't like unknown spaces. I don't like being unable to see the corners. It's not fear of monsters. It's fear of people. People who can fit into places you don't check. Jonah's fear was the opposite, that he'd overreact and look stupid, that he'd call the police and they'd shrug and leave, and he'd be the guy in the neighborhood who panicked over a scrap of paper. Ashley looked between us. The practical side of her was awake now, fully. "If you go down there," she said, "you don't go alone." Jonah nodded like he'd already decided. "Flashlight," he said, looking around. "There's one in the junk drawer," Ashley said automatically. I could have said no. I could have told them we'd throw the note away, lock the basement door, and go upstairs to open the beer, and pretend the dryer pause was just a dryer pause. Instead, I heard myself say, "We just look. We don't make it a thing." Ashley's eyes softened, and for a second she looked older. "Sure," she said. "We just look." Jonah reached past me to shut the dryer door with a firm click, like sealing a truth inside a machine. The dryer resumed its steady rhythm. The bulb buzzed. We stood at the top of the stairs, 3 bodies in a narrow hall, and listened to the normal sounds of a house trying to be a house. Then Jonah took the first step down, and we followed toward the basement door, toward the choice we'd already made without admitting it. The basement door stuck the way doors do when they've been painted too many times. Jonah put his shoulder into it gently at first, then harder, the wood making a dry, complaining sound before it finally opened with a soft thunk. The smell came up immediately: cool concrete, old cardboard, something faintly sweet and rotten like apples forgotten in a drawer. Ashley clicked on the flashlight from the junk drawer. The beam cut a narrow cone through the dim, catching dust motes that drifted like they had nowhere urgent to be. "Okay," she said. "Everyone breathe. This is just a basement." It wasn't, though. Not really. The stairs were steep, carpeted in that low-pile industrial gray that never quite dries. The handrail wobbled if you touched it. I noticed all of it because my brain was busy mapping exits. Up the stairs, out the door. If something happened, how fast could we move? Jonah went first again, because of course he did. He hated the idea of me slipping. Ashley stayed behind me, her free hand brushing the wall for balance. Halfway down, Jonah stopped. "What?" I asked. He angled the flashlight toward the bottom step. The carpet there was darker, like it had been wet recently. Not soaked, just damp. Ashley leaned in. "Could be condensation," she said. "Basements do that." "Or a leak," Jonah said. I thought of the inspection report, the moisture readings, the line that said within acceptable range. Acceptable didn't mean safe. It meant not someone else's problem yet. At the bottom, the basement opened into a long rectangular space with exposed beams overhead and a low ceiling that made Jonah duck automatically. The walls were painted a tired off-white, chipped in places. Shelving units lined one side, stacked with paint cans, old tools, boxes labeled in a stranger's handwriting. The other side was mostly empty, except for the furnace and the water heater tucked into the far corner behind a half wall. The flashlight beam swept across the floor. "Jesus," Ashley said softly. The concrete was marked with footprints, not muddy boot prints like you'd expect from someone tracking in dirt. Bare footprints, slightly darker than the surrounding concrete, as if someone had walked across it with wet feet. They went from the far corner near the furnace toward the stairs. They stopped about 3 feet short of the bottom step. My stomach did a slow, careful drop. Jonah crouched without thinking, his knee hitting the concrete with a dull knock. They're fresh, he said. How can you tell? I asked, though I already knew. They haven't dried all the way, he said. He didn't touch them. Just hovered, like he was afraid of smudging something important. See the edges, still sharp. Ashley swallowed. Okay, she said again. Okay, this is now a thing. I felt my chest tighten, that familiar vice. Unknown spaces. People-shaped possibilities. Call the police, I said immediately. Jonah hesitated. It was only a second, but it was enough. And say what? He asked. We found footprints. In our basement, I snapped. Bare footprints, with a note. Ashley looked between us. We can call the non-emergency line, she said. They'll tell us what to do. Jonah rubbed his face hard. I don't want to overreact. That was it. That was his fear, standing there in the open, looking ridiculous, being the guy who cried intruder and got a lecture about humidity. Jonah, I said, keeping my voice low and tight. Someone was down here. He opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. He followed the footprints with the flashlight again, slower this time, like he was reading a sentence he didn't want to finish. They came from the furnace area, he said. Why would someone be barefoot near the furnace? Ashley shifted her weight. The floor creaked under her boot. Unless they live down here, she said, then immediately shook her head. No, that's stupid. Forget I said that. The furnace clicked on with a sudden whoop, air rushing through the ducts overhead. I flinched despite myself. Okay, Ashley said briskly. New rule. No one splits up. Jonah, call the non-emergency line. Mara, take photos. Document everything. Jonah pulled out his phone. No bars. He frowned, turned it, tried again. That's weird. My phone buzzed in my hand as if on cue, one bar, then none. The basement ate signal. Of course it did. Great, Ashley muttered. Basement's a dead zone. We should go back up, I said. Call from the kitchen. Jonah nodded, then paused. His flashlight beam had stopped moving. What? I asked. There's water, he said. He stood and walked toward the furnace, slow and deliberate. The footprints led there, but he didn't follow them exactly. He stepped wide, like he didn't want to overlap. Behind the half wall, the floor was visibly wet. A thin sheen of water spread across the concrete, reflecting the flashlight in a dull shimmer. It wasn't gushing. It was worse, quiet. Is that? Ashley started. Water heater, Jonah said. Or a pipe. The water heater was old beige, with a dent on the side. A thin stream of water trickled from a valve near the bottom, running along the floor toward a drain set into the concrete near the wall. The drain I'd noticed upstairs. The rusted grate. My brain snapped into logistics mode because fear loves something to organize. How long has it been leaking? I asked. Jonah crouched again, touched the side of the heater, yanked his hand back. It's warm, he said. Active leak. Ashley groaned. If that floods, you're looking at electrical issues. Mold, structural stuff. And someone was walking through it, I said. The footprints made sense now. Wet feet, bare feet. My heart started to pound harder. Jonah, I said, what if they're still here? The question hung between us, heavy and very real. No, he said automatically. We would have heard. A sound came from the far end of the basement. Not a voice, not a footstep. A soft scrape, like cardboard shifting against cardboard. Ashley's flashlight jerked toward the shelves. Hello, Jonah called, his voice cracking just enough to give him away. Nothing answered. The furnace hummed. Water trickled. Ashley lowered her voice. Mara, she whispered, stand behind me. I did, my back pressed against the cold wall. I could feel the vibration of the furnace through the concrete. Jonah took a step toward the shelves, then another. "If someone's here," he said, louder now, "this is private property. We've called the police." A lie. A necessary one. The shelves loomed closer. Boxes labeled holiday, cables, books. One box at the bottom was torn open, the cardboard bent like it had been handled recently. Another scrape. Closer this time. "Jonah," Ashley hissed. "Stop," he did. His face had gone pale, a sheen of sweat at his hairline. "Go upstairs," he said to us, too quickly. "I'll check." "No," I said. The word came out sharp. No splitting up. This was my fear now, loud and clear. Someone unseen, using the space I couldn't map, slipping into corners I didn't check. Ashley nodded. "We moved together," she said, slow. The scrape turned into a muffled thump, a box falling, something shifting weight. From behind the shelves, a cough sounded. Human, unmistakably human. My breath caught in my throat. Ashley's hand tightened on the flashlight. "Hey," a voice said, rough and hoarse. "Hey, don't freak out." Jonah's jaw clenched. "Who are you?" he demanded. A pause, then, I'm leaving. I didn't know anyone was home." "You were barefoot," I said before I could stop myself. "Why were you barefoot?" Another pause, longer. The water heater chose that moment to make a loud clank. The leak intensified, the stream widening. "I slipped," the voice said, "on the water." Ashley glanced at the spreading puddle, then back at the shelves. "You need to come out where we can see you," she said. Silence. Then footsteps wet, slapping, retreating away from us, toward the back of the basement. "There's no exit back there," Jonah shouted. But the footsteps kept going. And then there was a metallic rattle, faint but distinct, coming from the direction of the crawlspace door we hadn't noticed yet. My stomach dropped again. "There is now," Ashley said quietly. The water kept rising, inch by inch, creeping toward the base of the stairs. Stood there, three of us, trapped between a flooding basement and a person who knew the hidden spaces of our house better than we did. And none of us had signal. The crawlspace door was a rectangle of darker wood set low into the back wall, half hidden behind a leaning shelf of paint cans. Once you noticed it, you couldn't unsee it. The little metal latch at the top rattled again, harder this time, like someone testing it. "He's not supposed to be back there," Jonah said, more to himself than to us. The basement's layout snapped into sharper focus in my head. Stairs behind us. Furnace and water heater to the right. Shelving and boxes along the left wall. Crawlspace dead ahead, low and narrow, probably running under the den and part of the kitchen. A place you'd only know existed if you'd gone looking. The water crept closer to the stairs, thin but persistent. It touched the bottom step and soaked into the carpet immediately, darkening it. Ashley swore under her breath. "If that hits the electrical panel, where is the panel?" I asked. "Back wall near the crawlspace," Jonah said. Of course it was. Another rattle, then silence. We all stood frozen, listening for breathing, movement, anything. The furnace kicked on again, a sudden roar of air that made me jump. For half a second, the sound twisted into something like footsteps, fast and heavy, and my heart slammed against my ribs. Ashley snapped the flashlight beam upward, wild. Then it settled. Just the ducts. Just forced air. "Okay," she said, voice shaking despite her effort. That's just the furnace. That was nothing." Misdirection, my brain whispered. "Don't trust it anyway." Attempt one came out of sheer instinct. "Jonah," Ashley said, "shut off the water main. That buys us time." "The main's upstairs," he said. "Then go," she said. Now he hesitated, eyes flicking to the crawlspace, to us. "I'll be fine," I said, even though the words tasted like a lie. We stay by the stairs. Jonah nodded once and bolted up the steps 2 at a time, slipping slightly on the wet carpet, but catching himself on the handrail. The basement door slammed shut behind him. The sound echoed louder than it should have. Ashley and I stood back to back without discussing it, her flashlight aimed at the crawlspace door, mine my phone, useless as a light, but still clenched in my hand aimed at the shelves. "Talk to me," she murmured. "Keep your voice steady." "About what?" I whispered. "Anything." I focused on something solid. "The footprints," I said. "They were adult-sized, narrow, maybe a man. Barefoot in winter," Ashley said. "That's not great." A faint scraping came from the crawlspace again, followed by a soft grunt. The latch rattled, then stopped. "He's stuck," Ashley whispered. "Or he thinks we are." My calves started to burn from standing tense, knees locked. The air felt colder down here, damp seeping through my jeans. Then something hit the back of the shelves. Not hard, a bump. Enough to make a paint can wobble. I gasped before I could stop myself. Ashley raised the flashlight, beam shaking. "Don't," she said sharply. "Don't react." The wobbling can tipped and fell, clanging loudly against the concrete. The noise ricocheted off the walls, deafening. And then nothing. Silence except for water and furnace. My heart pounded so hard I felt dizzy. "That was him," I said. Ashley swallowed. "Or gravity." We waited. Seconds stretched. My hands tingled. Another sound came not from the crawlspace, but above us. A thud on the ceiling. Then another, farther away. "He's running," I said. "He's under the house." Ashley's eyes widened. Crawlspace connects to the front. If there's an exterior vent, a new noise cut her off, the basement door handle rattling. Relief and fear collided in my chest. "Mara," Jonah's voice, muffled but unmistakable. "Water's off." But the handle rattled again. "Harder, Jonah," Ashley called. The rattling stopped. For a terrible second, no one spoke. Then the handle turned slowly. The door opened. Jonah stood there, breathless, eyes wild. "Someone tried to lock me out," he said. "There's a chair wedged against the kitchen door." That was attempt 1, partial success. The water slowed to a stop, but the problem had multiplied. "He knows the house," Ashley said, "or he's learning fast." Attempt 2 was riskier. "We need to get out," I said. "Front door together." Jonah shook his head. "If he's under the house, he'll hear us. He could come up through the crawl space again." "And the basement's flooding," Ashley said. "We can't stay." My brain latched onto procedure. "Police," I said. "Landline." "There isn't one," Jonah said. "But my car, if I can get to it." "Keys?" Ashley asked. "In my jacket," he said. "Upstairs by the back door," which was blocked. Ashley exhaled slowly. "Okay." We moved to the den. "There's another exit to the backyard, right?" "Yes," Jonah said. "Sliding door." "Then that's our path," she said. "Mara, you stay between us. Flashlights up. We don't run unless we have to." We moved as one, stepping carefully through the shallow water, shoes soaking. My socks squelched unpleasantly, a sensory detail my brain latched onto like a warning bell. Halfway to the stairs, the power cut. Not a dramatic blackout, just a soft click, the furnace dying mid-hum, the basement plunging into thick darkness. Ashley cursed. "Electrical panel, water," Jonah said. It must have reached. His flashlight flickered, then steadied. Mine was useless now, a dark mirror reflecting my own wide eyes. We climbed fast, hearts hammering. The basement door loomed, a darker rectangle in the dark. Another thud came from the ceiling above the den. Closer this time. "Move," Ashley hissed. We burst into the den, the air warmer, carpet dry. Jonah slammed the basement door shut and twisted the lock with shaking hands. The den was dim, but not dark. Late afternoon light filtered through the small windows. Furniture sat half arranged, boxes still unpacked. A couch, a coffee table, the sliding glass door at the back, curtains drawn. A shadow passed across the frosted glass. "Don't," Ashley said automatically, raising her flashlight. The shadow resolved into a raccoon scrambling across the deck railing, claws clicking. It froze when the beam hit it, eyes reflecting back like coins. I laughed then, a hysterical bark that turned into a sob halfway through. "Okay," Ashley said, too loud. "Okay, that's explainable." My legs shook. "I can't, I know," she said. "I know, that was misdirection. A mercy almost." Then the sliding door handle jiggled. Not an animal, too deliberate, too slow. Jonah moved in front of us without thinking. "Back," he said. "Get back." The handle jiggled again. Harder. "Police are on their way," a voice called from outside. The same rough voice from the basement. "Just open the door. Let's not make this worse." My blood roared in my ears. "That's a lie," Ashley whispered. "They don't announce like that." The handle jerked sharply. The glass rattled in its frame. Behind us, a new sound, wood creaking, from the hallway leading to the front of the house. Footsteps. Inside. "He's in," Jonah said hoarsely. The den suddenly felt too small, the exits collapsing in my mental map. The sliding door banged once more, then stopped. Silence. Then the front door slammed upstairs. A lock clicked. Ashley's face went pale. "Point of no return," she said quietly. We were trapped inside our own house, lights out, water rising below us, and the person who knew the hidden spaces best had just sealed the obvious way out. The first thing I noticed was the smell. Not the wet basement smell, not the stale cardboard and old paint. This was sharper, hot plastic, the faint tang of something electrical overheating. Ashley noticed it too. Her nostrils flared, and her eyes went past Jonah's shoulder toward the hallway like she could see through walls. "Panel," she whispered. "Something's arcing." Jonah had his back to the den door, one hand on the knob like he could hold the whole house shut by force. The flashlight in his other hand threw a jittery circle of light on the carpet. I was crouched behind the couch, knees to my chest, because sitting on the floor felt like being smaller made me safer. It didn't. From upstairs, a drawer slid open. Then another, slow, deliberate, like someone shopping. "He's looking for keys," Ashley murmured, "or something sharp." "Why lock us in then?" I asked. My voice came out thin. Ashley's jaw tightened. "Control. He wants you to feel it." A thump from the front of the house, boot against wall, maybe. Then the creak of the stair landing. Footsteps started down toward the den. Jonah's shoulders went rigid. He whispered, "No, no, no," like bargaining with physics. Ashley raised her flashlight, beam pinned on the den doorway. "We don't wait for him to pick us off," she said, low and fierce. "We move. We make noise. We make it messy." I shook my head before she even finished. "He's between us and the front door." "Then we don't go that way," she said. Jonah glanced at the sliding glass door, curtains still drawn. Outside, the deck, and then the backyard sloped down to a row of bare trees. The neighbor's house was visible through them, lights on, normal life happening within shouting distance. "The slider's locked," Jonah said. I checked. Ashley's eyes flicked to the floor, to the boxes stacked by the wall, to the coffee table we hadn't decided if we hated yet. "Break it," she said. Jonah stared at her. "That's Ashley. The front door's locked," she snapped. "The basement's flooding, the power's out, and someone is walking down our stairs. We break the glass, we scream, we run. I swallowed hard. My private fear, unknown spaces, corners you can't see, was now a real person in our house. And the idea of running through the dark toward anything unknown made my stomach twist. But staying was worse. How? Jonah hissed. With what? Ashley's flashlight beam swung to the washer and dryer note in my pocket, then passed it to the corner of the den where Jonah had tossed his tool bag earlier in the day. The one he'd brought down from the car. A hammer, she said. You said you had tools. Jonah shook his head, already moving. He grabbed the bag, unzipped it with trembling fingers. Metal clinked. A flashlight, a tape measure, a small claw hammer. The footsteps on the stairs paused. A voice drifted down the hallway. Close now. Hey, the man called, almost conversational. You don't have to do this. Ashley's gaze met mine. Her pupils were huge. Mara, she whispered, when Jonah hits the glass, you scream. Like you're hurt, like he's killing you. Get the neighbors' attention. My mouth went dry. I can't. Yes, you can, she said, and something in her tone didn't allow another option. Jonah's hand tightened around the hammer. He looked at me, apologetic and terrified all at once. I'm sorry, he mouthed, as if breaking our own door was a sin. The den doorway creaked. A silhouette filled it, broad shoulders, a hood, the shine of wet fabric. The flashlight caught the edge of his face. Stubble, chapped lips, eyes too bright. His feet were bare, wet, toes pink with cold. He held something in his hand. Not a knife, a long screwdriver, the kind you'd pull from a tool belt. My God, Ashley whispered. The man's gaze flicked between us, the hammer, the sliding door. He swallowed like he hadn't expected the hammer. Listen, he said, voice rough. I'm leaving, I swear. I needed a place for a night. The crawl space, I didn't think. You wrote the note, Jonah said, hoarse. You put it in our dryer. The man's face twitched. Shame or anger, I couldn't tell. I didn't put it in your dryer, he said too fast. I put it by the vent. It must have. Stop, Ashley snapped. Back up, hands where I can see them. The man's eyes flicked to the hallway behind him, to the stairs. A quick mental map, same as mine. He took one step forward instead. Jonah lifted the hammer, his arm shook. I don't want to hit you, Jonah said. I don't, the man's mouth tightened. Then don't. He moved suddenly, lunging toward Jonah not to stab, but to shove past him toward the den door, toward the hallway, toward whatever he wanted upstairs. Ashley reacted first. She slammed her shoulder into the man's side, driving him into the wall. The screwdriver clattered to the floor, skittering across the carpet toward me. The man cursed, a sharp, ugly sound. He swung his elbow backward and caught Ashley in the cheekbone. The crack of impact was sickeningly solid. Ashley stumbled, hand flying to her face, blood already bright on her fingers. I screamed, not acting, real. Jonah surged forward, hammer raised, but the man grabbed Jonah's wrist with both hands and twisted hard. Jonah yelped genuine pain, and the hammer dropped. It hit the carpet with a dull thud. For a second, it was just bodies and breath and panic. The kind of struggle you see on a sidewalk sometimes and can't believe is real until you smell the sweat. Go, Ashley shouted at me, voice wet. My eyes landed on the screwdriver near my knee. Seated object, my brain thought stupidly. Like this was a story I could control. Like details meant safety. I grabbed it. My hand slipped because my palm was slick with sweat. The man shoved Jonah backward into the coffee table. Wood cracked. The table tilted, spilling a box of tools Ashley had brought down earlier, pretzels, beer, keys. Jonah's jacket keys. They slid across the carpet and disappeared under the couch. Jonah groaned, clutching his side. His face had gone gray. The man saw the keys fall. His eyes lit with desperate calculation. He dove toward the couch. Ashley lurched after him, but she was off balance, blinking through blood. She grabbed his hoodie, fingers tangling in fabric. He yanked free. The hoodie ripped at the seam, exposing a dirty thermal shirt underneath. He crawled halfway under the couch, arm reaching. This was my fear incarnate. A person disappearing into a space you can't see, where you can't tell what he's doing until it's too late. I didn't think. I acted. I dropped to my knees and slammed the couch's edge down onto his forearm. He screamed a raw animal sound, and his head banged the underside of the couch. He thrashed, but his arm was pinned awkwardly, wrist twisted. "Help me," I yelled, voice cracking. Jonah, coughing, pushed himself up and grabbed the couch from the other side, levering it down harder. The man's shoulder popped in a sound I will never forget, like someone snapping a thick rubber band. He shrieked again, then went silent except for harsh panting. Ashley, shaking, fumbled in her pocket. "I have," she gasped. "One bar, call," I said. "Call now." Her phone screen lit, dim but alive. One bar, flickering. She jabbed at it like it was a bomb. 911, the man bucked beneath the couch, trying to drag his arm free. His fingers scrabbled along the carpet, searching blindly. They found the keys. I saw it, his hand curling around the metal ring. "No," Jonah rasped, and shifted his weight, pressing down with everything he had. The man's grip loosened. The keys slid from his fingers and clinked against the screwdriver in my hand. Ashley's phone connected with a crackle. "There's a man in our house," she said, voice shaking but clear. "He broke in. He's in the den. She sucked in a breath, eyes wide. "We're holding him, please, holding him, like we were the bad guys." The smell of hot plastic got stronger. And then from the hallway, a faint snap and a hiss. Jonah's head jerked up. That's smoke curled under the den door frame, thin and gray. Ashley's face went blank with shock. "Electrical," she whispered. The panel, the basement water had reached something after all, or the intruder had, or both. The man under the couch started laughing. Not loud, just a breathy, broken sound. "You're gonna burn," he whispered, voice muffled by upholstery. My stomach turned to ice. "Get him out," Jonah choked. "We have to get out." Ashley's phone was still pressed to her ear. "We need fire," she said, voice rising. "The power's out, there's smoke." The den felt suddenly smaller, the air thickening. My throat scratched. The couch was still pinning the man's arm, but now the choice wasn't about control. It was about time. If we left him, we'd be leaving a human being in a burning house. If we freed him, we'd be freeing the person who trapped us. Jonah looked at me, eyes glassy. His fear of looking foolish was gone, replaced by something rawer, the knowledge that whatever we did next would stain us. Ashley wiped blood from her cheek with the back of her hand and swallowed hard. "Mara," she said, voice hoarse, "we can't carry all of this." I tasted smoke, heard the distant wail of something, sirens maybe, far away. And then the den's smoke alarm began to chirp, weakly at first, then louder, shrill, and insistent. We lifted the couch. The man tore his arm free with a strangled cry, scrambling backward, clutching his shoulder. Jonah snatched the keys and shoved them into my hand. "Run," he said. We did, not clean, not heroic. Jonah limped, gasping, one hand pressed to his ribs. Ashley stumbled, dizzy, still on the phone. I sprinted ahead to the sliding door, hands shaking so badly the key wouldn't go in on the first try. Behind us, the man lurched to his feet, eyes wild, deciding whether to chase, flee, or fight. The smoke alarm screamed. The key finally turned. The sliding door slid open with a harsh grind, cold air slapping my face like a reset button. We tumbled onto the deck, coughing, screaming for help. The backyard suddenly enormous and exposed and real. And behind us, inside the house we'd been so sure would keep us safe, something cracked and flared orange through the den window. Not a ghost, not a curse, just water, wires, and a stranger who had been listening from below. The cold did the first real work of bringing us back. It hit my lungs hard when we stumbled off the deck and into the backyard, sharp enough to override the smoke burn in my throat. I bent over with my hands on my knees and gagged, spit stringing onto the dead grass. Ashley sank down against the fence, still clutching her phone, the dispatcher's voice tinny and unreal in the open air. Jonah made it 3 steps and then sat down heavily, back against the house, breathing in short, careful pulls like each one cost him something. Inside, the smoke alarm screamed until it cut out abruptly. A pop followed, then a dull woof, not an explosion, just something giving way. Neighbors' porch lights flicked on one by one. A door opened. Someone yelled, "You okay over there?" Like this was a grill fire or a busted pipe. "Call 911, Ashley shouted back, even though she already had. Her cheek had swollen, the skin around it mottled purple and red. Blood streaked down to her jawline, where she'd smeared it without realizing. Headlights swung into the driveway. Then more. The first police cruiser rolled up just as a fire engine screamed around the corner, lights strobing red and white across the siding of our house, across the trees, across Jonah's face. Hands guided us away from the house. A firefighter wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, even though I kept saying I wasn't cold. Another pressed oxygen tubing under Jonah's nose, while a paramedic palpated his ribs gently, apologizing every time Jonah flinched. Police voices layered over each other, clipped and professional. Is anyone still inside? There was a male, barefoot, crawlspace access, electrical panel. I answered questions automatically, like I was filling out a form. Name. Age. Did I know the man? No. Had he threatened us verbally? He said we were going to burn. Did he have a weapon? A screwdriver? Where is he now? An officer asked. I pointed with a shaking hand toward the back of the house. He went that way, I said, even though I hadn't seen him leave. It felt important to be precise, even when precision was a lie. They found him curled behind the neighbor's shed 10 minutes later, shoulder hanging at a wrong angle, teeth chattering so hard the cuffs rattled. He didn't resist. He kept saying, I didn't mean to no one in particular. The fire was contained quickly. Not nothing, there was damage. The electrical panel was charred, black spiderwebs crawling up the studs. The basement ceiling was soaked, where firefighters had sprayed through the den floor. But the house still stood. The crawl space was longer than the inspector's diagram suggested. It ran under the den, the kitchen, and part of the front entry. There was an exterior vent behind a hedge, loose enough that someone thin and determined could squeeze through. The intruder had been sleeping down there on and off for weeks, according to the officer who briefed us later. He'd lost his job, then his apartment. He'd been moving at night, listening, learning the rhythms of houses like ours. Why the note? Jonah asked hoarsely from the back of the ambulance. The officer hesitated. "He says he didn't put it in your dryer," he said. "Claims he wrote it weeks ago and left it by the vent. Might have gotten picked up when you ran the HVAC. Hard to say, hard to say." That phrase lodged in my chest and stayed there. Ashley got 3 stitches on her cheekbone and a concussion diagnosis with a list of things she wasn't supposed to do that week. No screens, no alcohol, no driving. She laughed when the nurse told her, then cried without warning, face collapsing in on itself. I held her hand and counted her breaths because it was easier than counting my own. Jonah's ribs were bruised but not broken. He took shallow breaths for days afterward and apologized every time he winced, like pain was something he should have planned better. I had smoke inhalation and scrapes on my knees and palms. The ER doctor asked if I wanted to talk to someone. I said yes. And then, when the social worker showed up, I couldn't find the words. Everything I tried sounded like an overreaction. We didn't sleep in the house that night, or the next. The insurance company put us in a hotel near the highway, the kind with thin walls and a continental breakfast that tasted like paper. Jonah slept sitting up in a chair because lying down hurt. Ashley slept with the bathroom light on and woke up every hour. I lay awake listening to doors slam in the hallway and tried not to map the exits. Statements were taken, photos snapped, evidence bagged. The screwdriver was logged, the hammer too, the torn hoodie, the footprints photographed before the water erased them. The note went into a clear plastic sleeve. "Do you want it back?" the detective asked me later. I shook my head. The paper looked smaller in the sleeve, less accusatory, like it had already said everything it was going to say. The man was charged with breaking and entering, assault, criminal mischief. The fire was ruled accidental, water intrusion into compromised wiring. The house inspector came back with a longer list this time, his pen tapping thoughtfully at the crawlspace diagram like it had personally offended him. Friends brought casseroles we didn't eat. Neighbors waved too hard. Everyone had a story about a cousin or a coworker or a thing they'd heard once on the news. Jonah installed new locks again, and motion lights, and cameras that pinged his phone whenever a raccoon crossed the yard. He checked them obsessively, then apologized, then checked them again. Ashley went back to her apartment after 3 days and left a toothbrush behind. She texted me pictures of her bruise as it faded, purple to yellow to nothing, like proof that things healed. I started therapy. I learned words for what my body was doing: hypervigilance, startle response. I learned grounding techniques that worked until they didn't. The house smelled different when we moved back in. Cleaner, sharper, like it was trying too hard. The den ceiling had been patched, the basement dried out, the electrical panel replaced with something new and white and innocent looking. The crawlspace vent was sealed with a metal grate screwed tight into the brick. I watched them do it. We never played hide and seek in the basement. Not that we ever had before. The idea had just existed. A joke Jonah made once about future kids. I laughed then. I don't now. Life resumed in the ways it always does. Laundry, work, groceries. Jonah fixed the dryer. It paused once, weeks later, and I felt my heart stutter until it started again. The last thing small, stupid came when I was putting away winter coats. I reached into the pocket of a jacket we hadn't worn since before the fire and felt paper. My fingers went numb instantly. I pulled it out. It was a receipt, crumpled, harmless. I laughed at myself, the sound brittle in my throat, and shoved it back where it belonged. Still, sometimes at night, when the house settles and the ducks click, I think about how someone listened to us from below, how close ordinary life sits to the edge of something else. And I keep the basement door locked, not because I believe in monsters, because I know better now what fits into the spaces we don't look. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time I noticed it, it was small enough that I could have laughed it off. My mom was stirring sauce on the stove, tomato, garlic. The heavy sweet smell of basil bruised between her fingers, and she said, without looking up, "Welcome to Maple Mart. Would you like to sign up for our rewards program today?" Not as a joke, not as a weird mom thing, just flat, like she'd pressed play on a sentence and let it run. I was standing in the doorway of the kitchen with my backpack still on one shoulder, keys digging into my palm, trying to remember if I'd already paid my car insurance. The clock over the microwave clicked from 6:13 to 6:14 with that cheap plastic thunk. Outside, our street was doing its usual early evening thing, sprinklers whispering in the yards, a dog barking twice, and then giving up, someone's bass-heavy music muffled through closed car windows. "Mom," I said. She kept stirring, wrist making the same perfect circle again and again. The spoon tapped the side of the pot every third rotation. Tap, tap, tap. "Would you like to sign up," she repeated, "for our rewards program today?" My dad was at the table with his laptop open, one earbud in, looking at something with columns, probably the monthly budget spreadsheet he loved more than any human relationship. He didn't look up. He just said, "He's home," like he was confirming a delivery. Let the backpack slide off my shoulder, and it hit the tile with a soft thud. My phone buzzed once in my pocket, an email probably. I didn't check. I didn't want to add another tiny problem to the pile. "I'm not at Maple Mart," I said, trying to keep my voice light, because I'd learned the hard way that anything heavier could ricochet around this house for days. "I'm at my home." "Your home." The sauce made one slow bubble, a quiet pop. My mom's shoulders were too still, like she was bracing for a photo. Then she blinked. One long blink that looked more like a reset than tiredness. When her eyes opened, there was the normal warmth there again, her usual little squint, the one she got when she was concentrating on not burning dinner. "Hey, honey," she said, and the words had weight again. How was work? Like nothing had happened. I stared at her, waiting for a smile, a little laugh, something to show she knew what she'd done. My dad finally looked up and gave me a half wave with 2 fingers, like I was a coworker passing his desk. It's important to say, my parents weren't bad people. They weren't cruel. They were just tired and set in their routines, and if I'm being honest, kind of invisible to each other lately. My mom worked a pharmacy counter shift that that started too early. My dad ran it for a small insurance office and spent half his life on calls with people who still called the monitor the computer. Their conversations had turned into logistics. Milk, oil change, did you pay the water bill? Love expressed as reminder texts and folded laundry. So I could have filed the Maple Mart thing away as stress, a brain hiccup, an accidental mash-up of customer service scripts. If she'd been working retail, it would have made perfect sense. Except she didn't work retail. She hadn't in 20 years, and she'd said it like she meant it. I moved into the kitchen anyway, because moving felt safer than standing still. The overhead light had that faint hum that always made my temples itch if I paid attention long enough. The dishwasher was running, a slow churn of water behind its door. My mom's phone sat face up on the counter. No notifications, just her lock screen photo, the three of us at a beach in Oregon a few summers back, sunburnt and smiling in a way that felt like another lifetime. My name is Evan Mercer, 26 male. I've lived back at my parents' house in Portland, Oregon for 7 months, ever since my lease got hiked up and my bank account stopped pretending it had a bottomless pit. I tell people it's temporary. I tell myself the same thing. I work evenings at a small print and ship shop off Sandy Boulevard, laminating posters, making copies, pretending not to notice when people bring in legal documents that look like the end of their marriages. There's something I don't say out loud. I'm scared of becoming permanent, not just in the house, but in the person. A guy who watches life happen to other people and keeps making plans while the years collect dust. I've gotten good at avoiding big feelings by staying busy with small tasks. It's not heroic. It's just easier. My mom scraped her spoon against the pot, tasted a little sauce, added salt, and frowned at the bottle like it had insulted her. Laura Mercer, 54. Female, appeared fully again in that frown my mom's expressive face. Her hair clipped up with the same cheap plastic claw she'd owned since I was in middle school. She wore her pharmacy scrubs under an old cardigan because she always came home cold. "You look wiped," she said to me, the way she always did, even if I didn't. Greg Mercer, 57, male, shut his laptop halfway, not all the way, like he wanted the option to escape back into it. He was still in his work polo, collar slightly bent, the kind of man who used to run half marathons and now got winded carrying groceries. "How many packages today?" he asked. "Too many," I said. I went to the fridge and pulled out a seltzer. The cold can hissed when I cracked it open, and that sound sharp, normal felt like proof that the world still made sense. Mom reached for the pepper, and again her hand paused midair, fingers hovering like they'd forgotten what to do. Her gaze drifted toward the dining room wall where we kept a little corkboard with coupons and my dad's insurance papers and the emergency plumber magnet. She stared at it like it was a menu. I watched her face the way you watch someone you love when you're trying not to be dramatic. I waited for her eyes to track, to settle, to show recognition. She said, very softly, "Please place your items in the bagging area." My stomach did something stupid and small, like it had slipped off a step. "Mom," I said, and I hated how my voice tightened. "What are you doing?" The spoon stayed suspended above the pot. Sauce dripped off the edge in one slow line. A stain formed on the stovetop. My dad frowned. "Laura," she turned her head toward us, but her eyes didn't lock on mine. They didn't lock on my dad's either. They pointed in our direction without arriving. Her face was blank in a way that didn't feel like tiredness. It felt like waiting. And like a light flicking back on, her focus snapped into place. She blinked once, twice. God, she said with a short laugh that didn't match her eyes. Sorry, I'm scattered today. My dad stood up, chair legs screeching against tile. The sound cut through the kitchen like a thrown object. You okay? You dizzy? I'm fine, she said too quickly. Just a long day. You know, people yelling about copies like it's my fault the universe needs money. She tried to keep it casual, tried to make it into the kind of complaint we'd heard 100 times. But her fingers were trembling as she set the spoon down, trembling in a way that made me think of cold mornings and caffeine. I leaned forward a little, lowering my voice. You said stuff, weird stuff. She looked annoyed for a second, real annoyance, the familiar spark, and then the annoyance slid into something else, something guarded. What stuff? Dad was watching her closely now, not the way he watched the budget, but the way he watched me when I'd come home late as a teenager and tried to pretend I hadn't been drinking. His mouth was tight. His eyes kept flicking to her hands. You just said like store lines, I said. Maple Mart, bagging area, rewards program. Mom's jaw worked, like she was chewing a thought she didn't want to swallow. I didn't. You did, I said. I couldn't help it. I sounded too sure, too accusatory. Twice. The kitchen went quiet in that particular way kitchens do when the appliances keep doing their thing, but nobody talks. The dishwasher churned. The fridge clicked. The sauce simmered quietly like it didn't want to intrude. My mom looked past me, toward the dark hallway that led to the bedrooms. Her eyes lingered there for a beat too long. When she spoke again, her voice was normal, but the words were too polished, like she'd practiced them. Evan, you're stressed, she said. You're working too much. You've been sleeping weird hours, and you've always had that imagination. My dad's head snapped toward her. Laura, what? She said, too sharp, then softer. I'm fine. Dad opened his mouth like he wanted to argue, but something in her expression tight, warning, made him stop. He cleared his throat instead. Maybe we should do a quick check-in, blood pressure. You've been skipping lunch. I said I'm fine, she repeated, but her eyes flicked to the hallway again, and this time her hand went to the edge of the counter like she needed something solid. In that moment, I wanted to believe the easiest explanation. Exhaustion. Low blood sugar. Stress. A weird autopilot phrase. A couple of misfires. The human brain is glitchy. People get through days by running scripts. Except she hadn't sounded like a human on autopilot. She de-sounded like something performing a human. I told myself that was dramatic. I told myself I was spiraling because I hadn't eaten since noon, and my own brain was looking for a problem it could chew on. My dad reached for his phone. I'm going to call. No. My mom's voice cracked, just a hairline fracture. She smiled immediately after like she'd slapped a bandage over it. No hospitals, no making it a thing. Dad lowered the phone, but he didn't put it away. Okay, he said too calmly. No hospitals, just Laura, tell me what's going on. She stared at him. For a second, her face did that blank thing again, like the expression had been peeled off. Then she blinked and seemed to return. I'm tired, she said. That's all. I want to eat dinner and not talk about my brain like it's a broken appliance. I could see the choice forming between the three of us, hanging in the kitchen like steam. Push now and risk making her shut down completely, or let it go and pretend it was nothing. Outside, a car passed, headlights sweeping across the window blinds in bright stripes. The Light moved across my mom's face, and in that moving light, her expression looked briefly unfamiliar, as if it belonged to a stranger trying to imitate her. My dad looked at me, and I could tell he wanted me to back off. He wanted a quiet evening. He wanted normalcy. My mom turned back to the stove and started stirring again, the spoon returning to that perfect circle, tap, tap, tap against the pot, as if the motion itself could keep everything in place. And then she said very lightly, almost like a joke she was forcing herself to land, "So, who wants garlic bread?" Dad exhaled. He nodded like that solved something. "Yeah," he said, "garlic bread sounds good." I stood there, seltzer sweating in my hand, and watched my mom's back, watched her shoulders, listened to the spoon, listened to the dishwasher, listened to the faint hum of the overhead light. I could let this go, or I could follow the direction her eyes kept going down the hallway and see what she'd been looking at. I swallowed, and my throat felt dry despite the carbonation. "Mom," I said quietly, "why do you keep staring at the hall?" Her stirring slowed, just for a second. Then she kept going. "What hallway?" she asked, without turning around. And that was the moment we had to choose. Eat dinner and pretend this didn't happen, or stand up and make it real. The first real problem arrived on a timer. It started with my dad's phone vibrating against the table. Not ringing, buzzing over and over, like it couldn't quite decide what it wanted. He glanced at the screen, frowned, and unlocked it. "Power company," he said. "Outage alert." My mom didn't look up. She was slicing the garlic bread with too much pressure, the serrated knife sawing hard enough that crumbs scattered across the counter. "We don't have an outage," she said. Dad tilted the phone so I could see it. A block of text, gray and official looking. Land service interruption area. Any 47th 52nd of a start. 6:45 p.m. estimated restore. 9:30 p.m. That's in 15 minutes, he said. I checked the microwave clock. 6:29. The seconds ticked louder than they should have. Mom set the knife down, perfectly aligned with the edge of the cutting board. "No one told me about this." "They don't tell you personally," Dad said. "They just do it." She wiped her hands on a towel that was already clean. "I don't like the dark." This wasn't news. My mom had always hated it, not in a childish way, but in a practical, irritated way. She liked to see what she was doing. She liked lights on in rooms no one was in. Darkness felt inefficient to her. "I'll get the lantern from the garage," Dad said, already moving. "And the headlamps." "I'll grab candles," I said, mostly because I needed something to do. Standing still felt like waiting for a test result. As Dad headed toward the back door, Mom's eyes tracked him. Then they flicked again to the hallway. Same pause, same slight tension in her jaw. "Mom," I said, keeping my voice low. "Seriously, what's with the hallway?" She didn't answer right away. She opened the oven, slid the garlic bread inside, closed it, set a timer. 12:00. The beeps were too loud. "There's nothing with the hallway," she said. "You're hovering." "I'm concerned." She turned on me, and for a second her annoyance was sharp and familiar enough to be comforting. "About what? That I'm tired? That I said something weird earlier? Jesus, Evan," Dad called from the garage, his voice muffled. "Where'd I put the spare batteries?" "In the red bin," Mom said automatically. Too automatically. I went to the pantry for candles. The light flickered not off, just a brief dip, like the house had inhaled and thought better of it. My phone buzzed with the same outage alert. 15 minutes. This should have been boring, mildly inconvenient. an excuse to complain and eat dinner by candlelight. Instead, my chest felt tight, like I'd already missed a step and was trying to recover mid-fall. I pulled out 3 candles and a lighter and turned back toward the kitchen. Mom was standing very still in front of the back hallway entrance, the one that led past the bathroom to the bedrooms. Her shoulders were squared. Her hands were clasped in front of her like she was waiting for instructions. "Mom," I said. She spoke without turning around. "Do not open the door for anyone." The words landed wrong not because they were scary, but because of how she said them. Clear, flat, directive, no context. "What door?" I asked. "The front," she said. "The back. Any door." I laughed, a quick bark I didn't mean. "Okay." I wasn't planning on it. Came back in with the lantern and headlamps, pausing when he saw her posture. "Laura," she turned then, smiling too fast. "Power's going out. Just basic safety. People take advantage." Dad hesitated. "Take advantage of what?" "Darkness," she said, and then, after a beat, disruption. The word choice was odd enough that I noticed it, filed it away. Disruption was something my dad said in meetings, not something my mom said about crime. "Mom," I said carefully, "did something happen at work today?" She opened her mouth, closed it, her eyes flicked to the hallway again. "No," she said, "nothing." The lights went out at exactly 6:45. Not a flicker this time, just a clean cut, like someone had reached in and unplugged the day. The hum of the overhead light vanished. The dishwasher died mid-churn, leaving a hollow quiet behind. Outside, I heard other houses reacting, someone swearing, a garage door whining to a stop, a car alarm chirping once and falling silent. Dad turned on the lantern. The soft yellow glow filled the kitchen unevenly, stretching shadows into the corners. It smelled faintly like plastic and old batteries. "Okay," he said, too brisk. "No problem, we're fine." The oven timer beeped in the dark, shrill and insistent. Mom startled like it had shouted her name. She turned it off too hard. We sat down to eat. The 3 of us, lit from below, our faces half familiar. Forks scraped. Bread crackled. Somewhere down the street, a dog started barking and didn't stop. I tried to tell myself this was just my brain stacking coincidences. Stress plus outage plus earlier weirdness equaled unease. That's how humans work. We find patterns even when there aren't any. Then the doorbell rang. One clear chime, powered by a battery backup, I knew dimly. We'd installed it last year. Mom stood up so fast her chair tipped backward and hit the floor. "No," she said. Dad blinked. "What?" "No one opens it," she said. Her voice was low now, urgent. "Do not interact." "Laura," Dad said, frowning. "It's probably a neighbor." Or the doorbell rang again. 2 quick presses this time. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from an unknown number. "Power's out. Need to check your meter, utility worker." Dad pulled his phone out at the same time. "I got a text," he said. "So did I said. Mom shook her head hard enough that her hair clip rattled. "They don't text. They don't come door to door during an outage." "That's not true," Dad said, though he didn't sound certain. "Sometimes there's no badge," she said. "No truck." We could hear the person outside now. Footsteps on the porch. A muffled voice through the door. "Hello, power company." My heart was pounding. I hated how part of me wanted to open the door just to make this stop, just to restore normalcy. That same part of me that hated conflict, that wanted life to go back to scripts and routines. Dad moved toward the door anyway. "I'm just going to," Mom stepped between him and the door. Her hands were shaking, but her eyes were sharp, focused. Greg, please. He stopped, looked at her, really looked. Why are you acting like this? Another knock. Firmer, sir, the voice said. Ma'am, I just need to take a look at your panel. Won't take long. I swallowed. Dad, maybe we should call the power company directly. The number on the website. Good, Mom said immediately. Too immediately. Do that. Dad hesitated, then nodded. He pulled up the website, squinting in the lantern light. The page took forever to load on spotty data. The knocking came again. Louder, impatient. Look, the man said, irritation creeping in. I've got a list. Your address is on it. Mom backed up a step, bumping into the hallway wall. Her breathing was shallow now. I noticed then, really noticed, that her phone wasn't on the counter anymore. It was gone. Mom, I said, where's your phone? She didn't answer. Laura, Dad said, sharper now. Where is your phone? She looked at me. For a split second, her face went blank again, like a screen between refreshes. Then she said, it's not safe. The knocking turned into a fist, 3 hard thumps that rattled the doorframe. Open up, the man said. This is getting ridiculous. Dad's phone finally connected. He put it on speaker. A recorded voice started talking about high call volumes. The lantern flickered. And from the hallway behind us, I heard something small and unmistakable. The soft click of a door opening. Mom's eyes went wide. I told you, she whispered. Don't let them in. Dad killed the speakerphone call after 30 seconds of hold music and a looped apology that sounded like it had been recorded in 2009. He didn't say anything for a beat. The lantern light caught the side of his face and made him look older than he was. We can call non-emergency, I said. My voice came out too thin. Mom was still staring down the hallway, one hand braced on the wall like she needed it. The hallway was a straight shot from the kitchen. Pantry door on the left, bathroom on the right, then the small bend toward the bedrooms. In the dark, it looked longer than it actually was, like a tunnel. At the far end, one of the bedroom doors stood open a few inches, the edge of it a black line against blacker darkness. Mom, Dad said, keeping his tone even, who opened that door? She swallowed. I didn't. You were with us, I said, trying to keep logic in the air. We'd hear footsteps. We had heard something. That click, the soft hinge whisper. But none of us had moved. The fist hit the front door again. Not a polite knock now, a demand. Hey, the man barked. I'm not leaving until someone talks to me. Dad looked toward the living room where the front door was past the archway, across the short carpeted section, then the entry tile. Okay, he said. Attempt 1, verify. Evan, grab my laptop. If the Wi-Fi's down, hotspot it. Check the outage map. If there's any note about crews. I nodded because it was something to do. My hands were shaking just enough that the laptop felt slippery. I carried it to the couch in the living room, keeping the lantern in the kitchen as our only steady light source. The living room was darker, just the dim spill from the lantern through the archway. Our front windows faced the street. Outside, the neighborhood was patchy with light. A few houses had generators, others were pitch black. Headlights passed occasionally, slow and cautious. The man outside was a shadow shape on the porch. I could see him through the side light window next to the door if I leaned, but the glass made him blur. Dad hovered behind me, staying back from the door, but close enough to feel like he could control it if it came down to it. Don't open it, he muttered, more to himself than to me. Mom stood in the kitchen entrance, half in lantern light, half in shadow, like she couldn't decide which world she belonged to. I turned on my phone hotspot and tried to load the power company outage map. wheel spun. A line of text, connecting, then no internet. "Come on," I whispered, tapping the trackpad harder than it deserved. Outside, the man's voice rose. "I can see you moving in there. Just open the door." Dad leaned toward the sidelight window and called, "What's your name? What company?" There was a pause, like the man was annoyed he had to perform credentials. "PGE," he said. Name S, the rest got swallowed by the porch light being off and the street noise. But it sounded like he could have said a name. He added, "I've got a badge." "Show it to the window," Dad said. The man stepped closer. A rectangle flashed in the glass, some kind of ID card held up. In the low light, it was just a pale block with darker shapes. Could have been anything. A badge, a gym card, a library card. "Can you read that?" Dad asked me. I leaned in until my forehead almost touched the glass. The card was too far, too angled. The man's hand shook slightly. "No," I said, "it's blurry." Dad's jaw worked. "Okay," he called, "hold it up again and turn on your phone light." The man made a noise like a laugh. "I'm not doing a whole photo shoot. Just open the damn door." That was the first real crack. The moment he stopped pretending to be patient. Mom's voice came from behind us, too calm. "He's not supposed to get angry." Dad looked back at her. "Laura, what does that mean?" She blinked fast, like her eyes were dry. "It means he's not from the list." I abandoned the laptop and moved back into the kitchen. The garlic bread smell was stronger now, but it was cooling, slightly burnt at the edges. The lantern sat in the center of the table like a small sun. "Okay," Dad said, trying to reset. "Attempt 2, call 911 if he tries to force entry. Otherwise, we wait him out." "Non-emergency," I corrected automatically. Dad shot me a look. "If he breaks in, it becomes emergency." Mom's eyes darted to the hallway again. The open door at the end had widened just a little. Or maybe I only noticed it now. The gap looked like a mouth. "I'm going to close that," I said, already stepping toward the hallway. Mom's hand shot out and caught my wrist. Her grip was strong, surprising. "No, Mom," I said, forcing myself not to yank away. "It's just a door." Her pupils were wide in the lantern light. "It's not just a door." Dad's voice snapped. "Laura, stop it. Evan, just close it." Mom let go of me like she'd been burned. I walked into the hallway anyway, using my phone flashlight now. The beam carved out the familiar layout. Pantry shelves on the left, stacked with cereal and canned beans. Bathroom door on the right, slightly ajar. Then the bend toward my parents' room. And the small guest room I'd been sleeping in. The air in the hallway was cooler. It smelled faintly like laundry detergent and the eucalyptus oil my mom used in the diffuser. The open door at the end wasn't my parents' bedroom. It was the guest room. My room. My stomach tightened again. I hadn't left it open. I was annoyingly careful about doors because of a childhood habit. Close doors, close drawers, turn off lights. Control the small things. As I got closer, I heard something from inside. A soft rustle, like fabric shifting. My flashlight beam hit the edge of the door, then pushed into the room. For one awful second, it looked like someone was standing by my bed. A tall shape, motionless. I froze so hard my calves cramped. Then the shape moved, and the terror collapsed into something stupid and explainable. My coat, hanging on the back of the chair, had slipped. The hood had fallen forward, making it look like a head. I let out a breath that sounded like a laugh and a sob at the same time. "Jesus," I whispered. Behind me, Mom made a small sound, half gasp, half relief. "What is it?" "Nothing," I said, harsher than I meant. "It's nothing. My coat." stepped into the room and pushed the door wider. The floorboards creaked under my weight. Old house, normal noises. My phone light swept across my bed, my backpack, my nightstand with a glass of water. Everything was where it should be, except my phone charger wasn't plugged in anymore. The cord lay on the floor, the end coiled like it had been yanked. Frowned and crouched, picking it up. The outlet was empty. I remembered plugging it in that morning. I remembered because I'd been annoyed the plug was loose. I heard the front door handle jiggle. Not a knock, not a fist, a deliberate test of the lock. Dad's voice cut through the hall. "Hey, stop that," the man outside responded, his tone cold now. "Open the door." The handle jiggled again. Harder. I stood up too fast and smacked my elbow on the doorframe. Pain shot down my forearm, sharp and bright. I swore under my breath, shaking my hand. Back in the kitchen, the lantern light flickered again, just a pulse, but it made Mom flinch like a reflex. Dad moved quickly to the entryway, staying behind the door, phone in hand. "I'm calling," he said. "Wait," Mom said. Dad ignored her and dialed. 911, the line went dead. Not busy, dead. The call dropped instantly, like the network had been cut. He stared at the screen. "What the?" I tried mine. Same thing. The call ended before it rang. "No service," I said, checking the bars. I still had two. Data worked enough to send texts. But calls, nothing. Dad's face drained of color. "That's not normal." Mom's voice small. "It's happening." "What is happening?" Dad demanded. Mom opened her mouth, and again she did that blank reset thing, eyes unfocusing, expression flattening, like someone had paused her mid-thought. When she spoke, it wasn't to answer him. It was a script. "Please remain calm," she said, in that same flat cadence. "Help is on the way." Dad stared at her like he'd been slapped. Outside, the door handle jiggled again, and this time there was a dull thud against the wood, like a shoulder testing it. Dad grabbed the lantern off the table and shoved it into my hands. "Go to the back," he said. "Check the sliding door. Make sure it's locked." "Evan, now." My heart hammered. "Dad, go." I ran through the kitchen toward the back of the house, the lantern swinging, throwing shadows across cabinets and walls. The back door was at the end of the kitchen by the garage entry, and beyond it, the small laundry area, and then the sliding glass door that led to the backyard. I could picture it clearly, the patio, the grill, the fence line. As I reached the slider, I saw movement outside, someone crouched near the fence, just a dark shape shifting. I stumbled, catching myself on the counter. The lantern rattled. My shins slammed into a chair leg. Pain bloomed. I bit back a yell. The shape near the fence straightened and moved toward the back of the house. Then my lantern beam hit the sliding door handle. It was already halfway up, unlocked, and as I stared, the handle lifted the rest of the way, slow and steady from the outside. The glass door began to slide. That was the point where the option to retreat, where maybe it's nothing, still existed, snapped cleanly in two. Because someone was already coming in. The sliding door moved like it was trying not to make a sound. A slow scrape of rubber on track, a thin hiss of air. I lunged forward and grabbed the handle with both hands, yanking it back toward the frame. The glass shuddered under my palms, cold even through the lantern heat. On the other side, a dark shape filled the gap. Not a monster. A person in a hoodie, face turned away, one hand still on the edge of the glass. For half a second, we both froze, the door half open between us like a negotiation. Then the person shoved. The glass slid an inch, then two. My feet skidded on the tile. My My shins screamed where I'd hit the chair earlier. The lantern swung wild in my left hand and threw the intruder's shadow up onto the ceiling, huge, distorted, ridiculous. "Get back," I yelled, and my voice cracked. From the front of the house, the door slammed once hard like someone had hit it with their shoulder. Dad shouted something I couldn't make out. I jammed my foot into the bottom track, toe wedged between the moving door and the frame. Pain shot up my ankle, but the door stopped. The person outside cursed, low and fast. "Evan," Dad's voice, closer now, coming down the hall. "What's happening?" "Back door," I shouted. "Someone s." The hoodie figure leaned in and shoved again, harder. The edge of the door bit into my shoe. I could feel the rubber sole compressing, my toe going numb. If they got the door open, they were in the kitchen in 3 steps. Past the laundry nook, past the pantry, past my mom. My mom. I twisted the latch up with my right hand, trying to force it into place, but the door wasn't closed enough. My fingers slipped. The lantern banged against the counter and clattered to the floor, rolling. The light spun in frantic circles, making the room strobe. The figure took advantage of the chaos. Their hand shot through the gap and grabbed the inside handle. I reacted without thinking. I slammed my forearm down on their wrist, bone on bone. A dull thud. They jerked back with a sharp inhale. My elbow screamed from where I'd hit the doorframe earlier. The pain made my eyes water instantly. "Evan," Dad burst into the kitchen, holding a heavy metal flashlight like a baton. He looked past me, saw the hand, saw the gap, and his face changed, pure focus, all the spreadsheet softness gone. He stepped in beside me and shoved the door with his shoulder, driving it toward the frame. For a moment, it worked. The gap narrowed. The intruder's fingers slipped away. Then the figure outside kicked the bottom edge of the door one solid boot strike, and my wedged foot took it. My ankle rolled. White-hot pain. I went down on one knee, gagging on a sound. Dad swore and grabbed my arm, hauling me back as the door slid open a full foot. The intruder didn't step in right away. They held the door open and looked over their shoulder into the yard like they were waiting for a cue. From the living room, there was a crash, a splintering thud that made the whole house vibrate. The front door. Dad's eyes went wide. "Laura," he shouted. I pushed myself upright on my good leg, shaking. "Mom," I yelled, and it came out too loud, too desperate, like I was 10 again and lost in a store. No answer. The intruder at the sliding door finally moved. They didn't sprint in heroically. They moved like someone who'd done this before, quick, controlled, trying not to slip on tile. Hoodie up. Gloves. Their heads stayed down. Dad swung the flashlight, aiming for the intruder's shoulder, but the figure ducked and barreled forward. Dad's swing clipped the hoodie's back instead of bone. The intruder slammed into Dad's chest. Dad grunted and stumbled backward into the pantry door. The flashlight hit the floor and skittered, its beam slicing the cabinets. I grabbed the nearest thing with weight, the cast iron skillet, cooling on the stove from earlier. My hands trembled around the handle. The skillet felt absurdly heavy, like I'd picked up a dumbbell with panic on it. The intruder turned toward me. I saw their eyes for the first time, just eyes above a mask. Not glowing, not evil, human eyes, alert and annoyed. "Don't," they said, and it wasn't a threat so much as a command they expected to work. I swung anyway. I didn't hit their head. I wasn't that lucky, and I wasn't that skilled. The skillet caught their forearm as they raised it to block. The impact jolted up my wrist and into my teeth. The intruder made a short, involuntary noise and staggered sideways. Dad recovered, grabbed a chair from the table, and shoved it into the intruder's path. The chair legs scraped and caught. The figure stumbled over it and slammed into the counter, knocking over the knife block. Knives clattered across tile like dropped keys. My mom appeared at the kitchen entrance, not running, not screaming, walking. Her hair clip was gone. Her scrubs were smudged with something dark on the elbow, maybe garlic bread crumbs, maybe dirt. I couldn't tell in the spinning lantern light. She held her phone in both hands like it was a badge. Her face was blank, and she said clearly, flatly, "Please place your items in the bagging area." Dad stared at her, horror and confusion colliding. "Laura, what the hell?" The intruder's eyes flicked to her, then back to us. They didn't look surprised. They looked impatient, like our family drama was delaying the schedule. From the front of the house, a voice shouted, "Back door." Now, a second person, coordinated. The intruder in the kitchen made a decision. They lunged for the kitchen counter where my mom's purse usually sat. It wasn't there. Their hands swept, searching, then grabbed my mom's phone out of her hands. My mom didn't react like someone being robbed. She just stood there and repeated, "Would you like to sign up for our rewards program today?" Dad moved toward her, reaching out like he could shake her back to normal. But the intruder shoved him with one arm and sprinted toward the hallway, the same hallway my mom had been staring at all night. They knew the layout. They ran straight for my room. I knew instantly what this was about. Not us, not the TV, not jewelry, my laptop, my dad's laptop, our phones, my dad's work access, 2-factor codes, banking apps, password managers, the texts, the utility worker, the dropped calls. This wasn't supernatural. It was procedural. It was a play. And my mom had been compromised before the power even went out. "Dad," I shouted. "Hallway, stop him." Dad spun and chased, limping slightly from where he'd hit the pantry door. I followed on my bad ankle, half-hopping, pain making my vision pulse. The lantern rolled after us, casting manic circles as if the house itself was dizzy. We hit the hallway. The intruder was already at my door, yanking it open wider. My coat chair shifted again, making that stupid silhouette, but nobody had time to mistake it now. Dad caught up and grabbed the intruder's hoodie from behind, jerking them back. The hoodie stretched. The intruder twisted and drove an elbow into Dad's ribs. Dad made a sound I'd never heard from him, air knocked out, a raw grunt, and he folded slightly, one hand going to his side. The intruder dove into my room anyway and snatched my backpack off the floor. My backpack with my wallet and keys, and worse, my small notebook with every login I'd ever written down in a moment of laziness. They ripped it open, fingers moving fast, too practiced. I raised the skillet again, but my wrist screamed. My grip slipped. The intruder pulled out my notebook, flipped it once, and I saw the recognition in their eyes. A quick nod to themselves. Then they bolted. Dad grabbed for them and missed. He stumbled, wheezing, clutching his ribs. I went after the intruder on sheer adrenaline. I got 2 steps into the hallway before my ankle gave out. My foot slid. I crashed hard onto the tile, shoulder first. Pain exploded through me. My breath punched out. For a second, I couldn't inhale at all. Just a helpless, silent gape. The intruder vaulted over my legs like I was furniture and sprinted toward the back. Dad, gasping, forced himself upright and lunged after them anyway. He reached the kitchen just as the intruder shoved the sliding door fully open and slipped out into the yard. Dad swung the metal flashlight. He must have grabbed it again, and this time it connected with the intruder's shoulder blade. A solid hit. The intruder stumbled, almost fell, then caught themselves on the patio railing and kept going, limping. A second later, someone whistled short, sharp, and a car engine turned over in the street beyond the fence. Tires on wet pavement, quick and controlled. Dad stood at the threshold, breathing hard, looking like he wanted to chase, and knew he couldn't. He slid the door shut with shaking hands and locked it. Then he turned and sank to the floor against the cabinet, pressing his palm to his ribs, face pale. I lay in the hallway, trying to pull air back into my lungs like it had been stolen. My shoulder throbbed. My ankle felt wrong, swollen already, unstable. The lantern's light pooled near my head, warm and cruelly calm. My mom stood in the kitchen doorway, still holding her empty hands in front of her, as if the phone was still there. Her eyes moved slowly, not tracking anything specific. "Help is on the way," she said. Dad looked at her, tears in his eyes. He didn't blink away. "Laura," he whispered. "Laura, please." She blinked once, long, heavy. For a moment, I thought she was coming back. Then her gaze slid past us, toward the front of the house. "Next customer," she said quietly. And outside, somewhere on our dark street, a car door shut. The power came back at 9:17 p.m. Not with drama, not with a bang. Just a soft click somewhere in the walls, the refrigerator humming awake, the porch light blinking on like it had only been resting its eyes. By then, the house was full of other noises. The paramedic's boots squeaked on tile as he knelt beside me in the hallway, careful with my ankle. The EMT asked my name twice and waited for me to answer both times. He smelled faintly of antiseptic and coffee. Someone, probably a neighbor, was murmuring in the living room, their voice low and concerned. Like this was a story they'd already started telling themselves. My dad sat on a kitchen chair with his shirt pulled up, ice pressed awkwardly against his ribs. He kept apologizing to the paramedic for bleeding on the towel, even though there wasn't much blood. His voice shook more when he tried to joke. "I'm fine," he said for the fourth time. "I've had worse from a bad chair at work." The paramedic nodded in the patient way people do when they know you're lying to yourself. "Still getting you checked," he said. The police arrived next. 2 officers, one young, one older. They took notes. They asked the same questions in different ways. What time did the outage start? Did we recognize the intruders? Did anything go missing? I said yes. I said no. I said I wasn't sure. They found my backpack in the yard, half unzipped, dumped near the fence. My wallet was still there. My keys. The notebook was gone. The older officer's pen paused when I told him that. "What kind of notebook?" "Passwords," I said, embarrassed even now. Stuff I was supposed to memorize and didn't. He didn't judge me. He just nodded and wrote it down. They said the intruders likely hit multiple houses during the outage. Opportunistic but organized. The texts. The fake utility angle. Not uncommon. They told us we did the right thing by not opening the door. They told us we were lucky. Lucky is a strange word to hear when your ankle is swelling like a bad thought, and your father winces every time he breathes too deeply. My mom sat on the couch the entire time. She didn't cry. She didn't pace. She didn't argue with anyone. She held a blanket around her shoulders, even though the heat had come back, and stared at the coffee table like she was waiting for it to prompt her. When the younger officer asked her if she was injured, she said, "Thank you for shopping with us today." Everyone froze. The officer blinked, then glanced at my dad. Dad swallowed and said, "She's had a rough day." They didn't push, not then. They finished their report. They gave us a case number. They told us someone would follow up. When the house finally emptied out, neighbors drifting home, police cars pulling away, the ambulance leaving me with a temporary brace and a warning not to be a hero, the quiet felt heavier than the blackout had. The lights were on, but nobody turned on the TV. Dad locked every door twice, front, back, garage. He tested each one, tugging like he didn't trust the locks to remember what they were supposed to do. Then he sat down across from my mom and took her hands. "Laura," he said softly, "we need to talk." She looked at him, really looked. Her eyes were wet now, unfocused but present. "I think I broke," she said. The words were so plain they hurt more than panic would have. Dad squeezed her hands. "You didn't break." She shook her head. "I let them in," she whispered. "Not the house, the phone. I answered a call earlier. They knew my name. They knew the pharmacy schedule. They told me there was fraud on our account, and I had to stay on the line. They told me not to hang up. They told me to follow instructions." Her voice went thin. I thought I was helping. The pieces slid together quietly. No monster, no possession, just pressure, authority. Scripts designed to override doubt. A tired woman after a long shift doing what she'd been trained to do for decades, comply. "They had me repeat things," she said, "to confirm, to stay calm. I don't remember when it stopped being a conversation." Dad leaned his forehead against hers. "We'll fix it." "I kept thinking," she said, "if I just did it right, it would end." I thought of her standing in the kitchen, repeating lines like a function call stuck in a loop. That night, none of us slept. We sat together in the living room with all the lights on. My ankle elevated on pillows, Dad breathing shallow but steady, Mom holding her phone like it might apologize. At 2:14 a.m., my phone buzzed. A notification from a banking app I'd forgotten I even had. "New login detected," I showed Dad. He nodded once. "Okay," he said. "Okay, we handle it in the morning." Morning came anyway. In daylight, the house looked ordinary again. Scuffed baseboards, coffee rings on the counter, the same magnet-covered fridge. But there were new things too. A cracked pantry door, a chair leg bent wrong, a smear on the sliding door where a hand had been. The insurance adjuster came. The locksmith came. A technician from the phone company shrugged and said outages could do weird things to networks. Maybe interference. Maybe coincidence. Mom didn't go back to work. She started therapy instead. So did Dad, eventually. I moved my stuff out of the guest room and into boxes, not because anyone asked me to, but because the room felt borrowed now. Weeks passed. Accounts were frozen. Passwords changed. Credit watched. Most of the damage stopped before it spread too far. That part, at least, had an ending. But some things didn't reset cleanly. Sometimes, when my mom is tired, she still slips. Not full scripts, just fragments. "Please wait," she'll say when someone asks her a question too fast. Next, when no one is in line. She always catches herself now. She laughs it off. But the laugh comes a beat late. We don't tease her about it. We don't talk about the hallway much either. Or the way the intruder knew which door was mine. Life resumes its shape. Work, bills, dinners, lights on in empty rooms. But sometimes, when my phone buzzes unexpectedly, my chest tightens. And sometimes, when my mom pauses too long before answering, I watch her face carefully, waiting to see if the person I know is still there or if she's waiting for a prompt. The house is quieter now, not empty, just listening. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale title is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The chain link gate didn't squeal when I pushed it open. It should have. Every time I'd walked past this park in daylight, that hinge sang like an old screen door, loud enough that you'd look up without meaning to. Tonight it moved like it had just been oiled. Smooth. Too smooth. I stopped with one sneaker inside and one out, hands still on the cold metal, and listened for any small sound that would put the world back in place. A car hissed by on wet pavement 2 blocks away. Somebody's TV murmured from an upstairs window. A dog gave one lazy bark, not alarmed, more like commentary. The playground sat in the center of the lot like a toy left out after the kids went to bed. Plastic slides, a climbing cube, a set of swings. The orange streetlight at the corner of Maple and 3rd didn't quite reach it. It made a dim gradient that died halfway across the rubberized surface. The dark parts weren't pitch black, just unclaimed. Like the light had decided it had done enough for the night. Are we doing this, or are we standing here forever? Mason's voice came from behind me, close enough that I caught the warmth of his breath on my ear. I glanced back. He had his hoodie up, hands shoved deep into the front pocket, shoulders hunched like the air was colder than it was. Mason, 28, male, my older brother by 3 years, which meant he'd been the one to teach me to ride a bike, and also the one who used to lock me out of the house when I got annoying. He looked at the playground the way you look at a closed store you don't feel like arguing with. I'm listening, I said, like that made sense. To what? To the gate, I said, and immediately regretted it. It sounded like something a person would say right before they decided the shadows were speaking to them. Mason snorted, a short laugh he didn't commit to. It's a gate. It doesn't need to sing for you. Behind him, Lena caught up, jogging the last few steps like she didn't want to be the slow one. She stopped at the entrance and tucked hair behind her ear, eyes scanning the park with that bright, analytical attention she couldn't turn off. Lena, 26, female my friend since college, now a physical therapist with the posture of someone who told people to engage their core for a living. She held her phone in her hand like it was a flashlight even before she turned the light on. Okay, she said, like she was starting a session. We're here. I'm officially on record that I thought this was a dumb idea. Noted, Mason said. I kept my hand on the gate a second longer. The metal was cool, damp, and it left a thin slick on my palm. The air smelled like fallen leaves and the faint sourness of the dumpster behind the community center. Somewhere in the grass, a sprinkler head clicked as it cooled. The park was ordinary, normal, just late. I should explain why we were at a playground at night. Because in any other town, it would be weird in the way a middle-aged guy doing pull-ups at midnight is weird. You glance. Then you forget. But I'd been in this town 3 weeks and already learned that don't go to the playground after dark was one of those rules people followed without realizing they were following it. When I first heard it, it came out casually, in the same breath as "don't bother ordering sushi from the deli," and "the left lane on 3rd is a trap after the bridge." It wasn't a warning delivered with drama. It was more like, "Why would you do that? I'm Elliot, 25 male, and I moved to New Haven, Connecticut, not the famous one, because my job went remote, and my rent in Boston had become a personal insult. New Haven, this one, sat along the river with a few red brick streets and a train station that smelled like burnt coffee and old newspapers. It had a hardware store with a real bell on the door and a bar where the bartender remembered names and mispronounced them in the same friendly way every time. I'd come here trying to be the kind of person who could handle quiet. That was the motive. That was the brave version of the story. The less brave version was that I'd been jumpy for months, ever since a late-night incident in my old building where someone had tried apartment doors down the hall, and I'd frozen behind my own, hand hovering over the deadbolt like my brain couldn't decide if locking it would make noise that would invite attention. Nothing happened. The person moved on, but the feeling didn't. It came with me like a stain I couldn't wash out. So when people in town avoided a playground after dark, my mind cataloged it with everything else that made the world feel slightly less controllable than I'd been pretending. It started with Mrs. Wilkins downstairs. She was in her 70s, the kind of older woman who wore clean sneakers and could lift grocery bags that made my arms ache. We'd been in the hallway at the same time, both doing that awkward dance of trying not to block the narrow stairwell with our bodies and our stuff. "Just so you know," she'd said, casual as anything, "they lock the playground gate at dusk. Or they're supposed to." "They do?" I asked, because it hadn't looked locked when I walked by after dinner. She gave me a look like I was missing the point on purpose. "Either way, you don't want to be there after dark. People don't go." "Because of kids," I tried. She shifted her bags higher on her hip. "Because of people," she said, and then she smiled like she'd said something harmless. "Anyway, welcome. If you need sugar, I have it." Lena heard it from her coworker at the clinic, a guy named Nathan who ran marathons and talked about knee joints like they were a hobby. Avoid the playground after dark, he told her when she mentioned she'd moved to Maple Street. We had a thing a few summers ago. A thing like what Lena had pressed, which was Lena's default setting. Nathan had shrugged in that way people do when they want to be done with a subject, but don't want to be rude. Just don't. It's not worth it. Mason heard it from the bartender at Riley's when he came into town to help me set up my place. "Playground's fine," the bartender had said, wiping down the counter with a rag that smelled like lemon cleaner. "Just not after dark. It's got a reputation. You hear everything in a town this size," Mason had answered, and the bartender had laughed like Mason had said something clever. Then he slid us another bowl of pretzels like the conversation was over. It bothered me more than it should have, because nobody would finish the sentence. Not even a hint of what the reputation was. Just this shared, quiet agreement that the playground belonged to the daylight and the dark belonged to something else. Not ghosts, not monsters. Real life doesn't do that. Real life does teenage kids and alcohol and petty violence and people making bad choices where nobody is watching. Which is why, as a rational adult who absolutely did not want to be the kind of person who spiraled over half-heard warnings, I'd brought witnesses. "Your gate theory is still hilarious," Lena said, stepping in and turning on her phone flashlight. The beam cut a clean white circle across the rubber surface, revealing dirt scuffs and a crushed juice pouch and something metallic that glinted and then was just a bottle cap. "I'm not saying it's haunted," I said. "Did anyone say haunted?" Mason asked, too quick, and then he cleared his throat like he wanted to swallow the word back down. We walked in. The gate closed behind us with a soft click that felt too polite. No squeal, no protest. The playground made small noises as the wind moved through it, plastic creaks, a chain clink from a swing settling, the faint tap of a loose bolt somewhere inside the climbing structure. Sounds that were normal, but when everything else was quiet, they came forward like the park was clearing its throat. Lena swept her light around, not dramatic, just practical. "I don't love that there's no one else," she said, and then immediately frowned at herself. "Not that I want anyone else here, but you know what I mean. It's early. Early-ish," Mason said, checking his phone. 10:30. In a town that sleeps. I tried to be casual. "We're just looking." We leave. We tell ourselves the town is full of people who like being in bed by 9. End of mystery. Lena nodded, but she'd started walking toward the swings like she was drawn. Her flashlight beam caught the chains, made them shine silver in the dark. One swing was slightly turned, not hanging straight. The seat was wet, glossy, with condensation or recent rain. Mason hung back near the climbing cube. He looked toward the community center building at the edge of the park, where the windows were dark and the flagpole rope tapped softly against metal. "You know what this is, right?" he said, voice low. "A normal park." I offered. He shook his head. "It's you poking the bruise." That landed harder than it should have. He knew about the apartment doors. I hadn't told Lena. I didn't want to be the kind of friend who unloaded paranoia into a moving box. "It's not a bruise," I said, too defensive. Lena turned, light on us, and raised an eyebrow. "What bruise?" "Nothing," Mason said fast. I opened my mouth, closed it. My throat felt tight in a way that wasn't fear exactly. More like I'd been caught doing something immature. I just hate not knowing. Everyone has these rules, and nobody says why. I don't want to live somewhere where I'm tiptoeing around invisible boundaries because everybody else is. Lena's expression softened just a fraction. "Okay," she said. "So we get information. That's your thing. We get information and we go home." The flashlight beam slid off my face and across the play structure again. It found a small object near the edge of the rubber matting, a rectangle of paper, pale against the black surface. Lena moved toward it, crouched. "Is that a sticker?" she asked. I stepped closer. It wasn't a sticker. It was a little laminated card, like a library card or an ID badge, face down. The edges were scuffed. "Don't touch it," Mason said instantly, and the sharpness in his voice made my shoulders jump. Lena froze with her hand, hovering an inch above it. She looked back at us, annoyed and curious in equal parts. "Why?" Mason held up his hands like he was surrendering. "Because," he said, choosing his words, "if there's a reason people avoid this place after dark, it's probably the same reason you don't pick up random stuff in parking lots. Needles, razors, or just trouble." The wind pushed through again, and the swing chains made a faint, steady tick-tick-tick, like a clock that wasn't keeping time right. We stood there, 3 adults in a park built for kids, staring at a piece of laminated paper like it might bite. Lena straightened slowly, keeping her hands to herself. "So what's the plan?" she asked. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from an unknown number, local area code, no name attached. You shouldn't be in there. Gate gets locked. I read it once, then again. Thumb suddenly damp on the screen. Mason noticed my face. What? I held the phone out. Lena leaned in, and her light washed the screen in bright white. For a second, nobody spoke. The park noises filled the space between us. The tap of rope on metal, the distant hush of a car, the soft clink of a swing settling into a new position. Is that Nathan? Lena whispered, already scrolling through her contacts like her fingers could solve it. I didn't give my number to anyone in town except you two and my landlord, I said, and I heard the thin edge in my own voice. It made me sound younger than I wanted. Mason took a step toward the gate, instinctive, like he was already choosing exit. Okay, we go. Someone's messing with you, or trying to help. Either way, we go. Lena looked from the phone to the laminated card on the ground, then to the darker part of the playground where her flashlight didn't quite reach. Or, she said carefully, we call the non-emergency line and tell them there's something. That someone texted us. That there's an item on the ground. And say what? Mason asked. Hi, officer, we trespassed into a playground at night because the town vibe was weird, and now we got a spooky text. It's not spooky, Lena snapped, then caught herself. It's a warning. My flaw, the one I didn't like admitting even to myself, rose up in my chest. The stubborn need to prove I wasn't afraid. The same impulse that made me check my door locked twice and then pretend I hadn't. The same impulse that had brought me here to stand in the dark and act like this was about curiosity and not control. We had a choice right there, with the smooth gate behind us and the card in front of us and the message glowing on my screen like a dare. Leave now and let the town keep its unspoken rules. Or make one call, take one step closer, and turn the half-said warning into something concrete. I looked at Lena. I looked at Mason. The swing chains ticked once more, slow and steady, as if the park itself was waiting for our answer. The phone buzzed again before any of us moved. This time it wasn't a text. It was a call. Unknown number, same local area code. Mason swore under his breath. Don't answer that. Lena was already shaking her head. Answer it. Put it on speaker. I hesitated. My thumb hovered, the same way it had months ago over a deadbolt. I hated that my body remembered that pause. I hated that Mason could probably see it in my shoulders. I answered. Hello. Static at first. Not the cinematic kind, just the flat hiss you get when someone's phone is cheap or their signal is bad. Then breathing, too close to the mic. You need to leave, a man said, middle-aged maybe, tight voice. Not panicked, but strained, like he was talking while walking fast. Now, who is this? Lena asked, leaning toward my phone. There was a pause. I can't explain everything, but the gate locks automatically at 11. It doesn't matter if you're inside or not. Mason glanced at his phone. It's 10:34. That's not a lot of time, the man said, and the override isn't responding tonight. What override? I asked. The man exhaled hard. Jesus, listen to me. There's a timer on the gate. It's tied to the park lighting and the community center alarm system. They upgraded it last year after incidents. If you're inside when it locks, you're stuck until maintenance comes in the morning. Why would they do that? I said. To keep people out, he snapped, and then softened. To keep everyone out. Lena crouched again, eyes on the laminated card. Is this yours? She asked the phone, holding the card up like he could see it. We found something on the ground. The breathing got louder. Don't touch it. Please tell me you didn't touch it. I didn't, she said. What is it? Another pause. Somewhere on his end, a door slammed. A car alarm chirped and stopped. It's a badge, he said. Access badge. Mine. Mason took a step back toward the gate again, testing it with his hand. It still moved freely. So why is it on the ground? Silence stretched long enough that the swing chains ticked twice. I dropped it, the man said finally. When I was looking for someone. For who? Lena asked. For my son. That landed like a weight on my chest. Not fear, responsibility. The kind you can't dodge without hating yourself later. How old? She asked gently. 7, he said. Name Escalib. I pictured the park in daylight chalk scribbles on the rubber matting, the worn spot under the swings where kids dragged their heels. 7 was exactly the age that belonged there. Is he missing right now? Mason asked. Yes, the man said. And before you ask, yes, I called the police. They're canvassing. But they can't get a unit here immediately, and they don't want civilians involved. I came anyway. Why here? I asked. Because he doesn't like the dark, the man said, and something in his voice cracked just a hair. And because this is where he comes when he's scared. He thinks if he can get inside, nothing bad can happen. My stomach twisted. Elliot, get control, I told myself. This is real. This isn't about you. What's your name? Lena asked. Mark, he said. Mark Jensen. We're here now, she said. Inside the park. No, Mark said immediately. No, that's not. We found your badge, she continued. We haven't seen anyone else. But if he's here, we can help look. Another car passed outside the fence, headlights sweeping briefly across the play structure. For a second, everything was visible, empty, then dark again. Mark's voice came back lower. If you're going to help, you need to be fast. And you need to understand something. What? I asked. The cameras are down. Mason let out a short laugh that had no humor in it. Of course they are. Power blipped around 9:40, Mark said. The community center alarm went to backup, but the park lights didn't come back on fully. The timer's still running, though, mechanical system. 11 o'clock, that gate locks. And you can't override it, Lena said. I've tried, Mark said, from the panel and from my phone. It's not responding. I looked at the gate again. Smooth, quiet, like it was already halfway to deciding something. Where did you last see him? I asked. Near the river path, Mark said. He got mad. We argued. He ran. Lena was already moving, sweeping her flashlight along the edges of the park, toward the darker corner near the trees. If he came in here, she said, he might have hidden. Kids hide when they're scared. Don't split up, Mason said automatically. We didn't listen. Not fully. Lena went left, toward the climbing cube and the trees beyond. Mason stayed near the gate, pacing, checking his phone every 30 seconds like he could will time to slow down. I moved toward the swings, my light tracing the ground, looking for footprints in the thin layer of grit. Caleb, I called, keeping my voice steady low. Hey, buddy. It's okay. We're here to help. The word buddy sounded wrong as soon as it left my mouth. Too familiar, too forced. The park answered with its small noises. The rope on the flagpole tapped. The swing chains whispered as the breeze shifted. Elliot, Mason called softly. 10:42. I know, I said. I circled the swings, scanning under the seats, behind the support poles. Nothing. My light caught the laminated badge again where it lay. I nudged it gently with my shoe. The photo side flipped up. A man in a staff polo, Mark, his picture. And below it, in smaller text, the logo for the parks department. I felt a flicker of anger. Why would the park lock with someone inside? I muttered. Keep kids from hanging out at night, Mason said, and to keep adults from doing worse. Lena's voice came from the trees. I found something. We both moved toward her. She was crouched near the edge of the rubber matting where it met dirt, pointing her light at a scuffed patch. Footprints, she said. Small sneakers. My heart kicked up. Fresh. Hard to tell, she said. But they're not filled in. And look, she shifted her light. A low crawl space under the play structure, barely big enough for a child. Plastic panel above it was scratched on the inside. He could be under there, she said. Caleb, I called again, closer now. It's okay. You can come out. Nothing. Mason checked his phone. 10:47. I dropped to my knees, ignoring the cold seeping through my jeans, and shone my light into the crawl space. Dust motes swirled. A discarded juice box. A small sneaker, blue, wedged against the back. One shoe. He's here, I said. Lena sucked in a breath. Caleb, honey, a sound came back. Not a voice. A soft, rhythmic sound, like someone trying not to cry and failing quietly. There you are, I said, relief flooding so fast it made me dizzy. Hey, it's okay. We're going to get you out. I reached in, careful, slow. My fingers brushed fabric, then skin. He flinched. Don't, he whispered. It's okay, I said. We're not going to hurt you. I don't want the lights, he said. They make the gate mad. Lena and Mason exchanged a look over my shoulder. The gate isn't mad, I said, because that was the truth I needed to believe. It's just broken. 10:50, Mason said. Elliot. I wriggled farther in, my shoulders scraping plastic. The space narrowed. Caleb was wedged deeper than I thought, curled tight. I'm stuck, he said. I pulled gently. He didn't budge. His shoes caught, Lena said, peering in. Or something's blocking him. The lights at the edge of the park flickered. Once. Twice. Then dimmed further, like someone lowering a dimmer switch. From behind us, the gate made a sound. Not a squeal. A solid mechanical click, deeper and final. Mason spun. No, 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 no. He ran to the gate and shoved. It didn't move. Elliot, he said, voice tight. We have a problem. I was halfway inside the crawl space, one arm around a frightened child, when my phone buzzed again in my pocket. This time, it wasn't a call. It was a system notification. Playground gate locking sequence initiated. I looked at the dark beyond the fence, at the solid metal between us and the street, and felt that old, familiar paralysis try to climb back into my chest. And this time, I couldn't afford it. The gate didn't just lock. It settled. That was the sound that did it, the heavy finality of metal teeth meshing, followed by a low hum as the motor shut itself off. Mason grabbed the bars and rattled them anyway, like his hands might convince the mechanism it had made a mistake. Hey, he shouted toward the street. We're locked in here. His voice went nowhere. The fence swallowed it, and the night beyond stayed stubbornly ordinary cars passing, a porch light clicking on across the street, someone laughing faintly a block away. No one turned. No one looked. Stop shaking it, Lena said, sharper than she meant to. You're just wasting energy. Mason froze, hands still on the bars. He nodded once, jaw tight, and stepped back. Inside the crawl space, Caleb whimpered. The sound vibrated through the plastic panel against my shoulder. My arm had gone numb where it was pinned awkwardly. My wrist bent in a way that sent pins and needles up my forearm. I can't get him out like this, I said. Something's catching him. His shoe, maybe. Let me see, Lena said. She knelt beside me, then lay flat on her stomach, angling her phone flashlight into the space. Caleb, sweetheart, Can you tell me where it hurts? My ankle, he said, and my back. His voice softened into her work voice. Calm, precise. Okay, don't move yet. We'll figure it out. Mason hovered uselessly, rubbing his hands together like he was trying to warm them. 10:52, he said. What happens now that it's locked? Alarms. Not immediately, Mark's voice came from my phone, still on speaker, tinny, but present. There's a delay. It assumes no one's inside. That's comforting, Mason muttered. Lena shifted, squinting. His shoes hooked on something metal, she said. Bolt or bracket under the panel. And there's not enough clearance to lift him straight out. So we need to widen it, Mason said. Can we move the structure? We all looked at the play structure. Molded plastic, bolted into concrete footings, designed to survive hundreds of kids climbing on it at once. No, Lena said, but parts of it are modular. She stood and scanned the structure, tracing seams with her light. These panels are screwed in. If we can remove one, with what? Mason asked. Our teeth. I fished in my pocket with my free hand, heart sinking even as I already knew the answer. Keys, phone, wallet. No tools, I said. The park lights flickered again, dimmer this time, leaving the far corners of the playground in deeper shadow. The trees at the edge rustled, leaves whispering in a way that sounded almost like footsteps if you weren't paying attention. Mason stiffened. Did you hear that? Hear what? Lena asked. That, he said, pointing toward the trees. Another rustle. A snap. Pulse spiked. For a split second, my brain supplied every bad possibility. Someone else inside the fence. Someone watching, waiting. Then a raccoon burst out from under a bush, eyes flashing in our lights, trash bag clutched in its mouth like a prize. It froze, startled, then bolted toward the dumpster behind the community center. Misdirection. Relief hit hard enough to make me dizzy. Okay, Lena said, exhaling. No raccoon rescues. Mason laughed once, too loud, then cut it off. Sorry. Nerves. Attempt 1 came fast and failed faster. Lena tried easing Caleb's shoe off, working carefully around his ankle. He cried out when she twisted it the wrong way, a sharp, panicked sound that made my stomach clench. Nope, she said immediately, hands up. Too much swelling. I'm not risking it. Attempt 2 was brute force. Mason grabbed the panel edge and tried to flex it outward while Lena guided Caleb's leg. The plastic creaked, protesting. I felt the vibration through my shoulder, the structure shifting just enough to give false hope. Careful, I said. If that snaps. It didn't snap. The panel sprang back into place with a hollow thud. Caleb screamed, high and raw, and my arm went pins and needles dead as the space tightened again. Stop, Lena said. Stop, we're making it worse. My shoulder burned. Sweat ran down my neck despite the cool air. My phone buzzed again, Mark's voice urgent now. There's a maintenance shed, he said, on the far side of the community center. If you can get to it, there might be tools. Mason spun toward the building. I saw that. Chain link gate on the side, right? Yes, Mark said. But what? I asked. But it's inside the locked perimeter, Mark said. You'd have to go deeper into the park. I closed my eyes for half a second. Deeper meant farther from the gate, farther from help. Closer to the parts of the park the streetlights didn't touch. Point of no return territory. I'll go, Mason said immediately, like he needed to say it before anyone else could. I can run. Lena grabbed his sleeve. No, you don't know the layout back there. You'll trip or cut yourself. Or I played here as a kid, he said. I remember where it is. That surprised me. You never said that, he shrugged, already pulling away. Didn't seem relevant. It did now. This place had a history for him. a familiarity that might be useful or dangerous. 5 minutes, Lena said. If you're not back in 5, we reassess. Mason nodded and took off, sneakers slapping softly against rubber, then dirt as he cut past the basketball court toward the darker edge of the park. The minutes stretched. Caleb's breathing was shallow against my arm. My shoulder throbbed. My hand started to cramp where I was bracing myself awkwardly. Elliot, Lena said quietly, you okay? I will be, I said. It wasn't a lie. It was a postponement. A distant clang echoed from behind the community center, followed by a muffled curse. That's him, Lena said, relief flashing across her face. Then the lights went out completely. Not a dramatic blackout, just off. The remaining glow from the streetlights barely reached us now, and the playground collapsed into a patchwork of dim shapes and deeper shadows. Mark, Lena said into the phone. What just happened? The backup failed, he said. His voice sounded far away now. I'm trying to get someone, the call dropped. Great, Mason's voice called from the darkness. I found the shed. Do you have tools? Lena shouted back. A pause. Yeah, bolt cutters, pry bar. Relief surged, then stalled when I heard something else. A low alarm tone, distant but growing louder. Not a siren. A warning beep, steady and insistent, coming from the community center. What's that? I asked. That's the security system realizing something's wrong, Lena said. Motion sensors, probably. Police? Mason asked. Eventually, she said, but not fast. Mason reappeared, breathless, carrying the tools like trophies. Let's do this. They worked fast, Lena directing, Mason levering the panel just enough while I eased Caleb's leg free. The bolt scraped, then gave. Caleb slid forward into my arms, sobbing, clinging to my neck. The relief was so sharp it hurt. But before we could celebrate, the alarm tone changed. Louder, faster. And from the gate, the hum returned, not unlocking, but cycling, resetting. Mason looked at the gate, then at the tools in his hands. Guys, he said, I think it just disabled the manual release. Lena's face went pale. Meaning, he said slowly. We're not getting out the way we came in. Behind us, somewhere deeper in the park, another light flickered on. Not white, red, emergency mode. And with it came the understanding that this wasn't just a rescue anymore. It was containment. The red light pulsed once every 2 seconds. It wasn't bright enough to see by, not really. It just reminded you that the dark was intentional. Emergency mode means containment, Lena said, voice tight but steady. It assumes vandalism or an active threat. It locks everything down until law enforcement clears it. Active threat, Mason said. We are the threat. No, she said. The system doesn't know the difference. Caleb whimpered against my chest. He was shaking now, adrenaline bleeding off, pain and fear rushing in to take its place. My arm throbbed where it had been pinned when I shifted him. A hot spike shot through my shoulder, and I had to bite back a sound. Elliot, Lena said quietly. Your arm, I can carry him, I said. The words came out harder than I meant. Control. I needed it. Tell me where to go. Mason was already moving, scanning the fence line, the shadows beyond the basketball court. There's a service corridor behind the community center, he said. Used to be unlocked during events. Might still be. Or it's locked like everything else, Lena said. Then we cut, he said, hefting the bolt cutters. His hands were shaking now. He wasn't hiding it anymore. We moved as a unit, slow and careful. Geography mattered. The playground sat like an island. Gate to the south, community center to the west, trees, and a maintenance road to the north. The service corridor ran along the building, narrow and unlit, a strip of asphalt just wide enough for a golf cart. The alarm tone changed again. Faster, more urgent. "That's escalation," Lena said. "It's registering movement." "Of course it is," Mason said. "Everything registers movement." Halfway down the corridor, Caleb stiffened. "I don't like this," he whispered. "I know," I said, adjusting my grip. My shoulders screamed in protest. "We're almost out." We weren't. At the end of the corridor stood another gate. Taller, thicker, industrial. A keypad mounted beside it blinked red. Mason swore. "This wasn't here." "It was," Lena said. "You just didn't notice it as a kid." The red light above us pulsed. Somewhere, a motor whined, then stopped. "Okay," Mason said, forcing calm. "We cut it." He set the bolt cutters at the base of the chain, squeezed. Nothing. He repositioned, squeezed harder. His face went red, neck cords standing out. The cutters slipped with a metallic snap, jolting his hands. "Damn it," he said, breath ragged. "This is hardened steel." Lena looked at the keypad. It might still accept a badge. All three of us looked down at the laminated card in my pocket. Mark's badge. "It dropped for a reason," Mason said. "He said the override wasn't responding." "That was remote," Lena said. "This is local." The alarm tone stuttered, then steadied again. Time felt thick, syrupy. Shifted Caleb to one arm and fumbled the badge out with the other. My fingers were clumsy, half numb. "Caleb," I said softly, "I need you to hold onto my neck. Tight." He did, trusting. That cut deeper than fear. I swiped the badge. The keypad beeped. Once. "Red." "Again," Lena said. I swiped again. Nothing. "Try the shed," Mason said suddenly. "The panel Mark mentioned. If we can kill power locally." "Power's already unstable," Lena said. "You could lock us in worse." The red light pulsed. A new sound joined it. Distant, but unmistakable. Sirens. Relief flared, sharp and bright, and then dimmed as quickly when the sirens didn't get closer. They stayed distant, moving parallel, not toward. "They don't know we're inside," Mason said. "Or they do," Lena said. "And they're following protocol." Protocol. The word tasted bitter. Caleb started crying again, louder now. His small body shook against mine, each sob jarring my injured shoulder, until white sparks danced at the edge of my vision. "Stop," I said, not to him, to myself, to the creeping paralysis. I couldn't freeze, not now. I looked at the gate again. At the hinges, too smooth. The memory clicked into place. The first thing that had felt wrong. "Mason," I said. "The hinge." He looked. Understanding dawned, slow, and then all at once. "If it locks like the playground gate, from the bottom up," Lena finished. "Not the latch. The pivot." Mason was already at it, wedging the pry bar into the narrow gap where hinge met post. He leaned his weight into it. Metal groaned. The alarm shrieked. "Again," Lena said. "Lower." He adjusted, pushed. The hinge shifted, millimeters at first, then more. A sharp crack rang out as one bolt sheared. Mason cried out, dropping the bar. Blood welled along his palm where the metal had bitten deep. "Keep going," I said. My voice sounded far away to my own ears. He picked it back up, teeth clenched, pried again. Another crack. Then a third. The gate sagged, listing inward like a tired thing. "Now," Lena said. "Elliot, move." I ran. It wasn't graceful. My shoulder flared with every step. My breath came in harsh gasps, but I ran. Mason grabbed the gate and hauled it the rest of the way open, tearing it from the last stubborn bolt with a sound like a gunshot. We spilled through. The alarm cut off abruptly, replaced by the ordinary night sounds of the street cars, wind, a radio somewhere playing softly. The contrast was dizzying. I stumbled, nearly went down, caught myself on a street sign. Lena took Caleb from me, easing him to the curb, murmuring reassurances. Mason leaned against the fence, blood dripping from his hand, chest heaving. For a moment, none of us spoke. Then headlights washed over us. A police cruiser rolled up, slow, cautious. Another followed. An officer stepped out, hand resting near his holster. "Everyone okay?" I laughed. A short, broken sound. Define okay. They took statements. An ambulance for Caleb. Wrapped Mason's hand. Looked at my shoulder and told me I'd torn something that would take weeks to heal if I was lucky. Mark arrived, wild-eyed, and dropped to his knees in front of his son, crying without embarrassment. No one judged him for it. The officers didn't scold us. They looked tired. One of them glanced back at the playground, dark and sealed again now, and shook his head. "System S been touchy," he said. "Couple of incidents. They keep it locked down at night now." "Incidents like what?" I asked. He met my eyes, hesitated, then said, "People getting trapped, people getting hurt." He didn't elaborate. They let us go home in the early morning, adrenaline drained, limbs heavy, the town settling back into itself like nothing had happened. But as I lay awake later, shoulder burning, the sound that came back to me wasn't the alarm or the sirens. It was the gate. How smoothly it had moved, like it had done this before. The ER smelled like disinfectant and old coffee. It was almost morning by the time they finished with us. The night had thinned into that gray-blue hour when everything looks flatter and quieter than it should. Caleb slept on a narrow hospital bed with his leg elevated, a soft cast wrapped around his ankle like a cocoon. The doctor said it was a sprain with a hairline fracture, painful, but fixable. He would heal. Kids usually do. Mason sat across from me with his hand wrapped in gauze, fingers stiff and pink at the tips. He kept flexing them, testing what still worked. A nurse had warned him to stop. He nodded when she said it, then did it again as soon as she turned away. Lena paced, slowly, measured, like she was counting steps without meaning to. She'd been the calm one all night, the organizer, the voice that kept us moving. Now that there was nothing left to solve, the energy had nowhere to go. "You tore your rotator cuff," the doctor told me, not unkindly. "Partial. No surgery right now, but you're in for physical therapy and a sling for a while." I nodded. The sling already pulled at my neck, a constant reminder every time I shifted. Pain radiated down my arm in a dull, persistent line. It wasn't sharp anymore. It was the kind of pain that settles in and makes itself at home. Mark sat in the corner, phone pressed to his ear, murmuring to someone, his wife, I assumed. He kept glancing at Caleb like he was afraid the boy might evaporate if he looked away too long. When he finished the call, he crossed the room and stopped in front of me. "I don't know how to thank you," he said. His eyes were red, rimmed with exhaustion. "I shouldn't have let him run. I shouldn't have," Lena stepped in gently. "He's 7, she said. "He got scared. That happens." Mark nodded, swallowing hard. "The badge," he said. "I dropped it when I climbed the fence. I thought I'd be quicker, I thought." He trailed off. None of us filled the silence. 2 police officers came by later, one young and one with gray at his temples. They took formal statements this time, pens scratching quietly as we talked. They asked about the gate, the alarms, the timing. They asked how we got out. Mason showed them his hand. "That's how," the older officer frowned. "You damaged city property." "Yes," Mason said evenly. "I did. There was a pause. The officer looked at the younger one, then back at Mason. "We'll note it as emergency action," he said, "given the circumstances." "Given the kid," Mason said. The officer didn't argue. "They told us there would be an internal review, that the Parks Department had already flagged the system for issues, that the gate timers were meant to deter vandalism and loitering, not trap people." Words stacked on words, neat and bureaucratic. "What about the cameras?" Lena asked. "Down during the incident," the younger officer said. "We've had trouble keeping them operational." "How long?" she pressed. He shrugged. "A while. When they left, the room felt smaller. By mid-morning, they discharged Caleb. Mark carried him out, careful and protective, like the world had become something fragile overnight. Before they went, Mark stopped again. "They're going to ask me to keep quiet," he said, voice low. "About the system, about what happened." Lena met his eyes. And I don't think I will," he said. There was resolve there now, thin but real. "Not anymore." Outside, the town had woken up. People walked dogs. A delivery truck idled outside the bakery. Someone swept their front steps. Ordinary life flowed around us, indifferent and steady. The playground sat 2 blocks away, invisible from where we stood but present in all of our minds. Mason drove me home. His bandaged hand rested awkwardly on the steering wheel. Neither of us talked much. When we passed Maple Street, I looked away before I could see the fence. Lena texted later to say she'd made an appointment for me with a physical therapist she trusted. Control again. A small kindness shaped like a plan. The next few weeks blurred. My shoulder ached constantly. Sleeping was difficult. Every time I rolled the wrong way, pain snapped me awake, heart racing, breath shallow. More than once, I lay there listening to the quiet of my apartment, cataloging sounds the way I had that night, the hum of the fridge, a car door slamming somewhere outside, footsteps in the hallway. Each sound asked a question my body answered before my mind could. Mason healed faster than I did physically, slower emotionally. He joked about the scar forming across his palm, but he stopped coming by after dark. When I asked him about it, he shrugged. "Just tired," he said. Lena kept busy. Work, friends, movement. She didn't linger when she visited, but she always checked the locks before she left, a new habit she didn't comment on. The town talked quietly. The playground stayed closed at night, officially for maintenance. Temporary signs went up, then came down, then went up again. The gate hinges were replaced. This time they squealed. I noticed that the first evening I walked past after sunset. The sound was loud and ugly, metal complaining the way it should. I stood there longer than necessary, listening, until a woman walking her dog gave me a strange look. I didn't go inside. A month later, a short article ran in the local paper. Buried on page 3. Child injured in park after hours incident. Safety review underway. It mentioned a malfunctioning gate. It did not mention alarms or containment, or how easily a system could decide you were something to be managed instead of someone to be helped. Mark sent me a message once. A picture of Caleb on a couch, foot propped up, grinning with a superhero comic spread open on his lap. He asks about you, the text read. Says you're the one who didn't let go. I didn't know how to respond to that, so I sent a thumbs up and hoped it translated as something warmer. Life settled. That's what people say when things don't explode. It settled. I worked. I healed. I learned the rhythm of the town, the bakery rush, The quiet afternoons, the way everyone avoided the park when the sun dipped low, even now, especially now. One evening, months later, I stood at my window and watched the streetlights flicker on. The glow stopped short of the playground, as always. The fence was just a dark line against darker trees. For a moment, I imagined the gate moving. Smooth, silent. Then a car passed. Someone laughed. The world asserted itself again. I closed the window, locked it, and went back to my almost ordinary life, carrying the knowledge with me like a small, persistent weight. Everyone in town avoids the playground after dark. Now I do too. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, He Called Me From My Own Number, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The phone rang in the dark kitchen. Not the usual beep or buzz. This was an old-fashioned ring, clear and loud, bouncing off the linoleum and the chipped white cabinets. It was just past midnight, the kind of hour when the neighborhood's usual hum shrinks to nothing but occasional rustles or a distant car engine. I froze. The screen lit up with my own number. It had to be a glitch. Wrong caller ID, maybe a prank. But the sound of that phone made my stomach tighten anyway. I stared at it for a full minute before grabbing the handset, heart ticking a little faster, trying to talk myself down. Hello? Silence. Just static, a low, crackling hum. Then nothing. I hung up and leaned against the counter, trying to ignore the way my fingers trembled. Outside, a light rain tapped gently against the window pane, faint but steady. The kitchen smelled faintly of burnt coffee from the afternoon, and the dull hum of the refrigerator was the only other sound. I told myself it was a mistake, some weird glitch in the phone company, or maybe an app that spoofed numbers. But the ringing hadn't stopped gnawing at me. I wasn't supposed to be awake at this hour. I had work in the morning, something I reminded myself for the 100th time that night. Hopping it would ground me. But instead of feeling tired, I felt off, like something was waiting just out of sight. My name's Emma Carlisle, 29, graphic designer, living alone in a small apartment in the outskirts of Portland, Oregon. I'm usually not spooked by much. I live a pretty quiet life, mostly lost in my work or binging shows no one else has heard of. Tonight, though, the phone unsettled me in a way I couldn't shake. I grabbed my coat and wallet, intending to clear my head with a walk. Outside, the air was damp and smelled of wet asphalt and pine. The streetlights flickered weakly, casting long shadows that made the familiar neighborhood look suddenly unfamiliar. I hadn't gone far when I ran into Nate. Nate Wilson, 32, my next-door neighbor. He's the kind of guy who jogs at midnight and sometimes hums out loud, always in those oversized headphones that make it impossible to know if he hears you. He looked as tired as I felt, rubbing the back of his neck under his knit cap. "Hey," I said, forcing a smile. "You out late too?" "Yeah, needed to clear my head." His voice was low. He glanced at my coat. "Something wrong?" I hesitated. "Weird phone call from my own number." Nate laughed, but it wasn't quite right, more a nervous chuckle. "That's creepy. Maybe some scammer messing with you." "Maybe." I rubbed my hands together, suddenly cold. I thought I was just tired, but now I'm not so sure. We stood there for a moment in the half-light. The street was quiet, except for a dog barking somewhere in the distance, short and sharp. "Want some company on your walk?" Nate asked. "Might make it less weird." I nodded, even though I wasn't sure I wanted company, or to admit how uneasy I felt. As we walked, Nate told me about his sister's wedding plans and how he'd been trying to get his life back on track after a rough year. He's usually cheerful, but tonight there was something guarded in his eyes, like he was careful what he said. I caught myself wondering if he was carrying some secret worry too. I told him about the call again, this time with more details, the silence on the line, the way the number had flashed on my phone screen. "That's not normal," Nate said, stopping under a flickering street lamp. "Phones don't usually glitch like that, especially not with your own number." We both looked at the sky, clouds thick and low, blotting out the stars. The air was cool and smelled faintly of wet leaves and smoke from a nearby chimney. "I'm probably overthinking," I said. "Maybe I should just change my number." Nate shrugged. "Might not hurt, but if it happens again, you should call the cops." "The cops?" I laughed softly, but it didn't reach my eyes. What would I even say? Something like, "I got a call from my own number." The line was dead silent. We started walking again. The night seemed to stretch longer than usual, the quiet deeper, like it was holding its breath. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears. Back at my apartment, I unlocked the door and paused. The hallway light flickered just once before steadying. I stepped inside, the faint scent of old books and a hint of lavender from the candle I'd forgotten to blow out. I tried to shake off the feeling of unease, but couldn't. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe just a glitch or a prank. But the next time my phone rang, I wasn't so sure. The next morning started like any other, too early. The sky still smeared with the dull gray of pre-dawn. I was standing at the sink, rinsing out my chipped mug, when my phone buzzed on the counter. Caller ID, my number. My breath caught. I stared at it, fingers trembling. No way, not again. I silenced it and slid the screen into sleep mode, pretending it hadn't happened. But the echo of that ring was already spinning in my mind. By mid-morning, I'd tried calling my phone company. The tech support guy was polite, but shrugged off the problem. "Could be number spoofing," he said, "or a software glitch. Try updating your phone's OS and maybe reset your network settings." "Okay," I said, already feeling the tight knot of anxiety settle deeper in my chest. When Nate popped by that afternoon to borrow sugar, I almost didn't tell him about the call. But I did, all the same. "It's happening again," I said, my voice quieter than usual. Nate frowned. "Did you pick up?" "No," I'm not sure I want to. He looked serious now, a shadow crossing his face. Emma, you should. If it's someone messing with you, ignoring it might only make it worse. I chewed my lip, caught between wanting to face it and running the other way. Later that night, the phone rang again. My own number. This time I answered. Hello? No silence. A voice low and muffled, barely a whisper. Emma. I froze. Who is this? My voice barely more than a breath. Static. Then the line went dead. I dropped the phone on the couch. Heart pounding so loud, I thought it might burst through my ribs. Nate was at my door within minutes. I hadn't even called him. You called me, I said, trying to steady my voice. I was worried. We sat in the dim light of my living room. The air smelled faintly of stale smoke from a neighbor's barbecue, mingling oddly with the scent of my candle, vanilla and cinnamon. I don't know what to do, I admitted. Someone's using my number to call me, and when I answer, there's a voice. Did you hear anything else? Background noise, Nate asked. I shook my head. Just static, like they were trying to hide. Nate rubbed his temples. This isn't just some prank. It could be identity theft or worse. Someone trying to get into your head or your life. I swallowed hard. The truth hit me. I wasn't safe in my own apartment. Not really. The next day, I tried calling my mom. Her number came up on the screen, but I didn't want her to worry. I hesitated, then texted instead. A quick, hey, can we talk later? Later that evening, as I was closing up my laptop, the power flickered and went out. No warning, just sudden deep black. The hum of the fridge stopped. The glow of the streetlights outside dimmed, then vanished too. My breath caught again. I grabbed my flashlight from the drawer and texted Nate. Power's out. Everything's weird. He replied almost instantly. I'm coming over. Minutes later, Nate was at the door, flashlight in hand. The hallway was pitch black, the emergency exit sign outside the building flickering like a bad TV signal. Did you call the power company? Nate asked as we moved carefully through the apartment. No, thought maybe it was the whole block. Nate frowned, pulling his phone out. No signal. It's not just the power. The cell towers must be down too. The air smelled thick, almost metallic. I could taste it at the back of my throat, an odd chemical tang. We need to check with the neighbors, Nate said. We stepped outside into the street, which was eerily quiet, except for the distant sound of sirens, ambulance, or police. I couldn't tell. The rain had started again, soft and relentless, soaking us quickly. From down the block, I saw a cluster of neighbors gathering under a flickering street lamp, faces tight with concern. Power outage, phones out, no internet, someone was saying. And people are saying there were strange calls, like someone been calling from their own number. My chest tightened. Could be a hack, Nate said, voice low. Someone's messing with the phone system and the grid. Why? I whispered. Why would someone do this to us? A woman nearby, maybe late 40s, looked over at us. My daughter got a call from her own number last night. Same thing, just silence. A man, probably mid-30s, added. And my cousin's phone started sending texts on its own. Weird messages. Nothing we could understand. I shivered. The threat wasn't just mine. It was wider. Back inside, I couldn't stop checking my phone. No signal, no messages except one I hadn't seen before. I see you. I stared at it, mind racing. Who's doing this? I whispered aloud. Nate shook his head. No idea, but it's not random. My phone buzzed again. My own number. This time I didn't answer. But the caller didn't hang up. It kept ringing, insistent and unyielding. The room felt smaller, the shadows longer. And then the power blinked back on, only for a moment, before plunging us back into darkness. Nate grabbed my hand. We need to figure this out, fast. I nodded, knowing this was no longer just about some weird calls. It was about who had control and what they wanted from me. The next morning, the neighborhood was still cloaked in the heavy silence of the blackout. Portland's usually lively streets felt abandoned. The usual buzz of traffic and distant chatter replaced by a heavy, pressing quiet. I stood by my apartment window, watching the wet pavement gleam under an overcast sky, feeling the weight of the night's events like a stone in my chest. Nate was supposed to meet me at the small corner cafe on 42nd and Steele, a few blocks down from my place. The usual cozy spot was dark and shuttered, a faded, closed sign hanging crookedly in the window. The power outage was still widespread. The whole block looked frozen in time. The occasional flicker of emergency lights the only sign of life. I pulled my jacket tighter, shoving my hands deep into my pockets. My phone was useless. No signal, no texts, no calls, except the occasional taunting ring from my own number, always unanswered. Nate showed up 10 minutes late, his breath puffing in the cold air. No luck with the phone company. I shook my head. They're saying it's a local outage, something with the grid, or maybe sabotage, but no one's saying who or why. He frowned. And your number? Still the same. Calls from my own number, that text. I hesitated. I see you. Nate's jaw tightened. We should get to the police station. If this is some coordinated attack on the network, they need to know. The station was just over a mile away on 43rd, past a strip of closed shops and a small park. We started walking, the dampness seeping into our shoes, the pavement slick with rain from the night before. The neighborhood looked surreal, streets normally dotted with cars, now eerily empty. About halfway there, Nate stopped abruptly. Did you hear that? I froze, straining my ears. Somewhere to the east, faint but distinct, came a low, rhythmic banging, like someone hammering on metal. Probably construction, I said, though the hour felt too early for that. Nate shook his head, pulling his phone out again. No signal. We kept moving, faster now, hearts ticking up in time with the noise. As we turned the corner onto 43rd, the banging got louder, metal scraping against metal, sharp and insistent. Ahead, by a chain-link fence enclosing an abandoned warehouse, two shadowy figures were moving, one wielding what looked like a crowbar. I stepped back, my breath catching. What are they doing? Breaking in, Nate whispered. The banging stopped abruptly. The figures glanced up, their heads snapping toward us like animals startled. We ducked behind a parked car, hearts hammering. The street was deserted, but the pounding silence felt alive, like the city was holding its breath with us. After a tense minute, the figures disappeared into the warehouse, and the banging ceased. "Should we call it in?" I asked, voice low. "Can't," Nate said. "No service. We'll have to report it later." Our phone's useless. Our eyes were the only witnesses. The weight of the situation sank deeper. Whoever was behind this wasn't just playing games. They were organized, moving in the shadows. We reached the police station, its front doors dark, but the faint glow of emergency lights visible inside. A single uniformed officer was packing outside, looking harried and exhausted. Inside, the hum of a generator filled the small lobby. The officer, a woman in her late 40s named SGT Ramirez, listened intently as we recounted the calls, the blackout, and the break-in. "We've had reports of similar break-ins across the district," she said, rubbing her temples. "People are panicked. We're stretched thin trying to keep things under control." "Any idea who's behind this?" I asked. "No clear leads yet. But whoever it is, they're targeting communication lines and infrastructure." Back on the street, the rain began again, steady and cold. Nate and I decided to head back to my apartment, but the tension was far from gone. The lack of information was suffocating. When we got back, the phone rang again, my number. I swallowed hard, but didn't answer. The ringing echoed in the quiet apartment. Suddenly, the lights flickered back on. For a moment, I felt relief. Then the screen on my laptop blinked erratically, windows opening and closing on their own. The cursor moved without my touch. "Someone's in your system," Nate said, eyes wide. "This is more than just calls and blackouts." Panic rippled through me. My private fear being exposed, invaded, was no longer abstract. We worked through the night, trying to shut down the laptop and secure my accounts. But the invader was relentless, and exhaustion tugged at us both, blurring focus and fraying nerves. At dawn, I convinced Nate to rest in the spare room while I stayed by the window. That's when I saw it. A figure standing across the street in the early light, watching my building. I blinked. The figure was a woman, maybe mid-30s, wearing a dark hoodie pulled low over her face. She stood perfectly still, as if waiting. I shook Nate awake. "There's someone outside." He grabbed a flashlight, peering cautiously out. No one. I looked again. The woman was gone. "What if I imagined it?" I whispered. "No," Nate said firmly. "You saw her." We stayed quiet, listening to the distant rumble of the city waking up. Hours later, after Nate left to check on his sister across town, my phone buzzed again. My number flashed. This time I answered. "Emma," the voice whispered again, but clearer. "You can't hide." I dropped the phone, heart pounding. The window shattered. Glass sprayed across the floor as a heavy rock crashed through, rolling to a stop near my feet. I stared at the broken glass, then at the open window. The fight was no longer just on the phone. It was here, in my home. The night I finally faced it, I wasn't sure if I was ready. The rock through the window had shattered my sense of safety, but it was the ringing that set the final pieces in motion. My phone buzzed relentlessly, my own number flashing on the screen like a pulse, a heartbeat that wouldn't stop. Nate wasn't there. He had gone to check on his sister earlier, and I hadn't heard from him since. I felt a weight settle in my gut, uneasy, exposed, alone. I sat on the couch, eyes locked on the phone. When it finally stopped ringing, I forced myself to answer. "Emma." The voice was low, unmistakably the same from before. But now it had a clarity that made my skin crawl. "You can't hide." The line went dead. The air in the apartment felt suffocating, thick with tension. I grabbed the baseball bat Nate had left behind and crept toward the broken window. Rain dripped in, splashing on the floor. Outside, the street was dark, but the shadows felt alive, shifting with the occasional flicker of emergency streetlights. I checked the locks on the front door. They were fine, but the broken window was an open invitation. A sudden noise, a faint scraping, came from the hallway outside my apartment. Heart pounding, I moved to the door and peered through the peephole. Nothing. Then a shadow shifted. I slammed the door shut and locked it twice. "Stay calm," I whispered to myself, but my voice cracked. I called Nate. No answer. Again and again, his voicemail. The power flickered, then went out completely. I was plunged into darkness, the only light from the faint glow of my phone's screen. But the signal was gone again, swallowed by the blackout. I felt trapped, the walls closing in. The cold rain pattered harder on the broken window, an unrelenting drumbeat. Suddenly, a loud banging erupted at the front door, heavy, urgent. I gripped the bat tighter. The noise stopped. Then came whispering, indistinct, just beyond the door. I backed away, breathing fast, searching for somewhere to hide. The closet. I slipped inside, closing the door quietly behind me. The darkness was complete, but the silence was worse. My phone buzzed once more. The screen lit up, my number. I silenced it, too afraid to answer again. Minutes stretched. My mind raced through every possibility, every plan. Suddenly, the door to the apartment creaked open. I froze. Footsteps slow, deliberate crossed the room. I gripped the bat, muscles tight. A figure appeared at the edge of the closet light, Nate. Relief crashed over me. But then I saw the cut on his cheek, blood trickling down. "Emma," he whispered, voice hoarse. "We need to get out now." "What happened?" I asked, heart thudding. "Someone was waiting for me at my sister's place. They followed me here. I barely got away." We had no time to process. Nate helped me patch up my own wrist, grazed from the broken glass. "We can't stay," he said. "The whole neighborhood's compromised. We need to move." Outside, the street was quieter now, but the threat was far from gone. We moved fast, sticking to the shadows, avoiding the empty warehouse and the places we'd seen shadowy figures before. Every step felt like we were being watched. At a bend in the street, a sudden movement caught my eye, a figure darting between parked cars. I raised the bat instinctively. Nate grabbed my arm. "Wait." The figure was a young woman, trembling, eyes wide with fear. "Help me," she whispered, after me too. Her name was Sarah. She told us she'd been targeted for knowing too much about the network attacks. Her family's small business had been crippled by the blackout. We had no choice but to take her with us. The three of us pressed on, adrenaline masking exhaustion. But then, the unmistakable sound of sirens split the night. Police, finally. Except the flashing lights were coming from the wrong direction, toward the warehouse, not our street. Confused, we headed back toward my building, hopping for safety. That's when the crash came, an explosion shaking the block, flames licking the sky near the warehouse. The fire pushed us back, choking smoke filling the air. We stumbled, coughing, desperate to escape the chaos. Nate grabbed my arm again, dragging me away from the blaze. "We have to disappear," he said. But as we ran, my phone lit up once more, my number flashing on the screen. This time, I didn't hesitate. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice steady despite the chaos. Silence, then a whisper, distant but clear. "This is just the beginning." The call ended. We kept running, shadows swallowing us whole. The night wasn't over. The first ambulance ride felt unreal. Nate sat beside me in the back of the van, his cheek still bleeding and swollen, wrapped loosely in a bloodied towel. I held my wrist, where a makeshift bandage struggled to stem the pain from the glass shards. The siren's wail cut through the early morning haze as the city slowly came alive around us. At the emergency room, nurses moved with practiced urgency. The doctor examined Nate's cut, grim but thorough. I sat quietly, exhausted in a stiff plastic chair, the buzz of fluorescent lights above contrasting sharply with the quiet storm inside me. The police were there too, taking statements and scribbling notes. SGT. Ramirez was back, her face taut but calmer than before. "We're doing what we can," she said softly, eyes meeting mine. "There's been a coordinated effort to disrupt communications and infrastructure. Looks like a small but skilled group. You and Nate were targeted directly because you were getting too close to their operations." I swallowed, the pieces falling into place like shards of broken glass. The voice on the phone, the break-ins, the blackout, all part of something larger, something I'd only glimpsed from the edges. "Sarah," I asked, remembering the woman who'd appeared at my side during that final night. SGT. Ramirez nodded. "She's safe under protection, cooperating with us." The officers asked if I wanted to file charges, but the reality was complicated. Who exactly was them? What would filing a report do when their identities remained shadows? I hesitated. "It's not just about me anymore," I said quietly. "It's about what happens next." After hours of paperwork and questions, Nate and I were released. The city's lights buzzed back to life, but something had shifted. The streets seemed sharper, the shadows longer. Back in my apartment, the broken window was boarded up, but the faint scent of rain and smoke lingered, a reminder of how close the flames had come. I ran my fingers over the scar on my wrist, a raw line beneath the skin, a physical reminder of a night that changed everything. Nate stayed a few days, his injury slowing but his mind restless. We talked little about what came next, mostly about the small things: the coffee machine that still didn't work, the neighbor's cat that kept scratching at the door. But beneath the surface, I felt a fracture, a quiet wariness I couldn't shake. The phone stayed silent for now. No more calls from my number. No more threats whispered in the dark. Yet the feeling remained, a low hum beneath the noise of daily life. One evening, as I sorted through old mail, I found a plain envelope slipped under my door. No return address. Inside, a single photo. It was of me, taken from a distance, standing by the window of my apartment that night before the rock broke through. On the back, a single word: waiting. I didn't call the police. I didn't text Nate. I just folded the photo carefully and slid it into a drawer, locking it away with the rest of the broken pieces. The city moved on around me, indifferent. The blackout faded into news stories. The arrests, if there were any, never made headlines. But I knew the shadow was still there, watching, waiting. And maybe that was the hardest thing of all. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is: I answered a call at 3 a.m. Big mistake. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The phone buzzed against the countertop, once, twice, then stopped. I'd been folding laundry in the dim kitchen of my small apartment in Minneapolis, the overhead fluorescent flickering like it couldn't decide whether to stay on. The clock read 3:02 a.m. I froze, hand hovering over a sock. Nobody usually called at this hour. I swiped the screen. No name, just unknown. My thumb hovered, hovering longer than it should have, and I considered ignoring it. I'd been trying to break the habit of checking my phone in the middle of the night, but the buzz had left a prickling in my spine that I couldn't shake. "Hey," I said into the receiver, voice tight enough that I startled myself. Silence. Then a faint hiss, like the sound of static on a poorly tuned radio. I leaned against the counter. "Hello? Are you alone?" The voice was low, soft, deliberate. Not a recording, though it made me tense all the same. Yeah, I'm alone," I replied, a little too quickly. My apartment was quiet except for the hum of the fridge and the distant rumble of traffic outside. I could hear the way my own heartbeat swelled in my ears. I shouldn't have picked up. I knew I shouldn't have. But the hush of the city at this hour, the way the buildings outside my window loomed in the streetlight, made it feel like something had slipped into the edges of the room while I wasn't looking. Then the line went dead. Just that sharp click that made me flinch. I set the phone down, telling myself I was being ridiculous. Minneapolis had its share of drunks and prank callers. That was all. the hall, someone coughed. A real cough, dry, abrupt, coming from the bedroom. "Jess," I called. My roommate, my only roommate, had a habit of staying up late and watching videos, with the brightness of her laptop filling the room. "I'm up," she said, voice muffled. The sound of her feet shuffled across the carpet. Jess Carlton, 28, female, an editor at a local publishing firm. Smart, meticulous, always 2 steps ahead of deadlines, and just as easily 2 steps ahead of noticing when things are wrong. Her flaw: she'd shut herself in her own head and ignore the world outside, which could sometimes get her into trouble. She appeared in the doorway, hair pulled into a loose bun, wearing an oversized hoodie that had seen better days. "You look like you just saw a ghost." "Phone," I muttered, nodding toward the counter. She glanced. "Oh, another robocall." She raised one brow. Jess never got rattled, at least not in front of anyone. "No, different, weird." Someone asked if I was alone, then hung up. She frowned, crossing her arms. "Well, you are alone." She stepped closer, the soft thud of her sneakers on the carpet somehow grounding. "Unless you want me to come sit with you while you interrogate mysterious strangers on the phone." I laughed, a little too loudly, trying to shake the prickle of anxiety at the back of my neck. "No, I think I'll pass." But it felt off. The apartment smelled faintly of burnt coffee. My attempt at a late-night pick-me-up from earlier that evening lingered in the air, mingling with the faint scent of laundry, detergent from the clothes I just folded. The light from the fridge cast a sterile glow across the kitchen tile. Nothing about it was menacing. Nothing except my chest tightening every time I thought of that hiss. I thought about going back to bed. That's what I should do. The sound of the traffic had thinned now, leaving just a soft whine of wind against the window frames. Yet, curiosity, more like a needle of unease, pushed me to glance at the phone again. Another buzz. Same number, same unknown. Jess's brow furrowed. "You really gonna answer that again?" I hesitated. I wanted to say no, wanted to leave it alone. My hand inched toward the phone anyway. Before I could tap, there was a knock. Soft. 2 knocks. Then a pause. Then another, this one slower, deliberate. My stomach sank. I could hear the scrape of shoes against concrete, then the faint echo of something rolling across the floor outside our apartment door. I looked at Jess. Her eyes had narrowed, that editor's precision suddenly pinpointing a detail I hadn't noticed. The hallway light outside our door was off. Usually, someone in our building had a late-night light on in their corridor. Did someone just knock?" I asked, my voice a whisper. She didn't answer immediately. Her jaw tightened. Then, in that calm, deliberate way she always had when she was about to think through a problem, she said, "Probably a neighbor. Maybe it's maintenance. But at this hour, that's unusual." The knocks came again, soft but insistent, then stopped. I could feel my pulse hammering in my temples. "I'm calling the front desk," Jess said, already moving toward her phone. Her fingers tapped the screen with a steady rhythm. "I'll check if anyone's supposed to be here. Stay here." I nodded, suddenly aware of the thin apartment walls and how alone we actually were. My mind raced. I hadn't locked the door. The phone buzzed again in my hand, taunting me with the same unknown number. Jess's voice cut through my thoughts. "They said no one's scheduled. And the cameras," she paused, looking at me. "Nothing unusual. No one out there." I swallowed. "So it's just me hearing things." She shrugged, but there was a tension in her shoulders that hadn't been there before. Could be prank calls. But you should probably check the peephole, just in case. I approached the door, every step heavier than the last. The peephole showed a dim hallway. Empty. Nothing. I exhaled, but my thumb hovered again over the phone. Another buzz. Another ring. I knew it was a choice I didn't want to make. Pick up or leave it. Either way, something had started that couldn't be undone with a simple shrug or an ignored call. And I answered. The knocks came again, 3 sharp raps in a row, then silence. I could hear my own breathing, uneven, hitching with every pause. Jess grabbed my arm, her fingers cold against my skin. "Do not open it," she said firmly, her voice low. "I wasn't planning to," I muttered, but my eyes were glued to the door. The handle wobbled slightly, as if someone had tried it. Not enough to open, but enough to make it clear that someone was out there. Jess pulled her hoodie tighter around herself. "We should call the police. Tell them about the calls, the knocks, everything." I nodded. My thumb hovered over the screen, but the unknown number had stopped calling. For now. My gut twisted in a way I hadn't felt since that one time I'd gotten locked out at night and had to climb the fire escape to my own apartment. My flaw. I hated being helpless, hated admitting that I couldn't control a situation. And right now, I couldn't control anything. Jess dialed 911, but the line seemed slow. The voice on the other end asked routine questions, but there was a delay in their responses. It felt like the seconds stretched into a kind of drawn-out disbelief. "Unit on the way, ma'am," the dispatcher said, finally. "Can you stay on the line?" I glanced at the clock. 3:17 a.m. 10 minutes ago, the first call came in. 10 minutes in which someone could have been circling the building, checking doors, waiting for the right moment. My chest tightened. "What if they try the fire exit?" I said. "We're on the 3rd floor. Someone could get up here." Jess shook her head. "No, the stairwell is locked from the inside past the 2nd floor. But they could be watching the cameras. I mean, it's a stretch. But someone organized could know the building's setup." I swallowed. The apartment felt smaller suddenly. The faint hum of the fridge, the occasional car rolling past outside, comforting sounds before now, seemed like they were mocking my helplessness. Then the door handle rattled again. Faster this time, like impatience, like someone testing a limit. "Shit," I muttered. "Jess, it's not going to stop." She grabbed a chair from the kitchen, sliding it against the door. Locking isn't enough if someone's trying hard. They might break through. Her voice stayed calm, but there was tension in her jaw. The flaw I'd always noticed in Jess, that tendency to overthink and sometimes dismiss instinct, was working against her now. She was focused on what could happen, while I just wanted to act. What do we do? Wait, run. My voice cracked, betraying panic I didn't want to admit. Listen, let's not split up, she said. We stay together. You stay by the kitchen phone. I'll grab a baseball bat from my room. We can barricade the bedroom if we have to. I nodded, already feeling my palms sweat. The problem was clear. Someone was outside, persistent, and we didn't know their intent. The time-sensitive nature of the threat made the situation worse. Every second that passed without resolution felt like adding weight to a scale ready to tip. Another buzz. My phone lit up with the unknown number again. I held it, trembling. It's them, I said. They're calling again. Jess snatched it from my hand. Don't answer. Just let it ring. We don't need to provoke whoever it is. The handle rattled more violently. My stomach knotted. They know we're here, I whispered. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know anything. That's the problem, Jess said, stepping back from the door. But we need a plan. I realized we didn't have one. The flaw I hated about myself, avoiding the unknown until it forced me to act, was about to make everything worse. My usual confidence felt hollow. I went to the window, looking down at the empty alley. A dumpster, some trash bags, the street lamp flickering. Nothing moved. Nothing. But I knew that wasn't proof of safety. Just because we couldn't see anyone didn't mean they weren't watching, waiting for the next opportunity. Jess tapped her phone again. I'm trying to track the call. Can the network give a location? They said it could take a while, I said. Every second stretched into another jolt of anxiety. The quiet apartment suddenly felt like a trap. A loud thud at the door made me jump. Something had slammed against it from the other side. The chair moved slightly, and I stumbled back. Jess, they're trying it. We can't just wait. She froze. We can't do anything until the cops arrive. If we confront them, we could get hurt. But we can't just sit here. My voice rose, sharp. Panic clawed at me, mixing with a strange, almost guilty adrenaline. I'd always avoided admitting when I was scared. Now, it felt like that denial could kill me. Another knock, this time followed by a soft scraping noise, like a key being tried in the lock, or maybe just a pipe dragging along the concrete outside. My heart leapt. Jess grabbed my arm again. Okay. We barricade, we stay quiet, and we wait. No hero moves. I glanced at the phone. Another buzz. Another ring. The unknown number, relentless. Fine, I whispered. We wait. But what if they break in before the cops get here? Her eyes narrowed. Then we protect ourselves. But we don't make it easy. You hear me? Don't panic. That's when people make mistakes. The The doorknob rattled once more, louder, harder. The scrape at the base of the door intensified. Whoever was out there wasn't going to leave quietly. And as the dispatcher on the line murmured reassurance that help was on the way, we realized something crucial. Waiting wasn't just hard. It might not be enough. Every second stretched, sharp and heavy, until the unknown caller buzzed one final time. And then silence. But the sense of being watched, of something persistent just beyond the door, didn't fade. It only grew heavier. We had to decide, stay behind the barricade and hope, or confront the unknown. Either choice could change everything. The minutes stretched like thick syrup, sticky and slow. The dispatcher's voice on the line was a distant thread, reminding us help was coming. But every time I glanced at the clock, the numbers seemed to stretch further into the future. 3:39, 3:42. The uncertainty gnawed at me. Jess and I had moved the small kitchen table against the door, wedging it with the chair as backup. I could see the hallway light flicker faintly through the peephole, a shallow glow from the building's main corridor outside our unit. Nothing, but every shadow seemed to twitch. Every shift of air felt like someone moving just beyond my vision. I whispered, "We can't just sit here. I can check the door again. See if there's..." "No," Jess cut me off, yanking my arm back. "You're not going out there. You might provoke them." Her hand pressed against my chest, firm but trembling slightly. She wasn't as calm as she sounded. Her flaw, an over-reliance on logic over instinct, had kept her from moving too soon. But now, that same caution was trapping us. The phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I felt my stomach twist. Jess grabbed it, holding it like a shield. "Ignore it. We know nothing from a call. They're trying to get a reaction." Our first attempt to solve the problem came from the security angle. Jess retrieved her laptop from the bedroom, hopping over the couch that we dragged into the living room as a minor barricade. She logged into the building's security app, hoping the cameras would offer insight. The feed flickered. The lobby looked empty, the stairwell dark and deserted. But then the camera on the far side of the hall, one we'd never really noticed before, showed a shadow moving across the top floor. Just a vague blur, but enough to make my heart slam against my ribs. "Someone's up there," I said, voice shaking. "Third floor. They're watching." Jess zoomed in, adjusted contrast. "No, that's just the reflection of the streetlight on the window frame. It's not anyone." Relief hit me for a second, but my nerves were raw. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, my jaw, every muscle coiled. My palms were damp. Even sitting on the couch behind our barricade, I felt exposed, like the walls were paper thin. The second attempt came from a more direct approach. The phone buzzed again, this time with a text. "We can see you." My thumb twitched, almost instinctively reaching to open it. Jess snatched the phone first. Don't even look," she hissed. "That's harassment. They want to scare us." Don't give them anything. I paced, my bare feet against the cold linoleum. My nerves screamed for action. I grabbed the baseball bat from Jess's closet and crept toward the door. Every footstep measured, every breath shallow. The peephole showed nothing but dim light and long shadows from the stairwell railing. A scrape echoed along the hallway metal on concrete. My stomach dropped. I swung the bat toward the door, holding it tight. Jess grabbed my shoulder. Wait, listen. I froze. A soft thump came from the kitchen window. I spun, bat raised. Outside, a raccoon knocked over our trash bin on the alley pavement. My shoulders slumped in exasperation. Relief washed over me, but only briefly. Our misdirection had teased my fear, showing how thin the veil was between real danger and imagined terror. Fatigue set in. We'd been awake for hours, adrenaline and fear gnawing at the edges of our focus. I leaned against the kitchen counter, trying to slow my pulse. Jess sat cross-legged on the couch, rubbing her temples. Then the doorknob rattled again. Louder, harder. Someone's hand, was testing the lock now, aggressively. My chest seized. We have to call again. Tell them it's escalating, I said. Jess nodded and grabbed the phone, but the screen read no signal. Our apartment, our lifeline, had suddenly gone dead. Wi-Fi and cell both. The dispatcher's voice was gone. That's not good, Jess muttered. Her fingers trembled as she tried different angles, leaning over the counter to catch any hint of service. Nothing. My stomach sank. No cops, no contact, no way to know how long until someone forced our door, or worse, tried the fire escape. We considered exiting the apartment to reach the stairwell ourselves. But the hallway was too exposed. One glimpse of movement outside our peephole, and whoever had been outside could ambush us. A metallic scratch along the base of the door made me jump. The intruder was now testing the lower latch, the weakest point of the door. My palms were raw from gripping the bat. My legs ached from packing. I felt the beginnings of a headache, a stabbing pressure behind my eyes from constant vigilance. Jess whispered, "We can't stay here forever. If they break in, we're done. But if we try to leave, they can see us in the hallway. There's no good option." I realized she was right. The choice was collapsing inward. Every path seemed like a trap. The final escalation came suddenly. Another call. The phone buzzed loudly across the counter. This time, the screen flashed an image, our own apartment door, shot from outside, the outline of the peephole visible. Whoever it was had a camera, a phone, a vantage point we hadn't accounted for. My stomach dropped. My fear shifted from abstract to immediate, tangible, and personal. Jess gasped. They know we're watching them. They're inside the camera range. They're inside the building. I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the couch. Every muscle screamed exhaustion. My jaw ached from clenching. I realized my private flaw, avoiding danger until forced, had cost us time we couldn't get back. The intruder had adapted. We weren't just being watched, we were trapped. A sharp knock, followed by a low scrape along the door, made me flinch. I grabbed the bat again, feeling the cold metal vibrate in my hands. Every scenario I'd imagined for bad had just gotten worse. There was no retreat now. Not with the phones dead, not with the security feed compromised, and not with the intruder actively probing our door. The moment of no return hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Whatever happened next, we couldn't go back to the relative safety of pretending it was just a prank call. We were cornered. The doorknob rattled violently, metal screaming against metal. The barricade we'd built, kitchen table, wedged under a chair, shook. Every second stretched, heavy with the sound of someone testing our defenses. My knuckles were white on the bat, my arms trembling from holding it upright for minutes that felt like hours. Jess whispered, barely audible, "They're forcing it." Her voice carried both fear and determination. She held a small hammer from the tool drawer, gripping it like a weapon. I glanced at the peephole. The dim hallway light cast shadows, but now there was movement, deliberate, calculated. I realized it wasn't random. The intruder knew exactly what they were doing. My stomach sank. The first strike against the barricade came with a crunch. The chair leg splintered. I swung the bat hard against the door, the vibration shaking up my arms, chest, and neck. A muffled curse came from the other side. Whoever it was had expected resistance, and now they knew we could fight. "Jess, upstairs window," I hissed. "We can get out that way." She shook her head. "Third floor fire escape is too narrow, and if they're watching, they'll see us." Her jaw tightened. "We go now, or we hold here." A second strike. This time, the table slid a fraction. A panel in the door bent inward, exposing a narrow gap. My heart leapt to my throat. The intruder's voice, low and controlled, came through the gap. "Open up. Don't make this harder than it has to be." I froze. The voice was calm, but there was a weight behind it, a certainty. They knew what they were doing. My avoidance, my hesitation, had led us to this. Jess whispered, "On 3, we push together." I counted silently in my head. 1, 2, 3. We shoved the table and chair against the door with every ounce of strength we had. The panel bent, groaning under the force. The intruder cursed, and then I swear I heard a muffled metallic clatter, as if they'd lost something in the struggle. A pause, short, almost unbearable. Then suddenly, a loud bang. Something heavy hit the door's center. My vision blurred, and I staggered back, dropping the bat. Jess grabbed me, steadying me against the counter. Pain shot up my forearm. My hand was scraped from the splintered chair leg. Another strike. This one weaker, closer to desperation. Whoever it was realized the barricade could hold for only so long. My mind raced. The phone buzzed again, and Jess snatched it before I could. Unknown number, but now a video feed. Live. The intruder's phone or camera showed the inside of the apartment from an angle I recognized immediately. The peephole. "They're watching through our door," I gasped. My chest heaved, adrenaline and fear slicing together. Jess's eyes went cold. "We improvise, now." She grabbed a frying pan from the stove. "If they get in, we fight. We hit first." The next strike broke the latch. The gap widened, and the intruder's hand reached inside. We had seconds. "Go," Jess shouted. I swung the frying pan, connecting solidly with the intruder's wrist. A grunt. The hand recoiled. I grabbed the bat again, swinging at the gap. Another strike hit. Jess hit with the hammer. Chaos, noise, adrenaline. Every strike echoed through the hallway, every breath sharp, every muscle screaming. The intruder cursed, a real human sound of frustration. But they didn't retreat. They pushed harder. The door bent further. A third, desperate push, and the barricade shifted. The intruder's shoulder slammed against the door. Then my arm scraped painfully against the wall. My side hit the counter hard. Pain shot through my ribs, but there was no time to process it. Jess's hammer came down again. I swung the bat at the gap. The intruder's momentum faltered. Then silence. We froze. My body shook, soaked in sweat, arms trembling, heart racing. Slowly, I leaned toward the door, peering through the peephole. Nothing. Empty hallway. The intruder had fled. Somehow, the combined chaos, the improvised weapons, and our desperate resistance had driven them off. I sank to the floor, gasping. Jess dropped beside me, clutching her side where she'd grazed a corner of the door in the struggle. Scratches, bruises, blood, physical proof of the night's terror. The phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I didn't move. Jess didn't move. Whoever it was had left, but the threat remained in the lingering signals. The video feed, the calls, the knowledge that we had been watched, that the intruder could be anywhere now. I rubbed my temples, jaw tight. They could come back, I whispered. Jess nodded. And if they do, we'll know what to expect. But we're alive. That's something. Her voice shook, but there was resolve behind it. The adrenaline faded, replaced by exhaustion, so deep I could barely move. Cuts stung, ribs ached, and the constant tension had left our nerves frayed. I realized that even though the immediate danger had passed, the emotional scar, the knowledge that we'd been hunted in our own home, was just beginning. Outside, the faint hum of traffic continued. The refrigerator's hum. Normal noises, now infused with the memory of what could have happened. My chest rose and fell rapidly, still catching, still raw from fear. Jess leaned against me, silent. Neither of us spoke for a long minute, letting the quiet of the apartment settle around the wreckage of our barricade, our sweat, our adrenaline. The intruder hadn't won, but they hadn't been stopped entirely. And the thought that someone could watch, track, and manipulate their environment with precision, a person, human, entirely predictable in their persistence, left a weight on my chest heavier than any physical injury. We were bruised, scratched, exhausted, but alive. For now. By the time the police arrived, we were slumped on the couch, sweat-soaked, bruised, and shaking. The door still bore the dents and splintered wood from our desperate defense. The faint streaks of blood from minor scrapes on our hands and arms, a stark reminder of how close it had come. Officer Daniels, mid-40s, with a calm, patient manner that suggested he'd seen worse, assessed the scene quickly. "You both okay physically?" he asked, though the tension in his eyes suggested he knew the emotional toll would take longer to heal. "I think so," Jess whispered, wincing as she shifted her weight. I nodded, though my ribs ached, and my forearm throbbed where I'd scraped it against the doorframe. "We'll get an ambulance to check you if you want," Daniel said, "even if it's just for precaution." He took notes as we recounted the night, the calls, the knocks, the intrusion attempts. Every detail mattered: the unknown number, the gaps in the door, the lost signal, the improvised defenses. "I want to file a report," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I don't want this to happen to anyone else." Jess nodded, still gripping the small hammer like a talisman. "We should," she said softly. "But whoever it was, they're gone. Probably." Her last word hung in the air. The uncertainty clung, a thin, unwelcome veil over the apartment. The ambulance was unnecessary. Our injuries were superficial, though the officer insisted on writing everything down in case they worsened later. The physical pain was temporary. The mental exhaustion, however, was not. By morning, the apartment smelled faintly of burnt coffee from the night before, laundry detergent, and the lingering tension that never fully dissipated. We cleaned the splintered wood from the chair and table, but the dents in the door remained, stubborn and accusing. Every time I passed it, I flinched slightly, half expecting another scrape, another knock. Jess brewed coffee, hands shaking as she poured. "I keep thinking about the peephole," she admitted. "How they could see in, how organized they were, and we never even saw them clearly. Just glimpses." I stared at my phone. Unknown number. No calls yet, but the image of that live feed, the door from the outside, our faces visible, stayed lodged in my mind. "We'll change locks," I said, more to reassure myself than her. "Add a deadbolt, motion sensor lights, cameras." My voice was calm, but inside, my pulse was still erratic. Jess nodded. "All of that helps, but it doesn't erase what happened. We need to accept that it happened, and we need to be smarter next time." I realized she was right. Trauma isn't measured in scars alone. It's the way ordinary spaces feel suddenly unsafe, how normal routines, checking the door, answering the phone, carry the weight of potential threat. The police report was filed. They had a vague description from the video feed, captured on the intruder's phone, a shadow, a movement, but no clear image of the person. The unknown number would be traced if possible, though I knew enough to suspect it might lead nowhere. The intruder was gone physically, but the sense of being watched, anticipated, and outmaneuvered would linger. By mid-morning, the building seemed almost normal. Neighbors shuffled past the hallways, their conversations drifting lazily through open doors. The hum of appliances, distant traffic, even the flicker of a fluorescent bulb in the stairwell, mundane sounds that somehow felt alien. My mind cataloged every detail, anticipating, scanning. Even with daylight, safety felt provisional. Jess and I sat at the kitchen table, exhausted, sipping coffee. Silence settled over us like a damp cloth. Neither of us spoke for a while, letting the quiet punctuate what had occurred. The terror of the night didn't vanish with the arrival of officers or with the retreat of the intruder. It simply shrank, tucked into the corners of our consciousness. I glanced at the phone one last time. No calls, no buzz. Yet, the unknown number remained in the recent call log, a phantom tether to the night's events. Jess broke the silence. We survived. But what if they come back? Her voice was calm, measured, but the edge of unease lingered. "We'll deal with it then," I said, though I felt no real conviction. The thought of that live feed, of someone observing us, stayed lodged in my chest like a stone. We cleaned up the remnants of our improvised defense, patched minor scratches, and reorganized the apartment. Everything appeared normal. Coffee mugs, laundry, folded clothes, ordinary objects in a space that had been anything but ordinary. Yet when night came again, the apartment felt heavier. Shadows lengthened differently. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of light from the street lamp, every distant honk of a car made me flinch. The horror hadn't returned in full force, but it had left a crack, a fissure in our sense of security, quiet but unhealing. The unknown number remained, silent for now, but like a trace of smoke in a room. Harmless perhaps, yet lingering and impossible to ignore. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I keep hearing my mom's voice, but she died last year, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The fridge clicked off with a soft thud, then hummed again a few seconds later. I was alone in the kitchen, standing over the counter chopping carrots for dinner, and the sound felt wrong, like it was happening late, a second too late. I paused, knife in midair, fingers curled around the handle. The kitchen smelled faintly of garlic from the sauce I'd started, mingled with the mustiness from the old wooden cabinets. I reached out to press the fridge door, as if checking it was still cold inside. It was. The light was on, nothing out of place, but the rhythm, the timing had slipped. It was off. "Jake, you good in there?" My sister's voice floated from the living room, soft but clear through the thin walls. "Yeah, just give me a sec." I set the knife down, wiped my hands on a towel, and tried to shake off the unease. It wasn't the fridge. It was me. Probably. Jake, that's me, by the way. 34, living in a small, slightly run-down apartment in Cleveland. I work as a graphic designer from home. Nothing glamorous, but it pays the bills. My sister, Mara, 29, lives with me. She's a nurse, always in scrubs or talking about work like she's trying to ward off something she doesn't want me to see. We lost Mom last year, sudden heart attack. That's the only real crack in this place. The apartment wasn't much peeling wallpaper, scuffed hardwood floors, a balcony overlooking a crowded street that smelled like car exhaust and old rain. But it was home, or as close to home as I'd had since Mom died. I peeled the carrot and kept listening to the fridge. Then, faintly, the front door clicked open. Mara stepped in, shrugging off her coat, her hair still damp from the rain outside. "You forgot your umbrella again," I said, watching her shake water from her sleeves. She smiled tiredly. Yeah, I know." Her voice had that edge, part exhaustion, part something else. She dropped her bag by the door, kicked off her boots, then leaned against the wall. "I'm running late tomorrow," she said, rubbing her temples. "Double shift. I might crash here if that's okay." "Sure," I nodded, but the words felt empty. It wasn't just the fridge or the door that was off. There was something else, something I couldn't put my finger on. Mara glanced at the kitchen, then said quietly, "You've been weird all day. You all right?" I shrugged, "Just tired, I guess." The apartment filled with the sound of rain tapping against the windows, the low rumble of distant traffic. The clock ticked loudly on the wall. I started chopping again. Then I heard it. "Jake, dinner's ready." The voice was soft, familiar, my mom's voice, clear as day. I froze. Myra looked up. "What? Did you just call me?" I asked, eyes scanning the room. "No, I didn't say anything." She frowned, stepping closer. I swallowed hard. That was Mom. Mara blinked. "Jake, come on." I shook my head. "No, I swear, it was her." "Maybe the TV." She pointed toward the living room. No, the TV was off. My heart picked up pace. The sound was too real, too precise. Mom's voice calling from the hallway, warm and familiar, but impossible. She died last year. Mara's eyes softened. "You're stressed. It's been a tough week." "Maybe," I said, trying to convince myself more than her. But the unease clung to me, cold and unwelcome. "Look," she said, we can order pizza. Take a break." I nodded, but something had shifted. That voice, it wasn't in my head. Or was it? I grabbed my phone. The screen lit up in the dim kitchen light. No notifications. A message popped up out of nowhere. "Dinner's ready, come eat." I blinked. The text was from Mom's old number. The message from Mom's number blinked on the screen again. Louder this time. The notification ding cutting through the kitchen's quiet hum. I grabbed my phone and stared at it. No new text. Just the same old message. "Dinner's ready. Come eat." "Jake, what the hell?" Mara's voice was sharp, pulling me from the loop of disbelief. She'd finished changing out of her scrubs, now leaning against the kitchen table, arms crossed, eyes flickering between my face and the phone in my hand. I don't know. I didn't send it. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my voice. I think someone's messing with me. Mara scoffed, but it was low and nervous. You don't think maybe it's a prank? Or someone hacked your phone? Maybe. I slid the phone across to her. Look at the number. It's Mom's old number. It shouldn't even be active anymore. She glanced at it, brow furrowing. Maybe it got reassigned. Happens all the time. I shook my head. I checked. It's still linked to her old voicemail. There was a long pause. The rain hammered the window with sudden force, making the dim room feel smaller. Okay, Mara said finally, voice quieter now. Maybe someone's using it to freak you out. But who? And why? I looked away, the edge of panic rising behind my ribs. The past year hadn't been kind. Losing Mom was hard enough, but I'd spent months unraveling, doubting my own memories, questioning if I was seeing things or hearing things that weren't there. This, though, this was different. Concrete. Real. I ran a hand through my hair. And I swear I heard her voice calling me tonight. Not a recording, not on TV. It was right here. Jake, you need to calm down. Maybe you're just tired. You've been cooped up all day. Stress does weird things. Mara's tone was soft, but I could hear the frustration under it. She worried about me. I knew it. I'm not crazy. I said it with more force than I meant. She met my gaze. No, you're not, but something going on. Let's figure it out. We moved into the living room, rain streaking the window pane. Mara pulled out her laptop, and I sat on the couch, still gripping my phone. First thing, she said, typing quickly. Let's see if the number is actually active. I'm gonna check the carrier database. Good. I watched the rain slide down the glass, blurry and cold. Mara frowned after a moment. Yeah, the number's assigned to someone now. Some guy named Matt Lawson in Columbus. Weird. Columbus was 2 hours away. Maybe he's the prankster. I tried to laugh, but it was hollow. Maybe I'll look him up. We fell into tense silence, the storm outside rising. The lights flickered once, twice, before steadying again. Then the power cut out. The room went black, except for the streetlight glow spilling through the curtains. Our phones lit up automatically, but no Wi-Fi, no signal. Shit, Mara said, blinking at her laptop screen, now dead. I stood, moving to the window. The street was dark, except for a few cars parked under dim lamps. The rain slowed. I don't like this, I said. Mara nodded, pulling her phone out again, swiping uselessly. No service. The power outage wasn't supposed to be happening. The apartment complex had backup generators for emergencies, but nothing kicked in. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. Okay, first, let's check the breaker. Mara grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, and we headed toward the fuse box in the hallway. The flashlight beam hit the metal panel. I flipped it open. All the switches were up. Nothing tripped. Nothing here, I said. Maybe the whole block. Mara looked out the window again. No, the buildings across the street still have lights on. A sudden banging came from the front door. We both jumped. Mara moved toward the door, flashlight shaking slightly in her hand. "Hello," she called out. No answer. The knocking stopped. We exchanged looks. "Maybe someone's just messing around," I said. "Or someone trying to get in." I swallowed. The lock on the door was old, easy to pick or break. Our landlord was supposed to fix it weeks ago, but never did. I glanced around. No spare keys, no chains, no security system. "Let's not open it," I said. "Just call the landlord." No signal. Mara's face tightened. "We're trapped in the dark with no power, no phone service, and someone's knocking." My throat tightened. The rational part of me tried to push down the dread. "We should call the police," I said. "No signal. We can go downstairs. Use a neighbor's phone." The stairs were on the far side of the building, down 2 flights. "Yeah, if the power's out, the elevator won't work." "It's a long way, and it's raining." "I'll go," Myra said, already moving toward the door. "No, wait, you're working a double tomorrow. You need rest." She stopped. "So what? You want to stay here alone?" "I'm not alone." I nodded toward the door. "If that's someone outside." The knocking returned, harder this time. Deliberate. Mara took a deep breath. "Fine, you stay. I'll be back soon." I wanted to protest, but she was already slipping on her jacket. As the door closed behind her, the temperature in the apartment seemed to drop. I locked the door, double-checked it, then sat down with my back against it. The flashlight flickered once, then died. The phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out. A new message. "Come to the door. It's me." The flashlight was dead, and the hallway was dark, except for the faint glow from the streetlights bleeding through the thin curtains. I gripped the door handle, staring at the spot where the knocks had come from. The message burned in my mind. Come to the door. It's me. Whoever me was, it was Mara. Not yet. I forced myself to breathe evenly. The rain had slowed to a drizzle outside. The building was quiet, save for the distant hum of cars on the wet streets and the occasional scrape of wind against the windows. I grabbed the kitchen knife, a pathetic weapon, but better than nothing, and edged toward the door. Before I reached it, my phone buzzed again. Another message. "Please, Jake." The words made my skin crawl. I put the phone on speaker on the floor, leaned in close. No new voice, no sound, just the faint crackle of static. I took a deep breath and unlocked the door a fraction. "Who's there?" I called. No answer. The hallway outside was empty, wet from rain. The stairwell was dark, except for emergency lights far down the hall. I stepped out slowly, knife in hand, heart hammering in my chest. "Hello," I said again. No reply. I peered down the hall to the stairs. Footsteps echoed faintly below. I took 2 steps forward, then froze. A shadow darted across the landing above, then disappeared into a neighbor's open apartment door. I swallowed and approached the door. It was an elderly man, Mr. Donovan. He lived alone on the 3rd floor. I'd seen him before, but never talked much. He looked up, startled. "Jake, is everything all right?" I forced a shaky smile. "Yeah, I thought I heard something at my door. Power outright. Strange weather." "Yeah." He shuffled out. holding a flashlight that flickered weakly. "Be careful. Someone been messing with the locks lately." I nodded, relief washing over me. Maybe it was just the building settling, some prankster going floor to floor. I turned back inside, locking the door more securely this time. I sat back against the door, wiping sweat from my brow. The texts kept coming. "Why won't you answer?" "I'm here." My mind raced. If someone was in the building, moving around in the dark, that was bad. But if the texts were coming from outside, how? I checked the windows. All locked, rain dripping down the panes. I tried the landline phone. Dead. The Wi-Fi router blinked. No internet. No signal on my phone. Then, in the dim light, I noticed something odd on the floor near the balcony door. A small, wet footprint. I crouched to examine it. Not mine, not Mara's. "Fuck," I whispered. I moved slowly to the balcony door, tested the lock. It was secure, but the frame looked recently tampered with. Scratches on the wood. Panic bubbled up. My phone buzzed again. "Let me in." I flinched. I shoved the knife into my waistband and went to the bedroom. I grabbed the baseball bat Mara kept by the door. The apartment felt like a trap. Now no power. No way out without going through the darkness. And whoever was out there. I paced, trying to steady my nerves. Minutes dragged. Then a sudden loud crash came from the balcony. I spun toward the noise, heart pounding. Shit. I switched on my phone's flashlight and shone it toward the balcony door. A branch had fallen from the tree outside, shattering a small planter. No intruder. I sank to the floor, relief mixing with exhaustion. I couldn't keep this up. Mara was still out there. I debated going after her, but my phone still had no service. Then I remembered the neighbor, Mr. Donovan. I grabbed my jacket and flashlight. Miraculously, the small battery was still working and stepped out into the hallway. The air was damp and cold. I knocked on his door. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Still silence. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open cautiously. Inside, the apartment was dark and empty, but the smell hit me immediately. Stale smoke, old wood, something burnt. Then, in the corner of the room, a chair was overturned. No sign of Mr. Donovan. I stepped back, unease growing. My phone buzzed again. "You can't leave." I bolted back down the hallway. When I reached the stairs, I hesitated. I heard voices, 2 people arguing loudly below. I crept toward the stairwell opening, peered down. 2 men soaked from rain, faces grim. One held a crowbar. The other was shouting. It sounded like a landlord dispute, but their anger felt too raw. I ducked back inside, heart racing. I locked the door again, trying to steady my breath. The power was still out, and Mara hadn't returned. My phone buzzed again. "Open up." I stared at the screen. The realization hit me hard. Whatever was going on, it wasn't random. Someone was watching. Someone was inside the building. And they knew I was alone. The hallway felt impossibly dark as I crept toward the door, baseball bat tight in my grip. The texts kept coming, a relentless drip of messages from Mom's number. "Open up. It's me. Please." please. But I knew it wasn't her. My chest tightened with a mixture of fear and something sharper, dread, mixed with a stubborn thread of anger. Whoever was out there, whoever was watching, was using Mom's voice like a weapon, like a trap. I glanced at the broken planter on the balcony, the wet footprints still fresh on the floor near the door. Whoever had been here had been close enough to touch me. The two men arguing downstairs had gone silent. The building was unnervingly still, the hum of rain the only sound now. I tried the door again, locked tight. The lock hadn't been fixed, I knew that. My phone buzzed. One last message. "Let me in, Jake." I swallowed and edged the door open a fraction. A low, rough voice whispered, "Jake, let me in." The voice was Mom's, but something darker, gravelly, urgent. I slammed the door. "Who is it?" I shouted. No answer, just silence. Then a series of knocks, hard and quick. I backed away, heart hammering. The adrenaline made my hands shake. Suddenly, the door shuddered. Someone was trying to force it open. I grabbed the bat, planting my feet ready. The doorknob rattled violently. I braced myself. Then a loud crash. The door gave way. A figure lunged inside. I swung. The bat connected with a sickening thud. The man grunted, stumbling back. He was tall, soaked from the rain, eyes wild. "Stay back," I barked. He laughed, a harsh, broken sound. "I'm not here to hurt you," he said, voice raw. "We need to get out." "Who are you?" I demanded. "Matt Lawson, the guy with your mom's old number." Shock hit me like a punch. "Why are you here?" He swallowed, eyes darting to the window. "It's my building too. Landlord's gone, left us all in the dark. Things are falling apart." I shook my head, heart racing. "You scared me." He nodded, rubbing a bloody lip. "Sorry." Suddenly, a scream echoed from the stairwell. "Mara." My head snapped toward the sound. I raced toward the door. Matt followed. We burst into the hallway. Mara was sprawled on the floor, clutching her ankle, face pale. Two men from earlier loomed over her, one holding a crowbar. "We're taking what's ours," one said, voice cold. Matt and I exchanged a glance. I raised the bat. The men advanced. A blare of movement. The first man swung the crowbar. I ducked, but the handle caught my arm, leaving a burning bruise. Matt tackled the second man. I swung again, catching the first in the ribs. The fight was brutal and fast. Mara screamed again, trying to crawl away. The second man broke free, grabbing Mara's jacket. I slammed the bat down on his hand. He dropped her, snarling. Matt grabbed Mara's arm, helping her up. The men retreated, shouting threats. We slammed the door shut, breathing heavy. Mara winced, limping. "I'm okay," she said, face pale but fierce. I looked at Matt, then at Mara. "We need to get out. Call the police." "No signal," Mara said through gritted teeth. Matt pulled out a phone, weak signal. "I know a neighbor with a working phone," he said. I nodded. We moved quickly through the dark halls. The storm had let up, but the tension hung thick. At the neighbor's door, Matt knocked firmly. A woman answered, eyes wide. Matt explained quickly. She handed over her phone. We called 911. Sirens wailed in the distance. Relief washed over me, but it was fragile. Back in the apartment, the damage was clear. Mara's ankle swollen and bruised. The door splintered. Matt's lip bleeding. And me adrenaline crashing, muscles sore. I sat heavily, the weight of everything pressing down. Mara looked at me, voice trembling. "We can't stay here." "No," I agreed. And in that moment, I knew the safety I'd taken for granted was gone. The apartment, the texts, the power outage, all pieces of a fracture I wasn't ready to face. But we survived. For now, the ambulance sirens faded into the background, swallowed by the steady rain that had started again outside. The paramedics had taken Mara to the hospital, her ankle wrapped in a makeshift splint, her face pale but steady now. I sat in the quiet of our battered apartment, the flickering emergency light above casting shadows across the cracked walls. Matt had left shortly after the police arrived, giving his statement about the landlord's neglect and the men who had been causing trouble in the building. The officers promised to patrol more regularly, but I knew better. Nothing really changed overnight in places like this. The door still bore the scars of the forced entry, splintered wood, jagged cracks where the lock had finally given way. I stared at it, feeling the weight of every moment that had passed, the fear, the confusion, the betrayal. Mom's voice had been used against me, a ghost of the past twisted into something dangerous. I wanted to believe it was over, but the cold knot in my stomach said otherwise. The hospital called a few hours ago. Mara's injury was a severe sprain, no fracture, but the recovery would take weeks. She sounded tired but determined when I spoke to her. "We'll get through this," she said. I wanted to believe her. I spent the night on the couch, unable to sleep. The texts had stopped, but my phone felt like a tether to something unseen. I stared at the screen, half expecting another message from Mom's old number, but there was nothing. Outside, the city buzzed quietly, indifferent to the small dramas unfolding in its shadowed corners. Life moved on. I thought about calling the landlord again, pressing for answers, but what good would it do? People disappeared in this city, swallowed by paperwork and neglect. Matt had said the landlord had abandoned the building months ago. No heat, no maintenance, no care. The police asked if I wanted to press charges against the men who attacked us, but without clear identification or witnesses, it felt like a hollow threat. Mara didn't want to get involved beyond what was necessary. The exhaustion in her voice was real. I realized then how fragile our little world was, how easily it could unravel. The next day, I went to the balcony, looking out at the rain-soaked street below. The planter was gone, replaced by a muddy patch where the branch had smashed it. A neighbor walked by, giving me a wary nod. We had no real connection, but something unspoken passed between us, a shared acknowledgement of the building's quiet decay. I checked my phone one last time. A message from Mom's old number. Just one word. "Sorry." I stared at it, heart pounding. Who sent it? Why now? I deleted the message and put the phone down because some ghosts, I realized, didn't want to be chased. They just wanted to be left alone. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tailies waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Rented a Room with No Mirrors. Now I know why. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing I noticed wasn't the missing mirrors. It was the outlet. I was kneeling on the worn hardwood in sock feet, trying to plug in my phone charger, and the wall plate behind the bedside table had been painted over so many times the screw heads were buried. The outlet itself sat a few degrees crooked, like it had been installed in a hurry or knocked loose, and then ignored. When I pushed the charger in, the prongs met resistance that felt wrong spongy. Almost. Then it gave with a soft, wet click that made my stomach tighten. I paused with my hand still on the plug. In the hallway outside the room, someone's footsteps stopped. A weight shift. A throat cleared quietly. The building was old enough that sound traveled through it the way smoke travels under a door. Everything good in there? A man's voice called. Yeah, I said automatically, because that's what you say. My throat felt dry. Just old outlet. Gotta wiggle it, he said, like it was a joke. Like the rest of the place. I did wiggle it, just a fraction, and the phone began to charge. The screen lit my hand and the floorboards and the edge of the bedspread. The click could have been paint cracking, could have been the prongs scraping oxidation, could have been nothing at all. But the sound stayed with me, the way a certain tone of alarm will, even after you've turned the stove off and you know there's no fire. I stood and took a breath through my nose. The room smelled like heated dust and lemon cleaner, and something faintly sweet that didn't belong, maybe someone's shampoo in the pipes, or a candle burned months ago. The radiator under the window ticked softly, metal adjusting to late fall cold. Outside, a bus sighed at the corner and pulled away, tires whispering over wet asphalt. I set my backpack on the bed and let my shoulders drop for the first time all day. My name is Evan Hale, and this was supposed to be a simple, practical move. 6 weeks in a new city, cheap sublet, walkable commute. Keep my head down until my contract ended, and I could decide what came next. The kind of in-between life you can justify to yourself because it's temporary. I told myself temporary meant safe. That was the flaw I kept trying to sand down, this belief that if something has an end date, it can't really touch you. Like you can rent a life the way you rent a room and return it undamaged. I had other reasons for picking this place too. My bank app had been glaring at me for months, and I was tired of hearing my own phone ring with unknown numbers. Mostly, though, I needed somewhere anonymous. Somewhere I wouldn't be recognized, or worse, recognized and asked questions. Because I had a private fear I didn't say out loud. That I was the kind of person who missed things right in front of him. Not in the metaphorical way people use when they're being poetic. In literal, humiliating way. 2 years earlier, I'd walked into a glass door at work so hard it left a perfect oval bruise on my forehead and a hairline crack in the pane. Everyone laughed. I laughed too, until I drove home and sat in my car with the engine off and realized my hands were shaking. Since then, I'd gotten good at pretending I wasn't the kind of person who walked into obvious barriers. I crossed the small room to open the curtains. The window stuck, and when it finally moved, it made a thin squeal that scraped at my teeth. The view was a narrow slice of street and the brick wall of the building across. A laundromat sign buzzed in the distance, blue and tired. In the glass of the window, I caught the dim outline of myself. Not a clear reflection, more like a shadow wearing my clothes. For a second, I lifted a hand and watched the shape lift a hand too, delayed by half a heartbeat because of the uneven light. Then the window shifted in its frame, and the outline vanished, swallowed by the night outside. I turned around, and that's when I saw the absence. No mirror above the dresser. No mirror on the closet door. No mirror on the wall over the little desk. The bathroom door stood open just enough to show white tile and a shower curtain with tiny gray anchors. And where there should have been a mirror over the sink, there was nothing. Just a plain patch of wall, painted the same off-white as the rest, with a slightly different sheen like it had been redone. At first, my brain did that thing where it tries to make the missing object appear by force. Like if you stare long enough, it will remember itself into existence. I stepped into the bathroom and leaned over the sink. There was a medicine cabinet, but the front was a solid panel of wood, not mirrored. Hinges on the left. A tiny gap at the top where the door didn't quite meet the frame. Someone had installed it like that on purpose, and not recently. The wood was scuffed, corners softened by years of hands. I ran water. The tap shuddered and then steadied into a thin stream. It sounded too loud in the small space. I splashed my face, mostly to reset my body, and looked up again without thinking. Blank wall. For a moment, it made me feel stupidly off balance, like reaching for a stair that isn't there. I heard the hallway again, footsteps, closer this time. A knock, light but firm, on my bedroom door. Evan, the same voice said, "You there?" "I'm here," I called. I grabbed a towel from the rack. It was thin and rough, the kind that feels like it's been washed 1,000 times. "Come in." The door pushed open, and a man leaned in, careful, like he expected to hit something. He was holding a ring of keys and a clipboard that looked older than it needed to. Martin Klein, 58. Male appeared in the doorway with a practiced landlord posture. Shoulders slightly forward, smile small and controlled, eyes scanning the room even while he spoke. He wore jeans and a navy sweater with a frayed cuff, and his hair was gray at the temples like he once had darker hair, and decided not to fight the rest of it. His shoes squeaked faintly on the floorboards as he took 2 steps inside. "Sorry to bug you," he said. "Just wanted to make sure the heat's working. Sometimes it takes a second in this building." "It's ticking," I said, nodding at the radiator. "Seems fine." He followed my gaze and then smiled like the radiator had made a joke. "Yeah, she talks. He flicked his eyes toward the bathroom, then back to me. I couldn't tell if it was habit or something else. Listen, he said, lowering his voice like we were in a library. I know you got in late. I'll keep it quick. Wi-Fi password on the fridge. If you need anything, text me. Don't call after 10 unless it's a real emergency. Okay, I said. I was still thinking about the outlet click, the crooked wall plate, the blank space where a mirror should be. Martin shifted his weight. The keys clinked. He looked at me, then away, like he was deciding whether to say something and losing an argument with himself. You're sure you read the listing all the way? He asked. I blinked. Yeah, furnished room, month to month, no pets, no smoking. He nodded slowly, but his expression didn't match the words. His eyes went again, quick, toward the bathroom. Right. My phone buzzed on the bed. A single sharp vibration that made me jump more than it should have. I glanced down. A notification from my banking app reminding me about a payment due. The screen's brightness cut across the room. Martin saw the glow and smiled again, as if relieved to have a normal thing to point at. You need a mirror. There's one in the hallway, he said, and then added immediately, like correcting himself. Well, there was. The big one. But the hallway light been weird, so anyway. You'll figure it out. I stared at him. Is there a reason there aren't any mirrors in here? His face did something small. Not fear, not guilt, more like irritation that had been rehearsed. People break 'em, he said. Old building, they fall. Glass is a headache. I got tired of replacing them. Mirrors fall off walls, I asked, trying to keep it casual, like I wasn't suddenly aware of how I couldn't see myself in this space unless I used my phone camera or the dark window at night. Everything falls off walls in this place, he said, and laughed softly. Then he sighed, the laugh dropping away. Look, it's just simpler. If that's a deal breaker, you can back out. I haven't cashed your deposit yet. There it was. Not quite an invitation. Not quite a warning. Just a door cracked open. I thought of my suitcase in the rideshare trunk, the driver's impatient messages, the price of hotels this time of year, the way my contract clock was already ticking. I thought of how tired I was of moving, of feeling like every decision had a trapdoor, and I thought of the outlet's wet click, and how I couldn't explain why it bothered me so much. I don't need a mirror, I said, and heard myself say it too quickly. It's fine. I'm here to work. Martin's shoulders eased a fraction, like he'd been holding them up for a reason. Good, he said. Good. Then we're good. He stepped backward toward the door and paused with his hand on the knob. One more thing, he said, and his voice went casual again, almost light. If anyone knocks asking about the previous renter, don't get pulled into it. Just don't. Why would I started? But he was already moving, closing the door gently. Not a slam, not dramatic, just a careful click as if sound itself mattered. I stood there with the radiator ticking, and the bus noises fatting, and my phone screen dimming back to black. In the bathroom, the blank wall waited. In my room, the window reflected nothing I could trust. And in the hallway outside, Martin's footsteps retreated slowly, pausing once, as if he'd stopped and listened before continuing down the corridor. I picked up my phone and opened the camera, holding it up to my face. The little digital version of me stared back, grainy in the low light, and I hated how relieved I felt to see it. Then, from somewhere deeper in the building, I heard another sound. A door opening, a muffled voice, and then 3 quick knocks, wood on wood, followed by silence. Not at my door. Not yet. I stood with my phone in my hand and had to decide whether to step into the hallway and see who was there or stay inside and pretend I hadn't heard anything at all. The knocking came back at 9:47 p.m. Not the polite, neighborly kind. 3 sharp taps, a pause, then 2 more, faster. It echoed down the hallway like someone testing the sound. I stood inside my room with the lights off, phone in my hand, camera app still open from earlier. The little red dot glowed at the top of the screen. Recording, I realized, and stopped it without meaning to. The silence after felt heavier, like I'd taken my hand off a railing. Another knock, closer now. "Hello," a woman's voice said, not loud, controlled, the kind of voice that expects to be heard. I cracked my door and leaned out. The hallway light flickered the way Martin had mentioned, bright and bright, buzzing faintly. At the far end, near the stairs, a woman stood with a canvas tote over her shoulder. She wore a rain jacket and jeans and had the posture of someone who spends a lot of time waiting for answers. She saw me and raised a hand. "Sorry to bother you. Do you live here?" "Temporarily," I said, immediately annoyed at myself for the word choice. She nodded. "I'm looking for someone who used to." I thought of Martin's warning. The way he'd added "don't like it" was a favor. I could have closed the door. I should have. Instead, I stepped into the hallway. "I just moved in," I said, "tonight." "Then you won't know," she said, not unkindly. "But you might have seen something." She introduced herself as Lena Moritz, 34, female, and spoke with careful precision, like every sentence was something she'd practiced. She worked for a property management company downtown, she said. Not this one. She was trying to locate a former tenant, a man named Daniel Price, who'd stopped responding to emails and hadn't shown up for a required inspection at his new place. "Why here?" I asked. "Because his forwarding address bounced," she said. "And because his last utility usage spike was from this building." I glanced back at my door, at the dark rectangle of my room beyond it. "You should talk to the landlord." "I did," she said. "He said Daniel moved out months ago. No issues, no complaints." The way she said it made it clear she didn't believe him. The hallway light dimmed again, stayed dim. Somewhere below us, a toilet flushed, pipes clanking in a familiar, bodily way. The building felt awake, listening. "Look," I said, lowering my voice without thinking. "He told me not to get involved." She studied my face, like she was mapping it. "And you're getting involved anyway." I didn't answer, which felt like an answer. My phone buzzed then, an alert I'd set weeks ago and forgotten. Payment due in 15 minutes. The same one from earlier. Time had slipped in a way I hated, the way it always did when I wasn't paying attention. "I can't stay long," I said. "What do you need?" She hesitated, then took a folded paper from her tote. "This building has an unresolved maintenance ticket," she said, "filed under Daniel's name. It's about a bathroom cabinet." My stomach tightened. "The medicine cabinet." "Yes," she said. "He reported it wouldn't close properly. Said the hinge was bent. Said there was a gap." I thought of the wood-fronted cabinet, the tiny space at the top where it didn't meet the frame. How I'd noticed it, because it didn't reflect anything back at me. "What does that have to do with him missing?" I asked. "It doesn't," she said, "until it does. He requested an emergency inspection. Then he canceled it. Then he stopped answering." The hallway light brightened suddenly, humming louder. And for a second, the far end of the corridor flared white. I squinted. "That's not my job," I said. "I'm just renting a room." "I know," she said, "but you're the only person in that room now. And I have 15 minutes before my parking runs out, and I get a ticket I can't expense. Time-sensitive, concrete, mundane, the kind of pressure that nudges you into stupid decisions." She gestured toward my door. "Can I see the cabinet?" I should have said no. I should have remembered every other time I'd convinced myself that looking couldn't hurt. Instead, I unlocked the door and let her in. Inside, the room felt smaller with another person in it. The radiator ticked. The outlet behind the bed made a faint buzzing noise I hadn't noticed before, like an insect trapped behind glass. Lena moved with professional care, not touching anything she didn't need to. She paused in the bathroom doorway, taking in the blank wall, the wooden cabinet. "No mirror," she said. "Is that unusual?" I asked. "For this building," she said, "yes." She opened the cabinet slowly. It creaked, the hinge protesting. Inside were 2 shelves, empty except for a faint ring where something round had sat for a long time. A cup, maybe, or a jar. She pressed on the top edge, testing the gap. "See," she said, "bent. You could fix this with a screwdriver." "I don't have one." "I do," she said, already reaching into her tote. As she worked, I hovered uselessly, watching the cabinet door shift by millimeters. The gap narrowed, then widened again. "It won't seat," she said, frustrated, like the frame's warped. "Or the wall," I said. She stopped, looked at me. "Do you mind if I check something?" Before I could answer, she reached up and pressed on the wall above the cabinet. The paint gave slightly. Not much. Enough. She frowned. "That's odd." A sound came from the hallway then. A door opening. Voices. Martin's voice, low and sharp, and another I didn't recognize. Lena's eyes flicked to me. "Is that your landlord?" "I think so." The voices grew closer. Martin's words blurred into tone, irritation, urgency. The other voice was calm, almost soothing. Lena stepped back from the cabinet. "Okay," she said quietly. "Here's the problem." She took out her phone and showed me the screen. A utility graph. A spike at night, narrow and tall. "This happened twice," she said. "Once last month. Once 3 nights ago. High draw, short duration. Bathroom circuit." I thought of the outlet's wet click, the buzzing. "So what?" "So," she said, "someone used a lot of power in this bathroom. And if the cabinet's frame is warped and the walls soft? A knock interrupted her, right on my door, firm, not asking. Evan, Martin said. His voice was close enough that I could hear the rasp in it. Open up. Lena's jaw tightened. He can't know I'm here. That's not my problem, I whispered, then hated myself for it. The knock came again, harder. Now, I looked around the room, at the blank walls, at the cabinet that wouldn't close, at my phone, still unlocked, the banking alert now overdue. My flaw rose up, familiar and sharp. The certainty that if I just chose fast enough, I could avoid consequences. Bathroom, I hissed to Lena. Hide. She slipped inside and closed the door quietly, leaving the cabinet ajar by an inch. I opened the front door. Martin stood there with a man I didn't know, Caleb Price, 41, male, tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a reflective vest like a city worker. His eyes scanned past me, already cataloging. Is there a problem? I asked. Martin smiled too wide. We need access, he said. Now. Behind me in the bathroom, something shifted. A soft scrape, wood against wood. Caleb's gaze sharpened. What's that noise? I felt the room tilt, just slightly, like missing a step. And then the hallway lights went out completely, plunging us into a sudden, total dark that made my phone screen flare instinctively to life, illuminating my face, the cabinet door still ajar, and Martin's expression as it finally dropped the smile. The lights came back in stages. First, the hallway emergency strip, thin, sickly yellow. Then the hum of the building, like a chest, refilling with air. My room followed a second later, lamps flickering to life on the far end of the circuit. The sudden brightness made everything feel exposed. Martin blinked, already recalibrating. Caleb didn't. He'd stepped forward during the dark, close enough now that I could smell damp wool and motor oil on his vest. Power hiccup, Martin said easily. Happens. Caleb kept his eyes on the bathroom door. You alone in here? Yes, I said, and my voice cracked on the last word. Martin shot me a look, not anger, exactly. Assessment. He stepped inside without waiting for permission, shoes squeaking on the floor. Caleb followed, filling the doorway behind him like a piece of furniture you can't move without help. We need to check the breaker, Martin said, already crossing the room. Whole wing flickered. The breaker's downstairs, I said, by the laundry. I know where my breaker is, he said, too fast. The bathroom door shifted behind him. The cabinet creaked. I felt my shoulders crawl toward my ears. Bathroom circuit tied in here, Martin said. And for a heartbeat, I thought he meant this room that he knew. Then he reached past me and opened the medicine cabinet. Lena had shut it, but not all the way. The door caught on the bent hinge and stopped short, leaving the narrow gap at the top like a slit eye. Martin pressed it with his thumb. It wouldn't seat. There, he said, satisfied. That'll do it. Do what? I asked. Draw too much load when it's not aligned, he said. Trips the line. Old wiring. Caleb leaned in, peering at the cabinet interior. Looks empty. It is, I said. I just moved in. Martin nodded, as if that settled everything. He straightened, then paused. You smell that? I inhaled lemon cleaner dust and something else now, hot plastic, faint but unmistakable. The outlet, I said, behind the bed. It buzzes. Caleb moved to the bedside table, crouched, and pulled the charger free. The outlet sparked tiny, blue-white, then went dark. Jesus, he said, that's not safe. Take it out of service, Martin said quickly. I'll get an electrician. When? Caleb asked. Tomorrow. Caleb stood, dusting his hands. He looked from the outlet to the cabinet, to my face. You sure nobody else is in here? The radiator ticked. The room held its breath. Martin smiled again. He said he's alone. Caleb shrugged. All right. They left without another word. The door closed softly behind them. Their footsteps faded down the hall, pausing once, listening, then continuing. I locked the door and leaned against it, knees weak. The buzzing in my ears didn't stop when the room went quiet. Lena emerged from the bathroom, jaw tight. We have a problem, she said. Several. She pointed at the cabinet. He knows it's not right. He just doesn't want anyone else knowing. About what? She didn't answer. Instead, she pulled the cabinet door open the rest of the way and ran her fingers along the inside edge. This wasn't bent by accident, she said. It was forced. With what? Doesn't matter, she said. What matters is what's behind it. I laughed, a short bark I couldn't stop. It's a wall. Not entirely, she said, and pressed again above the cabinet. The paint flexed. This time, a faint crunch followed, like dried plaster giving way. My stomach dropped. We tried the obvious first. I fetched a chair, climbed up, and pushed harder, thinking maybe the cabinet was just poorly installed. The wood groaned. The hinge squealed. Nothing gave. Second attempt. Lena took out her screwdriver and removed the hinge screws entirely. The cabinet door came off in her hands, heavier than it looked. Behind it, the wall wasn't flat. A rectangular seam traced itself through the paint, almost invisible until you knew to look. A panel. My phone buzzed again. No alert this time, just the vibration, like a reminder that time was moving without us. Okay, I said, okay, so we open it. With what? She asked. And then what? We find out why Daniel filed an emergency ticket. She hesitated. And then we call the police. Now, I asked, and say what? My landlord has a weird cabinet. She closed her eyes. Fine, we document first. She held up her phone, filming the seam, the soft wall. I grabbed mine and turned on the flashlight, angling it so the light grazed the surface. The seam caught, a thin shadow betraying depth. That's when we heard it, a low thump from inside the wall, followed by a scrape. My heart slammed so hard, I tasted metal. What was that? I whispered. We froze, listened. Another sound, longer this time. A drag, like furniture being moved on concrete. Lena swallowed. Okay, she said. Okay, that's. A cough came next, muffled, human. I lunged forward without thinking and pressed my ear to the wall. It was cool, solid. Whatever was on the other side was moving away. It could be pipes, I said, desperate. Old pipes. She shook her head. Pipes don't cough. My phone buzzed again. startling me so badly I dropped it. The flashlight skittered across the floor, throwing shadows that made the room feel like it was breathing. The misdirection came fast and cruel. A shadow slid across the seam, tall and sudden. I screamed. Then the radiator hissed, releasing a plume of steam that crossed the light and vanished. The shadow dissolved. Lena exhaled shakily. "Okay," she said. "Okay." We worked faster after that, hands clumsy. The third attempt was violent. I fetched the heaviest thing I owned, a hardcover textbook, from my bag and slammed it into the seam. Plaster cracked. Dust puffed into the air, coating my tongue with chalk. Behind the plaster was plywood, thin, screwed in from the other side. "Jesus," I said. Another thump, louder now, closer. My arms burned as I pried at the plywood edge with the screwdriver. It slipped, biting into my palm. Warm blood ran down my wrist and spotted the floor. "Stop," Lena said. "You're hurt." "I'm fine," I said, lying. The plywood shifted a fraction, enough to let air through. It smelled wrong, stale, and damp, and unmistakably human. We heard a voice then, weak male. "Please," it said, barely a sound. "Don't." Footsteps thundered in the hallway. Martin's voice, sharp now. "Open the door." Caleb's joined it, urgent. "Now." The footsteps split, one pair running toward the stairs, the other stopping right outside my room. The doorknob rattled. I looked at Lena, at the blood on my hand, at the seam yawning open. "We can't leave," I said. She nodded once. "Then we finish." The knob twisted again, harder this time. The door frame shuddered. Behind us, the plywood bowed inward. Something or someone pushed back. There was no going back now. The door gave way with a crack that sounded like a rifle shot. The frame split at the latch, cheap wood tearing like wet cardboard. Martin shoved his shoulder through, breath already loud, and Caleb followed him in a heartbeat later, blocking the hallway light with his bulk. "Step away," Martin barked, eyes locked on the wall. "Both of you." Behind us, the plywood bowed again. A fist punched through, knuckles pale, skin split. The voice came louder this time, raw with panic. "Help me, please." Everything collapsed into motion. Caleb lunged for me. I ducked, slipped on dust and blood, and crashed into the dresser. The impact rattled my teeth. Lena was already moving, jamming her shoulder into the plywood seam, widening the gap just enough to get her fingers in. "Police are on their way," she shouted. It was a lie. She hadn't called. None of us had. Phones were dead or forgotten or bleeding battery into uselessness. Martin swore. "You don't know what you're doing." "I know what you did," Lena said and pulled. The plywood tore free with a sound like ripping fabric. Behind it was a cavity, the size of a walk-in closet, framed with studs. No drywall, no insulation, just raw wood and a dangling work light plugged into an extension cord that ran back into the wall, feeding the bathroom circuit. The power spikes, the buzzing outlet, the crooked plate, and inside, slumped against the far stud, was a man. Daniel Price looked smaller than I expected, hollowed. His hair was matted to his scalp, beard grown wild. One wrist was cuffed to a metal eye bolt sunk into the stud, skin angry and infected around the cuff. His eyes tracked the opening like they were afraid it would close again. Caleb froze. "Jesus," he breathed. Martin didn't. He surged forward, grabbing Lena by the collar and yanking her back. She hit the floor hard, air knocked out of her with a sound like a popped bag. "Don't touch him," Martin yelled. "You'll make it worse." "For who?" I said, and my voice surprised me with how steady it sounded. Caleb turned slowly. "Martin, what is this?" "It's not what you think," Martin said, backing toward the wall, hands up. He broke the lease. He refused to leave. He was damaging the property. "You locked him in a wall," Caleb said. Daniel shook his head weakly. "I paid," he croaked. "I paid. He said there was a problem with the mirror. He said I had to." His voice dissolved into coughing. Wet, deep. The misdirection snapped into focus then, sickeningly clear. The mirrors. Not superstition. Control. A way to make the room easier to watch. No reflections to catch movement. No quick checks to see if someone was behind you. And the cabinet wood instead of glass, so the panel could be hidden, accessed, adjusted. Caleb took a step back. "Martin," he said, "you need to sit down." Martin's eyes flicked to the door, to the hallway, calculations stripped bare. He lunged, not at me, at Daniel. I moved without thinking. The textbook still in my hand, spine cracked, came down hard on Martin's forearm. Bone met paper and wood with a dull thud. He screamed, high and shocked, and dropped the small black object he'd been holding. A taser skittered across the floor. Caleb swore and tackled Martin from the side. They went down in a tangle of limbs, slamming into the bed frame. The radiator hissed louder, steam venting. The room filled with heat and dust and the coppery smell of blood. Lena crawled to Daniel, hands shaking as she worked at the cuff. "I can't get it," she said. "It's stuck." "I'll pry," I said, and jammed the screwdriver into the eye bolt. My injured palm screamed as I levered it. The wood creaked. The bolt shifted a millimeter. Behind me, something cracked wetly. Martin cried out again, lower this time. Caleb grunted, breath ragged. Evan, Lena shouted, "Hurry." The bolt tore free with a sound like a tooth pulled too hard. Daniel sagged forward, nearly taking Lena with him. She caught him, grunting, and eased him down. Sirens wailed in the distance then. Not close, not saving us, just real. Martin went still under Caleb's weight. Not unconscious. Broken. His arm lay at a wrong angle, eyes glassy with pain and rage. "You ruined everything," he whispered, to no one in particular. I slid down the wall, legs shaking so badly I couldn't trust them. My hand throbbed. Blood soaked my sleeve. Caleb stood, chest heaving. He looked at Daniel, at the wall, at the taser. "I'm calling it in," he said, and finally pulled his phone out. It took forever. Police, EMTs, flashing lights that made the hallway look unreal. Daniel was carried out on a stretcher, oxygen hissing, eyes never leaving the ceiling. Lena rode with him, one hand gripping the rail, the other slick with his sweat. An officer wrapped my hand, asked me to sit. asked me to explain. I did, in pieces. The story sounded impossible, even as I told it. They took Martin away in cuffs, his sweater dark with blood. He didn't look at me. When it was over, when the room was empty and torn apart, and finally, brutally honest, I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the blank wall. The cabinet lay in pieces. The panel gaped open, no longer hiding anything. The outlet behind the bed was blackened, melted. I opened my phone camera and looked at my face. Pale, older, a cut blooming on my cheek I didn't remember earning. I didn't recognize myself, not because of what I saw, because of what I hadn't seen coming, even when it was right in front of me. The room didn't belong to me anymore. By the time dawn slid between the buildings and found its way through the window, the police tape was gone, but everything else felt borrowed. The bed was stripped and pushed against the far wall. The radiator was cold. The cabinet lay in splintered pieces in a black contractor bag by the door, along with chunks of plaster and a length of extension cord that smelled faintly burned. An EMT wrapped my hand properly this time, tighter, cleaner. She asked if I felt dizzy. I said no, then admitted maybe. She wrote something down and told me to get it checked again if the pain got worse. She didn't look me in the eye when she said it. They let me leave just after sunrise. I stepped out into the street with my backpack and a plastic bag of things I'd grabbed without thinking: phone charger, toothbrush, the textbook with a cracked spine and a brownish smear along the edge. The laundromat sign across the street flickered on, same as it had the night before. Buses sighed. Someone walked a dog. Ordinary, relentless. At the hospital, they cleaned the cut on my cheek and took x-rays of my hand. No breaks. You're lucky, the doctor said, like luck was a coin you either had or didn't. I sat in a vinyl chair with a paper cup of water and watched a TV bolted to the wall play a morning show at low volume. Smiling hosts, traffic updates, a cooking segment about eggs. The disconnect made my head buzz worse than the outlet ever had. Lena found me there an hour later. She looked smaller without her jacket, her hair pulled back in a way that showed the bruise blooming along her jawline. They're keeping him, she said, dropping into the chair beside me. Daniel, infection, dehydration. He asked for you. For me? She nodded. He remembers your voice. We didn't go in together. I waited until she came out, eyes red but steady. He's going to make it, she said, physically. And the rest? She shrugged. That's harder. The legal part came next, slow and procedural. Statements, follow-up calls. An officer explained that Martin had owned the building outright, no mortgage, that he'd done his own maintenance, his own renovations, that he'd had complaints over the years, noise, access issues, missing items, but nothing that stuck. No one had thought to look behind a bathroom cabinet. Caleb gave his statement too. He didn't call me after. I didn't blame him. 2 days later, I was back at work, or something like it, answering emails with my bandaged hand, and pretending I hadn't spent a night listening to a man cough inside a wall. My contract manager said, "Take care of yourself," in the same tone she used to remind me about deadlines. I didn't go back to the building. The city helped me find a short-term place, a sublet above a bakery, expensive and too warm. The bathroom had a mirror the size of a door. The first time I saw myself in it, I flinched. Not because the face was unfamiliar, but because it felt like it was watching me back. At night, I slept with the light on for a while. When I turned it off, I left the bathroom door open so the mirror caught the glow from the street lamp outside. Proof, evidence. Lena called once, then again. Updates, charges filed. Martin's lawyer arguing diminished capacity, property disputes, misunderstandings. She sounded tired, but determined in a way that felt earned. "Did you know," she said on the third call, "that he'd removed mirrors in 3 units over the years? Tenants complained, moved out. No one connected it. Until Daniel, she agreed. I thought about Daniel a lot, about how long it must take for time to blur when you don't have your own reflection to anchor you, about the way a face reminds you you're still there. My private fear, the one about missing obvious things, didn't go away. It just changed shape. Now it showed up when I double-checked outlets before plugging things in, when I paused too long at doorways, when I caught myself using my phone camera instead of a mirror and didn't immediately stop. Weeks passed. The bakery downstairs burned bread every morning at 6. The smell threaded through my dreams. I got used to it. One afternoon, a detective came by with a final form to sign. He asked if I had any questions. "Just one," I said. "The hallway mirror, the big one, was it ever there?" He hesitated. "We didn't find one in storage, so it never existed." He shook his head. "Tenants remembered it, though. Memory is a strange witness." The case wrapped up as cleanly as cases like that ever do. Sentencing pending. Civil suits lined up. News coverage brief, careful with words. Improvised confinement. Landlord abuse. No photos of the wall. On my last night in the city, I packed slowly. When I got to the bathroom, I stopped. I turned the mirror to face the wall. Not permanently, just for a moment, long enough to brush my teeth without looking, long enough to feel the absence again and recognize it for what it was. Control, not magic, not madness alone. Control through omission. I turned it back before leaving. Down on the street, I paused and looked up at the building I'd almost called home. Its windows reflected the sky, pale and ordinary. From the outside, it looked like any other place where people slept and woke and missed things. As I walked away, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "You left your charger." For a second, my feet stopped moving. Then another message followed. "Sorry, wrong person." I stood there until the typing dots appeared and vanished again. They didn't come back. I put the phone in my pocket and kept walking, the city swallowing me in its usual way. Ordinary sounds, ordinary light, and just beneath it all, the quiet understanding that sometimes the most dangerous thing in a room is what you're trained not to look for, and how easily you can be convinced that's normal. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tailies waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I woke up to a stranger standing in my room, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The alarm clock blinked for 13 a.m. in cold red digits. It buzzed once, then stopped, swallowed by the silence that had crept back faster than Emma could have imagined. The window was cracked open just a few inches, and a sliver of chill cut through the warmth of the blanket wrapped around her. She blinked against the dark, waiting for her eyes to adjust. That's when she noticed it. A shadow, tall and still, standing near the far wall by the closet. Just there, not moving, her breath hitched in her throat. For a second, she wondered if it was the crooked coat rack or some trick of moonlight. The room smelled faintly of rain, mixed with the sourness of stale coffee from the cup she'd forgotten to dump on the bedside table. "Who's there?" Her voice cracked like dry twigs. The figure didn't move, just stayed there, silent and unmoving. Her heart began to pound, not wildly, but steady and insistent. She tried to convince herself it was a trick, maybe a neighbor's shadow through the curtains, or the back of her laundry basket looking stranger than usual. Her eyes darted around the room, her phone, charging on the desk, lit up with a faint glow. No missed calls or messages. The door was closed. The lock clicked softly. She exhaled slowly and sat up, knees pulling the blanket closer. Maybe the stranger wasn't real. Maybe it was her mind, tired and overworked from the week. But the shadow didn't move. Emma felt a prickling at the base of her neck. And finally, after what seemed like hours, but was probably seconds, she turned on the bedside lamp. The soft yellow light spilled unevenly, cutting through the darkness, and the shape by the closet vanished. There was nothing there. She rubbed her eyes, the kind of slow, tired rub that tries to reset the day's exhaustion. Outside, the faint buzz of a car passed on the wet street. The window rattled a little in its frame. She noticed now the faint scent of something else, burnt toast, maybe, or an old candle melting somewhere downstairs. She reached for her phone and thumbed open the messages. No notifications, no alarms besides the one that had just gone off. Emma slid back under the blanket and rested her forehead against the pillow. It was probably nothing. She had been working late, deadlines squeezing the hours out of her, and the cold draft might have made her half dream. Still, she stared at the wall opposite her bed, every muscle tense, every sound in the quiet house amplified, the creak of the pipes, the buzz of the fridge in the kitchen, the faint tap of rain starting to patter against the window again. Her phone buzzed suddenly, startling her. It was a message from her mother. "Did you get home okay? Let me know." She typed back quickly. "Yeah, all good, just tired." Emma closed her eyes again. Sleep wouldn't come easily now. 2 days earlier, Emma had moved into the small apartment in Portland's Alberta Arts District. The kind of place with old hardwood floors that creaked in the night, scuffed walls painted in pale blue, and a kitchen that smelled like a mix of lemon cleaner and the ghost of someone's last burnt dinner. Her job as a freelance graphic designer kept her mostly indoors, glued to a laptop, designing logos and social media campaigns for local businesses. The rent was tight, the neighborhood noisy, but she liked the sense of independence it gave her. She lived alone. It wasn't her first choice. Her friends teased her about the tiny studio, but it was the best she could do on her own. The apartment's only real perk was the street-facing window that caught the morning sun, flooding the space with a golden light that made her coffee taste better. Her name was Emma Morris, 28, female, originally from a small town in Oregon. She had moved to Portland for a fresh start after a rough breakup the year before, a relationship that had left her with a little more caution than confidence. She hated being alone in the dark, but she hated depending on anyone more. Her closest contact was her neighbor, Mark, a guy in his early 30s who worked nights at a nearby bar and sometimes helped her carry groceries up the stairs. He was friendly, but kept his distance, which suited Emma just fine. That night, the uneasy feeling in the room refused to fade. The next morning, the usual sounds of the city filtering through the thin window panes did nothing to soothe her. She pulled on a thick sweater and stepped into the kitchen, where the faint smell of burnt toast lingered like a ghost. Her phone buzzed again. It was a text from Mark. "Hey, I heard a weird noise last night. You okay?" Emma hesitated, then replied, "Yeah, just tired. Thanks for checking." The truth was, she didn't feel okay. The sensation of being watched had settled deep in her chest, a quiet weight she couldn't shake. The shadow from the night before wasn't just a trick of light. It felt like a warning. As she sipped her coffee, she debated calling the landlord about the drafty window or the creaks in the floorboards, but then decided she'd just fix the lock herself. Her phone rang. It was her mother again. "Emma, did you sleep at all?" Her mother's voice sounded concerned. "Not really. Just some weird dreams," Emma said, trying to sound casual. "You're scaring me. Are you sure you're okay?" her mother pressed. "Yeah, Mom, it's nothing." She hung up. But the truth was, Emma had a choice to make. Keep living like this, brushing off the strange feeling, or find out what was really lurking in the quiet corners of her new apartment. Emma's phone buzzed again, just as she was locking the front door, the early morning light pale and gray through the cracked window. Mark's message flashed on the screen. "Hey, I saw someone lurking outside your place last night. Creepy. You sure you want to stay there alone?" She paused, keys in hand, feeling the sudden weight of everything she'd been trying to push down since waking to that shadowy figure. The draft from the window whispered cold air around her ankles. Her breath fogged in the chill. She wasn't sure if it was courage or stubbornness that made her type back, "I'm fine. Just tired. I'll figure it out." The phone slipped from her fingers onto the hardwood floor, clattering softly. Emma bent to pick it up, then stopped, the hairs on the back of her neck prickling. From the street below came a scraping sound, like someone dragging a heavy object across the wet asphalt. She locked the door and bolted it twice. The next hour was a blur of calls and half-hearted attempts at fixing the lock on her front door. The latch was old, the mechanism stubborn and stiff, and she could feel the cold seeping in through the gaps under the door and window frames. The apartment, which had once felt like a refuge, now felt small and exposed. Emma's phone rang again. This time it was Mark. "Hey, you okay? I can come by, help you with the lock," he said, his voice low and cautious. No, thanks. I can manage," she replied quickly, voice tighter than she wanted. She hated needing help, hated feeling vulnerable. The fear clawing inside her wasn't just about the stranger she'd woken up to. It was about not being able to protect herself. Mark hesitated. "Look, if you want, I can stay over. Just till you feel safer." Emma shook her head, though he couldn't see it. "I don't want to be a burden." "Not a burden. It's just a long night ahead, and you're not the only one who's uneasy." She swallowed and sighed. "Okay, maybe just for a little while." By evening, the rain had turned into a steady drizzle, tapping a constant rhythm on the windows. Emma was packing the small living room, trying to convince herself that locking every door and window was enough. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't let go. She kept glancing at the blinds, half expecting to see eyes peering through the slats. Mark arrived around 8, carrying a toolbox and wearing a worn leather jacket soaked at the shoulders. "Nice place," he said, trying to keep things light as he knelt by the front door. Emma forced a smile. "Thanks. It feels like home when I'm not imagining ghosts." Mark chuckled, but there was something in his eyes that didn't reach the smile. They worked on the lock, Mark patiently explaining the parts he was fixing, while Emma's mind drifted, fixating on every sound. The distant wail of sirens, the uneven hum of the heater, the creak of the old floorboards beneath her feet. "Did you call the landlord?" Mark asked. Emma shook her head. "I'm afraid he won't take it seriously. The place is old. He's got a reputation for ignoring stuff unless it's urgent." "Maybe this is urgent." She didn't answer. She was already regretting agreeing to let Mark stay, but the gnawing unease pushed her to accept any semblance of safety. Around 10, the power flickered once, then cut out entirely. The room plunged into darkness, the rain pounding against the windows louder, echoing in the silence. Emma froze. The flashlight app on her phone barely cut through the blackness. Mark swore under his breath. "Looks like the whole block is out." Emma swallowed hard. "I hate the dark." Mark nodded. "Me too." The two sat close on the worn sofa, the narrow beam from Mark's phone bouncing across the walls, casting long, jittery shadows. Emma's fingers trembled as she texted the power company, but the automated message said the outage was widespread, and they had no estimated time for repairs. Emma's heart thudded. No lights, no working locks, no way to tell if someone was still lurking outside. The rain intensified, turning into a drumming that filled the tiny apartment with a pulsing urgency. Suddenly, a sharp knock sounded at the front door. Emma jumped, the flashlight shaking in her hand. "Who's there?" Mark called softly. No answer. The knock came again, louder. Emma's breath caught, the phone slipping from her fingers. Mark moved to the door, cautiously peering through the peephole. "There's no one there," he said quietly. Emma stepped closer. The knock came again, 3 sharp taps, then silence. The lock on the door suddenly rattled, as if someone was trying to open it. Emma stepped back, heart racing. Mark's voice was low but firm. "Stay calm. I'll call the police." Emma grabbed her phone, but it had no signal. She looked up, panic rising. Mark checked his, also dead. "We're cut off," he said grimly. The two glanced around the dark apartment, the knock still echoing faintly in their ears. Emma's mind raced. Her fear of being alone had pushed her to accept help, but now they were trapped, powerless and isolated. The stranger wasn't just a shadow anymore. The lock rattled again, sharp and insistent, like a hammer pounding on wood. Emma's knees knocked together despite her efforts to stay still on the sagging sofa. Mark crouched by the door, a flashlight in one hand and a rusty crowbar in the other. A last-minute purchase from the hardware store when the outage first hit. "We need to check the windows," Mark whispered, voice low, tight. "If someone's messing with the door, they might try another way in." Emma nodded, her heart pounding louder with every breath. The apartment was a narrow rectangle front door and windows on one end, a tiny kitchen tucked against the far wall, and the bedroom beyond that. The bathroom was the only closed-off space, the door creaking slightly as the old hinges strained with the humid air. Mark went first, moving carefully toward the window that faced the street. Emma followed, clutching her phone like a lifeline. The rain had lessened to a light drizzle, but the street was slick, reflecting the dim glow of the few emergency lights still flickering across the neighborhood. Mark lifted the curtain and peered out. Empty. A lone garbage bin tipped over by the curb, the contents soggy and strewn across the pavement. "Nothing," he said, a little too quietly. Emma shivered, the chill from the cracked window biting at her skin. "Could someone be hiding behind that dumpster?" she whispered. Mark shook his head. "Not likely. It's a busy street, and this is a main road. Someone lurking there would have been spotted." She nodded, but the sense of being watched didn't ease. Back inside, Mark checked the window lock. It was old and corroded, but still latched tight. "We can't leave this like it is," he muttered. "I'll try to fix the door lock properly. You keep an eye on the windows." Emma stood by the bedroom door, listening. The rain tapped gently on the roof now, a dull, steady drum. The power outage made every sound sharper. A distant siren wailed, footsteps echoed on the street outside. A dog barked in the distance. The apartment felt impossibly small. She moved toward the kitchen counter and grabbed a butter knife, her only weapon. It was ridiculous, but better than nothing. Mark worked on the door lock with a screwdriver from his toolbox. The mechanism groaned and clicked, but the latch wouldn't budge. His fingers slipped, and he cursed softly. "Almost there," he said, sweat beading at his temple despite the cool air. Suddenly, a sharp clatter came from the bedroom. Emma jumped, nearly dropping the knife. Mark spun around, flashlight cutting through the darkness. "Did you hear that?" she asked, voice trembling. Mark nodded slowly. Stay here. He moved toward the bedroom, the floor creaking beneath his boots. The bedroom was a mess of shadows and half-packed boxes. Emma's suitcase lay open, clothes scattered around it like ghosts. The window was shut tight. Mark's light flicked to the floor, revealing a small silver key lying on the rug. Emma picked it up, confused. I don't recognize this. Mark examined it. Could be for the deadbolt on the back door. Emma's stomach dropped. She hadn't told Mark about the back door. It was a narrow service entrance in the kitchen, leading to a fire escape and an alleyway. Wait, she said, voice tight. The back door, it's supposed to be locked, but I'm not sure if it actually is. I haven't checked since I moved in. Mark's eyes narrowed. That could be your weak point. They crept toward the kitchen. The apartment's layout meant the kitchen was a narrow corridor, squeezed between the living room and the bathroom, with the back door at the end. The rain had soaked the metal fire escape outside, the droplets making a faint patter on the concrete. Mark tried the deadbolt with the silver key. It turned, but only halfway. The lock was old and sticky. Emma peeked out through the window beside the door. Nothing but wet concrete and shadows. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from below. Someone had slammed a dumpster lid shut. Emma gasped and stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. Mark spun around, raising the flashlight. False alarm, he said after a tense pause. Probably the garbage collectors or kids messing around. But the unease lingered. Back by the front door, Mark tried once again to secure the lock, but the mechanism finally gave way with a snap. Emma's breath caught. The door swung open a crack. Mark pushed it shut with a grunt and jammed the crowbar in the gap. We need to call the police, Emma said, urgency growing in her voice. Mark pulled out his phone, but the screen showed no service. Still dead, he muttered. Emma's fingers trembled as she tried her own phone again. Nothing. We're cut off, she said, voice breaking. Hours passed like this, waiting, listening. Every small noise making their muscles tighten. Emma's eyes burned, exhaustion creeping in. She rubbed at them, trying to stay alert. Mark moved quietly between rooms, checking locks, barricading doors with furniture. Suddenly, a soft creak came from the bathroom door. Emma froze. Mark pointed the flashlight beam. The door handle rattled. Her heart hammered. Maybe it's the landlord, she whispered. He said he might stop by to check on the power. Mark nodded slowly, but didn't move. The handle rattled again. Emma's breath caught. The door swung open, but it was only the old cat from the apartment downstairs, slinking in through a slightly open window. Emma laughed nervously, the tension breaking for a moment. Mark smiled. See, not all noises are threats. But the reprieve was brief. Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside the back door. Emma's blood ran cold. Mark grabbed her arm. We need to get out, now. Emma hesitated, glancing around their tiny prison. The power was still out, phones useless. The knock at the front door had stopped. But whatever was outside was moving. This alley leads to the street, Mark said. If we can get out the back, maybe we can find help. Emma swallowed hard, fear tightening her throat. She knew this was the point of no return. Together, they edged toward the kitchen door. The metal fire escape slick beneath their feet as rain continued to fall steadily. The cold night air bit into Emma's skin as they slipped out, the apartment disappearing behind them. The trap was closing. The rain had finally slowed to drizzle, the wet pavement slick and shiny beneath the dim glow of a flickering street lamp. Emma and Mark stood at the bottom of the fire escape ladder, breath misting in the cold night air. Behind them, the narrow alley stretched out, shadowed and silent, except for the occasional drip of water from the gutters. Emma's heart pounded so loudly she thought the stranger might hear it. Her fingers were raw from gripping the cold metal railing as they climbed down the fire escape, the silver key still tucked inside her jacket pocket. Mark's jaw was tight, eyes darting down the alley, muscles coiled like a sprinter waiting for the gun. "We don't have much time," Mark whispered, voice low and urgent. "If he's still around, he'll come back. We need to get to the main street and find help." Emma nodded, swallowing the lump in her throat. She'd never felt so exposed, so dangerously close to losing control. Her mind flashed to the shadow in her bedroom, to the rattling lock, to the knocking that had shattered what little peace she'd found. They moved quickly, steps measured but hurried. As they rounded the corner where the alley met the side street, a sudden sound froze them, a scrape against the brick wall, low and deliberate. Mark pushed Emma behind a dumpster, crouching low, eyes scanning the dark. Emma's breath caught as a figure emerged from the shadows, face obscured beneath a soaked hood. He moved with quiet menace, hands shoving into pockets. Mark's grip tightened around a length of pipe he'd grabbed from the alley floor. "Stay behind me." The man stopped, his gaze lingering on the locked fire escape ladder. He muttered something under his breath and pulled out a small crowbar, starting to work on the rusty lock. Emma's blood ran cold. This was no random stranger. He knew the apartment, the exits. The lock groaned but held. The man cursed softly and looked up, eyes narrowing when he spotted Emma and Mark. "Who the hell are you?" Mark demanded, voice steady but edged with anger. The man hesitated, then shifted, revealing a face bruised and worn. "Look, I didn't mean to scare you," he said hurriedly. "I'm Jake. I'm your landlord's cousin. I came to check the place, but the power's out and the locks are busted. Didn't mean no harm." Emma's tension wavered, but didn't break. "Why didn't you call? Why didn't you identify yourself?" Jake shrugged, looking embarrassed. "Phone down for me too. I heard noises last night, thought I'd check it out. Sorry if I scared you." Mark lowered the pipe, but didn't relax. "You could have just knocked." Before Jake could answer, a sharp shout echoed from the street behind them. "Hey, what's going on there?" A patrol car rolled up, headlights cutting through the mist. The officers jumped out, hands on their belts. Mark stepped forward quickly, explaining the situation, while Emma clung to the pipe she'd found near the fire escape. The officers checked Jake's ID, confirmed he was the landlord's relative, and advised the group to stay together until the power came back on. Emma exhaled slowly, relief mingling with exhaustion. Her knees buckled slightly, and Mark caught her just in time. "You okay?" he asked, voice soft. "I will be," she said, though her voice was shaky. The patrol car's radio crackled to life, announcing the restoration of power in the neighborhood in the next 30 minutes. Emma and Mark watched the streetlights flicker back on, the hum of electricity creeping through the wires. But as the warmth returned, Emma felt a lingering chill, the raw edge of fear etched into her bones. The night had passed. The immediate danger was gone, but the quiet she'd once craved had been shattered forever. Emma sat on the cracked leather sofa in the living room, wrapped in a threadbare blanket that smelled faintly of Mark's jacket. The morning light filtered through the windows, still a little gray and overcast, but the power was back on. The hum of the refrigerator and the low murmur of distant traffic filled the apartment, sounds that should have been comforting but felt foreign, almost intrusive after the night's silence. Her phone buzzed insistently on the coffee table, but she let it lie there, untouched. Mark was already at work, leaving early to avoid questions about why he'd spent the night. They had shared a quiet breakfast, eaten in silence, the tension too heavy for casual conversation. Emma had thanked him softly before he left, watching him disappear down the stairs with a wary smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The apartment felt smaller now. The walls, the cracked window, even the rusty locks on the doors, they all seemed like thin barriers, barely holding something back. The landlord had finally called, promising urgent repairs, and that someone would come by that afternoon to change all the locks. But Emma wasn't sure locks were enough. Not anymore. She found herself packing the narrow hallway to the kitchen, eyes darting to the deadbolt that had stubbornly refused to turn. The silver key she had found lay on the counter, a small metal reminder of the vulnerability she'd always suspected but never confronted. Her mother called again, concern threading through her voice as they talked. Emma downplayed everything, but inside she felt fractured. She hadn't slept more than a few restless hours since the night, waking to every creak and sigh of the old building. The fear was no longer a shadow in the dark. It was a living thing, coiled inside her chest. Later, she met with the police officers who had come back to follow up. They took a report, assured her the area had been checked, and no suspicious persons remained. Jake, the landlord's cousin, had apparently been arrested earlier for unrelated assault charges, something Emma hadn't known about. That bruised face hadn't been innocent after all. The revelation sent a fresh wave of cold through Emma. How had she missed that? How had she trusted? She thanked the officers quietly, eyes fixed on the floor, her voice barely above a whisper. Days passed in a blur of phone calls, locksmith visits, and strained conversations with neighbors. Mark stayed nearby, but gave her space, respecting the silent boundary Emma had drawn. Their friendship felt altered, touched by something raw and unspoken. Emma found herself sleeping with the curtains drawn tight, the window latched with a temporary bar, and a small kitchen knife by her bedside. The apartment was still her sanctuary, but a fragile one. At night, the quiet creaks and sighs no longer just reminded her of the building's age. They sounded like warnings, whispers of a presence she could never quite name. She didn't tell anyone about the occasional feeling that someone was still watching from just outside the window, or the unexplained faint scent of burnt toast that sometimes drifted through the apartment, even though she never cooked it. One evening, as she prepared a simple dinner, the power flickered again briefly, but the lights stayed on. Emma paused, knife in hand, eyes flicking to the window. Nothing was there, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone had never truly left. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.